What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley after a relatively relaxing weekend, man. No Commanders game on Sunday means B and I didn't log a 16-hour day yesterday. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
There was a ton of sports over the weekend. There was a lot to react to. I think we start with the Tyson Paul fight. We got
let's not discuss that again.
60 million people watch that thing.
And let me just tell people this. I understand how much money was generated, but that was trash.
Trash.
Okay, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Mike can't fight no more, and Jake Paul ain't beating nobody that's a true professional right now. That would be a young dude up and coming who has a name to prove. He would knock his ass out in the first round.
Old dude that's
I'm
maybe
being
on
real.
The downside of his career.
That whole charade there is they should stop it, because I will not look at no more of that trash. That was straight garbage. Believe me. And if he couldn't knock out old ass Mike Tyson, he ain't knocking nobody out. All those knockouts previously were fake. Let's just be real.
Yes, like that dude is far more pro wrestling than boxing.
God, it was garbage, man. I was like, come on, dude. You'll never get this time back. That was garbage.
So the thing that made me laugh is Landfill tweeted out, B-Mitch and JP are kicking off Dallas week at 10 a.m., right? So I quote tweeted it and I said, we're back. And let me tell you, B-Mitch loved that Tyson fight. And
no, I did not.
Somebody replied, it was cool to see Tyson fighting against, but I didn't think it was worth the hype. And I just couldn't even let it go. And I was like, dude, I'm just kidding. B hated it. Everybody hated it.
Yeah, that was garbage, man. Look, and when you start, look, the
his
crowd,
legs are shot.
He's a legend.
Yeah.
And people wanted to show respect. But that crowd truly wanted to boo the hell out of that whole deal. But they were being respectful to him.
It's just remarkable.
I'm like, what the hell is this?
This Jake Paul guy is like, I guess he's like the male equivalent of the Kardashians. Like what is 100%. That dude famous for? like I don't know. I don't know why I have this dude in my life. I want him out of my life. God bless him. I mean, when it comes to the fight game, it's all about promotion, and that dude can create a buzz. So
he can promote, but I just say this here: don't get in the ring with somebody for real. That's all I'm gonna say.
Jeff, as our resident fight expert, what did you think of that matchup? And
Jeff couldn't have liked that.
Did you enjoy the clip when Mike Tyson was wearing that thong and that was on TV during his training session?
Let me tell you,
he was wearing a thong, Landfill, in case you missed it.
One, when I walk out the house and I walk back in, I just see Mike Tyson's butt cheeks on the TV, and I'm like, yo, what is going on here? Like, I didn't hear none of the interview. I just walked in, and he's walking away from the TV, and I'm like, yo, what is really going on here? Like, this is what we come to in the boxing world.
Boxers warm up?
Hey, bro,
in thongs.
Listen, bro,
it was his guard, but like
everything they did to promote that fight,
that was wacky.
It missed the mark.
You know how they got the scary movie franchises? How they make that's what that match seemed like. But the fight before it was amazing. The Lady Taylor and Amanda Serrano.
They talking about co-main event. The best fight that night were those ladies. They were banging. And I would say this: the judges are blind as hell too. That was no. She was totally robbed. Talking about some. They just totally. Everybody voted for her. Hell no.
I think
that didn't happen.
And then I think the second most interesting fight was the People versus Netflix, because every 5 minutes the screen kept buffering. I'm like, yo, was Netflix not prepared? Like, everyone wanted to see Mike Tyson. It wasn't even to be honest, I think everybody
after they saw the real fight, they wish it would have kept buffering.
They're saying 60 million people watched it. 60 million.
And
you know why 60 million? You know why 60 million people watched it? Because they already had it. 60 million people wouldn't have paid for that. I promise you that.
Yeah.
At all.
Like, I have Netflix, so I watched it. But if I had to pay for that fight, I would have gone to like my boy's house. Or two, if it was like how
that wasn't good, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
TV
it was not good.
To get the MLS, like you have Apple TV and then you got to pay again. Like, I would not have paid again. It was terrible. It was probably some level of a sad indictment on our celebrity culture, but whatever. That was step one of the weekend in sports.
Yeah.
Step two, Brian, we're going to go through the entire NFL yesterday. But the headline, no more undefeated teams. KC goes down in Buffalo. Did you get to watch that one?
Yeah.
Great game. Bills absolutely looked up to the challenge. They were very, very good. I thought Josh Allen was very, very good.
He played his butt off yesterday.
And, dude, at some point, listen, KC's still loaded. I think what Andy Reid has a history of doing is developing some offensive weapon that basically we're unaware of until like the week before Christmas, and then going into the playoffs, they have some dude that's dropping $120 a game. But they lack weapons right now.
They do.
And the turnovers with Mahomes, it's easy to be dismissive because they're still winning games. But he's on path for significantly higher in his career than he's ever thrown interceptions. And I don't know if that's a result of he's forcing it, the weapons aren't there, because he gets good protection. Like, by and large, he's clean in the pocket. It is weird the level of down year he's having.
Yeah, it is. But like I said, man, if he ends up in the playoffs, that's a problem for people.
Sure.
And I think that's the ultimate thing. You watched last night in a game where they were awful, and they were still in that football game all the way to the end.
Jim Nantz was saying it even at the 2-minute when they were down 2 scores.
Yeah.
So your odds at the 2-minute down 2 scores are pretty damn low. And Nantz was like, never over till it's over with 15.
And that's the whole thing about it. Like, you basically watch a team have to play similar of a damn near perfect game, and they play horrible, and you get past them. They see you again, it's going to be a problem.
I don't know. Buffalo's defense, I thought, was really good. I feel like they run the ball really well. I like that combination of Davis and Cook. And it's just tough because Allen and Lamar have now entered into this twilight zone of, unless they beat Mahomes and win a Super Bowl, they're always going to be a tier below.
Yeah.
And it's a credit to Mahomes, obviously, and what KC has built. That game yesterday was really good. The kid Khalil Shakir was really good. I thought their run game. I loved the level of belief in his guys, a guy that coached you and Sean McDermott. 4th and 2 when you could have kicked, and he went for it.
Oh, yeah.
Allen was able to house call it. I mean, that was pretty much the ball game. That made it 2 scores.
If you watched the games yesterday, I think a lot of times people were rushing for playing at 7 deep, trying to be some cloud coverages and playing man. And quarterbacks, once they broke the pocket, there was nobody there to stop them. You know what I mean? If you're going to rush 4, you better have somebody to watch that damn quarterback who likes to run. And ultimately, but you're so right about Lamar and Josh. They don't win a Super Bowl. Who cares about the regular season? That's how it comes. And
that's where we've reached with those two.
Yeah, I've heard people this morning saying, oh, Buffalo's the team to beat. No. That team in damn Detroit, the team to beat still. I'm telling you. You can say what the hell you want. And people seem like they want to promote Buffalo so much. Detroit is the team to beat.
They dropped a 50 burger on Jacksonville yesterday. They look fantastic. The other game, we mentioned Lamar there. Ravens Steelers, straight rock fight, like just nothing sexy about that matchup at all. Russ Wilson tried to give it away, but the Pittsburgh defense wouldn't let him. That Steelers D is so good. Russ ends up going 23 of 36, 205. See, that's that uncomfortable zone. They don't want him throwing the ball that much, is the truth.
Uh-huh.
He threw a god-awful pick, but Najee's able to get him. I mean, they just tried to grind that thing out. The more I watch of that
damn moon ball works, though, bro.
Jaylen Warren looks like the better back to me, but I can understand it needs to be in a kind of a committee. The Derrick Henry fumble early in that game,
that cost them right there.
Honestly, this whole thing was dictated by turnovers. Pittsburgh can't score. They get 6 field goals to win the game. Ravens turn the ball over 3 times. And this is a tough division game between two opponents that know each other well. And I'm not going to read too much into that because they'll play again. And in no way would I dismiss the Ravens because they lost to the Steelers in Pittsburgh.
No, the Steelers are good, man.
But B, you talked about Detroit, who just looks fantastic. KC's offensively struggling, but their defense has been really good. Buffalo delivers KC their first loss. The Bills are now 9-2, right on the Chiefs' heels, and they look really good. That D-line, they got just speed coming from everywhere on that Buffalo D-line. Now you got the Steelers up to 8-2. I don't know if you watched the Chargers last night, but that's a club with some fight in them.
They got some fight in them. I'm not
Herbert dialing it back and running a lot.
In a way, I don't put. I think that they played well last night, but I don't put them on the same level as those other teams.
I'm not. Yeah. I think, to me, Lions, Chiefs, Bills are clearly a tier above everything, and the Steelers and maybe the Eagles might be getting there.
Yeah.
But my question is, what about Baltimore? This is a team with 4 losses now, and 2 of them are to the Browns and the Raiders.
Yeah.
They play down the competition. That's a thing.
Well, I'll say this. If you go with defenses that can really handle, that are very good, if their front 4 can compete with the Ravens' offensive line to where Derrick Henry is not going to be getting those free gaps, that's a different football team. And yes, Lamar is good. Derrick Henry is good. But if you get a defensive line that can beat their offensive line, like I said, playing at the line of scrimmage, they are a different football team at that point.
For sure. It's going to be a fascinating stretch run here, right? Thanksgiving oddly comes late this year. I guess the calendar just works out that the last possible day Thanksgiving can be is this year, apparently. I don't know. I heard that on PFT's podcast, so maybe take that.
You guys
stop with a grain of salt.
Stop repeating things.
I guess
so factual.
I guess it's not the latest possible date, but you know how it's always the last Thursday in Thanksgiving?
In November.
Yes. What did I say? Thanksgiving?
He's in Thanksgiving.
I guess it's almost the last day it could be. Whatever. Thanksgiving's late. But now the leaves are off the trees. Like, if you haven't raked yet, your yard looks like crap. Like, this is real football time. The teams have all played double-digit games.
Yeah.
We got a real idea who is what now. I think the Lions might be the team to beat. The
Lions are the team to beat. When you look at them offensively, defensively, special team, they are strong at all of them. And this is the thing. This is when you know a team is good. When you have guys that people are trying to take out the game. Ross St. Brown.
Sure.
But he has a big game every damn week. That lets you know that they are a little step ahead of everybody else.
I mean, just listen to these numbers from the Detroit offense. Goff was 24 of 29 for 412 yards with 4 touchdowns.
And people don't like to give Jared Goff any credit. The dude is as good as anybody in the league.
I got a question for you then. Honestly, he never cracks this conversation. Should Goff be talked about as an MVP candidate?
Hell yeah. Yes. But
he never will, because there's such a
you know how it is,
such
Jay.
like a man crush on Josh Allen across the league. And Allen's really good too.
Yeah, but when people come into the league with a certain mindset, it's hard to get away from that. Just like if you get a first round and you get a 7th rounder, the first rounder will always get top bill. The 7th rounder may outplay him, but he'll never get that same level. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that's where Jared Goff and Josh are right now, where from Josh coming out of college, they were praising him in college. Then he gets here, and it's like they really, really want to see that Buffalo team get back to the prominence.
I think people root for the Bills because they've never won. And, I mean, let's be real.
Yeah,
Buffalo
Detroit
as a city kind of sucks. Yeah, you should root for Detroit too. If you have a soft spot for the Bills because they've never won and it's the Rust Belt, blah, 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 you should have the same soft spot for Detroit.
Yeah.
We did sleep on one dude, though, in this conversation. Because, like, if you want to tell me Allen or Lamar or whatever, Goff, they're not winning the games. And at this point, it's getting harder and harder to see them as a playoff team. But Burrow's playing at an incredible level.
Well, I just
Burrow's already over 3,000 passing yards and has 27 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Dude, with 6 games to play.
But that's the thing about it, though. He's at 3,000 yards, 27 touchdowns. You know why? Because he got to throw the ball all damn day.
Yeah.
And they're not winning football games. So I understand what the numbers state, but
maybe he gets
the number
offensive
one thing
player
is about
of the year
winning
or something.
The number one thing is to win.
Well, and I think in MVP voting, to me, I would take winning into account. They have another award, NFL Offensive Player of the Year. Maybe that's for Joe B. Or even Jamar Chase, frankly.
Yeah, but when you're behind in games,
right.
You throw the ball a lot more. So that stuff is skewed. So, yes, most of those quarterbacks, if they were behind and had to throw it all the time instead of having a running game, they could have those yards too.
If you look at Detroit, dude, Montgomery, just listen to so I gave you Goff's numbers, 400 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, no picks. Montgomery went 15 for 75, 2 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. Jahmyr Gibbs on the ground, 11 for 69 with a touchdown. Then you go down to the receivers. So I think at this point, if you're game planning for Detroit, it starts with trying to stop Amon-Ra St. Brown. 11 catches for $160 with 2 touchdowns. And then Jameson Williams, fresh off the suspension, 4 catches for 124 yards and a touchdown.
That's almost 25 per.
Well, bro, and think about if Aiden Hutchinson wasn't hurt. They had the NFL's leading sack performer, and he broke his leg. Jacksonville's also a train wreck. I think we do the inverse version of this conversation where we're just going around the league. Nothing better than the boys talking ball. It's just simply the most fun, enjoyable thing in the world. I'd be remiss. We'd all be. It was awesome. One, just having a Sunday off. I know you enjoyed it. I got to hang with the kids. My wife made a lasagna. It was fantastic. But I also had the Caps game going. Granted, I had football on the big TV, but I had the Caps game on the up top TV. What Alex Ovechkin is doing right now.
What did I tell you?
Dude, it's unbelievable. And it's just so fun to watch.
But you know what it is, Jay? We, as people that watch him, watch what he does, we all go, oh, man, the pressure's going to get to him. Ain't no pressure getting to him. What he's doing now is relaxing.
He looks like he's having fun.
And the other kid is helping him out, too, because, like, when everybody know where he's scoring from, for the most part, but he's attacking and doing different things now. I think he's at the point where he wants to get that over with so he can just go play.
Sure.
And he seems to be trying to get there quicker than anybody would have thought. Everybody's like, 17 games, 13 goals.
Dude, 17 games, 13 goals, but McMichael right behind him has 12 goals.
Yeah.
And, the Caps tried something very difficult. Dylan Strome is playing outrageous. Protas is playing really well. Strome has 21 assists in 17 games. But the Caps are trying to pull off an inside straight, right? Like they have an inside straight draw. Those are really difficult to do. They're trying to let Ovi and even to a lesser extent, like Willie and some of their veteran players stay good, keep chasing real playoff games that matter, and get young at the same time. Yeah. That's hard as hell to do. Seems like they're pulling it off.
But the old players that they have still have ability, still can play. They don't have old people going into on the ice like Mike Tyson right now. Okay? That's what they're not doing. So ultimately, those guys can still play. And when you bring that with youth, when you get some young players that can ball, the old guy that can still play begin to look younger.
You know what I mean? They get like invigorated by it. Yeah. They get rejuvenated by it.
Totally.
Caps have played 17 games, have 25 points. They're 1 off the lead in the Metro Division. Now, the Hurricanes are 1 ahead of them, 17 games, 26 points. The Devils are ahead of them, but they've played 21 games. That's just such a huge disparity that I think trying to line that up, eventually it'll work itself out. But what Ovi's doing, man, we're actually going to talk to Joe B. Joe Beninati's going to join us at 11 to discuss the Cap success, Ovi's success. When we come back, anybody want to see Tommy DeVito on Thanksgiving? Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now it's the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. And always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. It's Dallas week as the Commanders gear up for the Cowboys coming to town on Sunday. The Commanders are 7-4 and currently hold the 7th seed in the NFC. 3 teams just behind them at 5-5, the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers. The Giants are benching Daniel Jones. They're expected to start Tommy DeVito, despite Drew Lock serving as the backup most of the season. And tonight, Monday Night Football, the Texans taking on the Cowboys at 8:15. In hockey last night, Alex Ovechkin netted his 31st career hat trick. The Caps beat the Golden Knights in Vegas 5-2. Alex Ovechkin now up to goal 866, just 29 away from passing Wayne Gretzky's record. The Caps take on the Utah Hockey Club tonight at 9 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards lost their 8th straight game as they fell to the Pistons 124-104. They'll take on the Knicks tonight in New York, 7:30 tip-off on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The City of Angels. Great tune right there, Landini. All right, let's have a conversation. Brian, a football decision was made in the Meadowlands.
Okay. And I saw it. It was breaking news.
The Giants, shockingly, are going to bench Daniel Jones.
And were you shocked?
No.
Okay.
He stinks.
That is true, Jay.
But there's a little bit more to it.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets hurt,
they owe him $29 million.
Yeah.
And so when they mentioned that last week, and I think we discussed that, when they started talking about his injury settlement, I knew he was on his way to the bench.
You saw this happen last year in Denver.
Suppose you get hurt in practice, though. Doesn't make a difference when you get hurt.
Stop practicing him. I don't know. I mean, I imagine they'll just shut him down, right?
Shut him down, but if so you got DeVito and the other kid there. So he
Drew
doesn't
Lock.
Drew
Are
Lock.
You surprised they're going to DeVito?
No, because at least DeVito is a cult following, has a cult following where they still will get people showing up. Drew Lock, when he starts to show how bad he is, they won't show up at all.
Correct. And guess what that means? While everybody's eating mashed potatoes and sweet potatoes and turkey and vegetables and rolls and gravy, whatever it is you're into on Thanksgiving, the prime heart of the Thanksgiving day. What time, assuming you're at home, what time do you and the family sit down for Thanksgiving?
Around 3-ish, 3-ish.
I feel like most of America,
because I'm feeling good by that time too.
kind of eats between like 3 and 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Right? Like kind of that's the zone where you eat your dinner on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you know what, Jay, after you said that, we're normally about 4:30.
Okay. Somewhere in there. It's like it's not like a dinner because you kind of do an early afternoon and then maybe you make another plate late night. Mm-hmm. That's where I thrive. The heart of American Thanksgiving, Giants Cowboys. Next Thursday, 4:30.
A stink fest.
The 2-8 Giants against the 3-6 Cowboys. Your quarterbacks for that game, assuming nothing changes between now and then, would be Cooper Rush versus Tommy DeVito.
That might be a better matchup than what we had prior.
That's a tough L.
To be honest with you.
I don't know who's showing. I'm guessing Fox. I don't know, but the 3 Thanksgiving games right now: Bears Lions, which looks at least. That's the best team we'll see on Thanksgiving is going to be the Lions. Then the Giants Cowboys snooze fest. Help yourself to extra tryptophan. And then the night game is Dolphins Packers. Dolphins all of a sudden showing something. They got Tua back. Like when they're healthy, they're good. They just had too long of a stretch. Pack looked pretty good. Did you happen to see any or watch any highlights of Bears-Packers over the weekend?
No.
The Bears got to fire this coach. And I guess there's a long time thing in Chicago that they don't fire guys in season. They had the lead. They kind of dominated this thing, got all the way down. What Eberflus does in late situational football is just really bad.
Mm-hmm.
They had a timeout, and rather than try to advance the football a little bit, they were willing to kick like a 48-yarder. And I guess the book on this kid, according to the Packers players after the game, the book on Bears kicker Cairo Santos it was kind of similar to Seibert, honestly, that he's really accurate, but the leg's not super long.
Yeah.
So when you have to go deep, it's going to come out low. When it comes out low, you can block that thing.
Yeah.
Sure enough, they blocked it for a game winner. That's why I'm not try to get more yards so the dude doesn't have to get it on that low trajectory. Bears are now 4-6. Caleb Williams did have a pretty good bounce back game. This was kind of a dog of a game, honestly. Jordan Love threw 17 passes. There wasn't a whole lot of action. The Packers offense, it's almost astounding that they were able to put up 360 yards of offense. They only had 5 third downs.
Yeah.
Jordan Love hit a bunch of bombs, but not much else.
Kind of sound like another team that wear green didn't have a lot of first down.
Yeah. Listen to this, B. To lose a game with this type of stat, the Bears had possessed the football in this game for 36 minutes.
Wow.
And lost 20-19.
But they don't get in the end zone a lot.
Mm-mm.
So that's their problem.
They had 8 touchdowns yesterday. DeAndre Swift broke 1 in on the ground, I believe, unless they had a defensive score, but I don't believe that's the case. So as this NFC playoff picture is kind of coming to fruition a bit, I mean, both sides, really. Obviously, there's a lot of football left. Let me ask you a series of questions, Brian.
Okay.
There's a lot of football left. There's 6 games left. Some teams have 7 games left.
Mm-hmm.
Who's winning the AFC North? I can give you the exact standings if you want them.
Give it to me.
Steelers are 8-2. Ravens are 7-4. This is crazy. The Ravens have already played 4 division games. They're 2-2 in the division.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers, that was only their first division game. They're 1-0.
Okay.
And the Steelers now have a Thursday nighter division game in Cleveland. Take the points, Landfill.
Take the points.
Who's winning the AFC North? Steelers or Ravens? Or feel free to take the Bengals or the Browns.
Well, at this point, Steelers have the upper hand. They just beat them. They got to play the Steelers again, and they seem to have problems with the Steelers. This time it's going to be in Baltimore, though.
Yeah. The Steelers tend to have problems with the Browns.
You know what? I think it's a resurgence here because, listen, man, we all felt, why go away from Fields? And I say Russ has the experience. Russ is not putting up 300 yards, but Russ is hitting them the right passes when he needs to. That moon ball, whatever the hell they want to call it, it's a fade route.
Yeah, I don't know if moon ball is the preferred nomenclature all of a sudden.
I think it's going to be a Steelers.
I kind of do
you
too.
got coaching up there.
Yeah.
And now you have a guy who, if he can just turn back the clock, he's as good as any quarterback out there.
Well, we're going to do who's cooked in a minute, but there is also a factor in Baltimore that has not been a factor in a very, very long time. We'll get to that because I got another question for you. Who's winning the NFC West? I'll give you the standings. Arizona 6-4.
Uh-huh.
The Rams, the Seahawks, and the Niners are all 5-5. It looked like the Niners had one in the bag at home yesterday, and they lost. That game yesterday by Seattle felt really telling in a number of ways to me, but most importantly to me, I don't know that they will maintain the patience required, but Mike McDonald is a dude, and they've got something there if they're going to let him build. He's a young guy. That defense, plays hard and smart.
But see, I keep hearing about how good San Fran is since Christian is back. And they still got other injuries there. I think they've dug a hole too big to come back.
It's only a game, though.
Yeah, I understand, but still, you got teams that you're going to be playing that you let slip by on a win.
Here's what's kind of remarkable for the Niners. So they're 5-5, but in the division they're 1-3. And when the jumble is that jumbled, the division record's going to probably make a tiebreaker.
It's going to matter.
And the Cardinals, who nobody talks about, myself included, are now 6-4, and I think they are 3-0, and they're 2-0 in the division. So that's just like a big advantage for them.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
I'm going either the Cardinals or the Seahawks. It's gonna be a bird.
I like that. We're taking the bird. I kind of the Rams. I think are in it. They're all right there, but that's a weird jumbled up division, dude. And then if you look at one other result from yesterday, I thought you might enjoy if I pointed this out, Brian. The Jets lost at home to the Indianapolis Colts.
And they got their first down came like damn near late second quarter, early third quarter.
The Jets are now 3-8.
And they blame everybody but A-Rod.
I saw some A-Rod commentary after the game. You'll be shocked to know he's not necessarily blaming himself.
Oh, no. It can't be his fault. He has nothing to do with the fact that his offense can't really consistently score. None of that. Nothing to do with it.
I gave out a winner that, sadly, I don't think a sports book is actually taking this bet. But when the Jets season concludes in early January, I've guaranteed this for months. There's no chance Aaron Rodgers is on that field. And I would venture so far that he won't even be in the stadium. Like this dude is going to check out. They play the Miami Dolphins Sunday, January 5th at the Meadowlands at 1:00. A-Rod will not be there. I promise you this. He was asked yesterday after the loss to Anthony Richardson, by the way, who actually looked pretty good. But
he seems to have gotten the message.
He was asked.
He won't check himself out another game. I promise you that.
What a joke that was. A-Rod, how he's going to find the motivation for the rest of the season. I'm in my 20th year, so I've figured out a way to do this for a long time, so you just got to remember why you fell in love with this game. This will definitely be a week to clear all of our heads and come back and stick together.
He didn't answer the question.
Well, reading that versus watching him say it looked wildly different, man. He looked like a dude that is QUIT quit. We shall see. Joe B joins us at 11. Up next, who's cooked?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. We're going to tune into the Monday Night Football game tonight, and it's going to be the Battle of Texas. We got the Texans taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Anytime touchdown, CeeDee Lamb. All right, over rushing yards, we'll go with Joe Mixon, who has 655 yards, and he has 7 touchdowns so far. Over passing yards, C.J. Stroud. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When do the Panthers play? Why are they at practice today?
I am the one gonna dance.
They suck. They need all the practice they can get.
You say I am the one.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Let's check in on the stream. You can find it. Just Google the stream. Does anybody know who was first this morning? Jeff?
No.
Jeff, did someone pay you?
The Panthers play the Chiefs at 1 o'clock in Carolina this week.
It's just weird to practice on a Monday. That's all I'm saying.
Not necessarily. Some people practice on Mondays.
I guess maybe they're coming off a bye. Commander Tequila first. Good morning, Commander. Thanks for joining us.
How much paid Jeff this time?
Yeah, how much you paid Jeff this time? There's a whole bunch of people in the chat. Good morning to all. Brian, for the first time in a very long time, I think the Ravens have a bit of a problem. Justin Tucker,
that is a problem.
For so long, it was automatic. It was, we can rely on this dude.
Yeah.
And now.
But, they go through those stretches sometimes, just like a golfer with his yips on a putting. They do it, but most times they can get over it. But this has lasted longer than I thought. Because, listen, most people don't care about kickers. I like to see Justin Tucker kick. Because the dude, he kicks it high, he kicks it long. Now he's just completely off.
So, Tucker is about to turn 36, literally in like 2 days, which is hardly a death knell. I'm not suggesting that. But 2021 was Tucker's best statistical season ever. He made one from 66. He made 94% of his kicks that year. He was 6 of 6 from 50, 13 of 15 from 40 to 50. I mean, just hitting everything in sight, right? Made 100% of his extra points, 32 and 32. In the 4 years since, his numbers have dropped fairly significantly. He went from 95 to 86 to 86. Right now, he's making 73% of his kicks, B. 73. 16 of 22. He's only 3 of 7 from 50, 4 of 6 from 40 to 50. He's made the shorter stuff. He's missed an extra point. But all of a sudden, that cloak of invincibility surrounding Tucker is gone.
Yeah, you're right.
How does that impact Baltimore?
Well, I think ultimately, if you're a team that can't score, then that kicker becomes even more vital. But if they are running the ball like they can, and Lamar has been throwing it as he's been doing throughout, it'll be good. But when you get down the stretch, when it gets a little colder, a little windier,
ball gets harder.
Things will happen. And they used to feel good going for 50-something yarders with Tucker. Now they may not be able to. They may have to go for some fourth downs and put more stress on them.
Totally. So when I asked the simple question, is Justin Tucker cooked? What is your answer?
I don't think he's cooked.
Okay. What about the Cincinnati Bengals? Did you watch that game last night?
Yeah.
So, dude, I watched, and I just wanted to get a good night's sleep. And when they tied it up, I was texting my boy Weaver, who's a big Bengals fan. You know my buddy Sam. And he's like, yeah, this is what they do. He actually called it beforehand. When they cut it to a single touchdown, he's like, watch, the defense is going to get a turnover. They'll tie it up and then lose. So the defense got the turnover. They tied it up. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to bed. Like, Bengals Chargers is not going to impact my life. Sleeping an extra 45 minutes will. And I went to sleep. And sure enough, I think Harbaugh is just a significantly better coach than Zach Taylor. And I think Harbaugh has that LA Chargers team just playing super hard, and they've got enough talent and enough key spots. The Bengals are now 4-7, Brian. And at some point, we got to kind of stop believing that this run is coming.
Oh, I haven't been believing that.
Brian, simple question. Bengals are 4-7.
Cooked.
The 7 seed in the AFC is Denver at 6-5. Or the Bengals cooked?
Cooked. I'm going to tell you why. When you basically toy with your top-notch players and make them go through so much BS, that thing called karma comes back. And the Cincinnati Bengals has done this for years. And you watch how it is. Like Chase, he plays, doesn't seem very happy. You know what I mean? Because they toy with him. Higgins has come back and playing some terrific ball. But I think overall, that team doesn't play together like a team that's glued to me.
So much has been made about Chase, and that is, to be crystal clear, nothing but just cheap ownership, because the framework of that deal is set with Jefferson. You just need to go 3% higher, and he would have signed it. Now you've poisoned the well and made it toxic with the player. They've lost so much on the defensive side of the football there because they wouldn't pay guys. And it's not all about salary cap. You can make the numbers work. They run a cheap organization. They have the least scouts in the NFL. It just sucks because you've truly got an all-time talent between Burrow and Chase. When those two got together and they got to that Super Bowl, and then when they've both been healthy, it's Montana to Rice. Like, those guys are so good and so good together and have such an intrinsic understanding of each other's game. And to just barf it away is just kind of sad to me. You're 4-7. I don't know how you keep that. I don't know what you do there, but it just sucks. I got no beef with Cincinnati. It's a good little sports town.
Yep.
They got banging steaks. Jack Ruby's, shout out.
But as it
Jeff
goes
Ruby,
on, Jay,
I think,
like, even though they've had Joe plays some good games, that stuff becomes old as the season goes on.
I know.
People stop being as excited to go to practice.
Landfill, or the Bengals cooked?
Yep.
Landfill. Is Daniel Jones' time as a QB1 in the league cooked?
I mean, yes, it should be. He'll be a backup somewhere.
It might be burnt. Like, it's
somebody will
long
get
overdue.
injured and he'll play again. But yeah, nobody should ever go into a season thinking that's our guy.
I'm not saying he's done, and I'm not saying he won't start again. But, like, going into the season with his face on the cover of the program, those days are over. Giants got to start over. Wherever Danny Dimes ends up is going to be, what could you see for him? Like, kind of what Darnold's getting in Minnesota is the best possible.
Yeah, he may get an opportunity somewhere else. I just think that I'm still stuck on Joe Shane. Because you said we're going to stick with this guy. We're going to get rid of that guy. And now that guy is balling for another team. Your running back not playing close to what he's playing. And you now have to bench this quarterback. You think the owner is sitting there saying, I got the right person running my franchise? Doubt it seriously.
Well, and dude, now, so if you look at Tankathon of the teams looking to be at the top of the draft board, Jags, Titans, Browns, Raiders, Giants. Not a lot of good quarterbacks around. and a lot of those guys have paid a lot. That's a mess. Godspeed. Can't say this that often. It's nice to be a Washington Commander. When we come back, Joe B, it's nice to be a Washington Capital. Obi's on fire. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. It's Cowboys week as Dallas comes to town on Sunday. The Commanders are 7-4 and currently hold the 7th seed in the NFC. 3 teams vying for that spot are 5-5, just behind the Commanders, the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers. Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone has a broken forearm he suffered in the game yesterday. He's going to miss 6 to 8 weeks. The Giants are benching Daniel Jones. They're expected to start Tommy DeVito, despite Drew Lock serving as the backup most of the year. And Monday Night Football tonight, the Texans taking on the Cowboys in Dallas, 8:15 kickoff. Last night, Alex Ovechkin netted his 31st career hat trick. He's now up to goal 866 as he's just 29 away from passing Wayne Gretzky as the Capitals beat the Golden Knights 5-2. They're back in action once again tonight, taking on the Utah Hockey Club on the road. 9 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards dropped their 8th straight game as they fell to the Pistons 124-104. They're back in action again tonight in the second of a back-to-back tonight in New York against the Knicks. 7:30 tip-off. You can hear the game on the Team 980. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited to get to the BetQL guest line. Talk to one of the absolute best to do it in the business, Mr. Joe Beninati. Of course, you can watch Joe and Locker on all your Caps broadcasts on Monumental. Joe B., what's up, man?
Hey, JP, B. Mitch, we're doing well. We're doing well. It's about to snow in Salt Lake City.
Oh, wow. I got to say, you're getting up early for us. I didn't even think about you being out west, so thank you for making time. How much fun are you having right now?
Guys, this is incredible. It's really good. I'm starting to get that feeling again. You know, they're sitting there at 12-4-1. They're performing extremely well both at home and on the road. They're scoring goals at an incredible clip, JP. I mean, they're leading the league in 5-on-5 goals. They're leading the league in goals per game. So from a TV component, from a play-by-play perspective, I'm loving life.
I bet. Obviously, we're going to talk OV and the chase and what he's doing. But I want to start with maybe somebody that isn't getting at least like the broader discussion, the credit he deserves in Spencer Carberry. Coach Carb's come in a not easy situation where they're trying to get younger and keep their veterans engaged and really been fantastic.
Without question. And I think as we approach the quarter mark of the season, if you took the vote, if you took the ballot, you'd probably get him very close to, if not the coach of the year, with respect to Washington being 12-4-1, and deservedly so. Guys, he had a plan last year. He wanted to play a certain scheme, a certain tempo, and to face facts, he necessarily didn't have the horses to do it. So they made a course correction, and I thought he guided them beautifully into an 8th place position, into a Stanley Cup playoff position a season ago, when a lot of people would have left them by the side of the road. This year, with the additions that were made in the offseason, Brian McClellan, Chris Patrick, the guys they brought in, all of a sudden now, that up-tempo scheme, that more aggressive, more ambitious system has worked out extremely well. And you have to give it to Spencer Carberry and all the coaching staff, top to bottom. I think they're tip-top. And from what I see and from what I listen to, when we go to different cities around the league, everybody's talking about Spencer. So this young head coach is starting to get the acclaim that he deserves, and he truly does deserve it, because his interaction with the team, you can see it, we can see it day to day, has been very good.
What is he doing to Ovi? Because it seemed like he's turned back the clock.
B. Mitch, what in the world is going on? You don't do this at 39. You just don't. The guy's tied for the league lead in goals at age 39. every day, Locker and I, Al Koch and all of us on the trip here, what are we witnessing? Because you can't necessarily put it by comparison. Like Wayne Gretzky retires in 99 at age 38. In his last 2 or 3 seasons, his goal totals was low to mid-20s. His assists were definitely up there with the Rangers late in his career. But this guy's on a crazy 60-plus goal pace.
Yeah.
And I know it's not going to continue, but just enjoy the ride while you're watching it. And you have to realize, I just hope that fans don't get jaded to this. You see him do it every year. He's done it for 20 seasons. Please don't be jaded by it. This is not your everyday. This is not a flash in the pan kind of player. This is a once-in-a-generation player who's attempting to break one of the greatest records in NHL history, and he's doing so right now at a clip where he feels like he might get it by Christmas.
Hey, when we were talking about this coming into this season, you start talking about how much pressure can get on a player. Ovi doesn't seem to be playing with any pressure. What are you seeing when he gets out there?
B. Mitch, it's love of the game. It's just joy for him. And, he's played so many games in so many situations and racked up so many goals and records along the way. And yet he still, when he touches the ice tonight in Utah, I fully expect him to be playing the game with the joy and the zeal of a young man. It's just where it's his happy place. Mm-hmm. And when he's in a good place and when he's healthy and feeling good, he's been blessed with incredible talents. I mean, that shot is never going to go away, B. Mitch and JP. It's just not. It's. I think I've compared this before. You're going to watch Steph Curry shoot threes. It takes your breath away. You don't understand how good it is. Right. That's how good Alex Ovechkin's shot is on the ice. Quarterback with arm strength. It's like watching John Elway throw a football. It's never going to go away for Alex. The question for him is stay healthy, avoid the nicks, the bumps, the bruises that will add up and slow down somebody who's 39, approaching 40. Yeah, okay. If you can keep away from that, his natural skill set and his joy and love for the game, this is what he loves to do. He lives to celebrate goals, not only his goals, but his mates.
That's so, to have this thing with Ovi, and I think there was some real thought that, all right, Ovi's just going to kind of grind this thing out, 3 20-goal seasons, and then kind of ride off into the sunset. That is not how this is going. And the Caps are playing fantastic as a team. It's been so much fun to watch. Him getting the hat trick last night. What was it like calling a hat trick for Ovi in Vegas where they won the cup at this stage of his career?
Yeah, really interesting, JP, because the team had never won a regular season game in Vegas.
Really?
They won 2 Stanley Cup final games, which were very, very important, but they were 0 for 6 in the regular season inside of T-Mobile before yesterday, and honestly, the games weren't close. I want to say in the 6 games, the Caps may have scored a total of 11 goals in those regular season losses. But this was, I thought, another great sign, just with the way this team is performing. They were great Friday in Denver, shutting down the Avalanche in the third period. They showed signs of cracking yesterday when they had the 4-2 lead after 2. I want to say Logan Thompson made 25 saves alone just in the third period, which was fantastic. But for Alex to close the game out with the empty netter, just to see the fan reaction, it was pretty cool to watch all the Vegas fans leave en masse as soon as the puck at the back of the net. You had 18,000 people exiting very, very quickly. Alex just has an ability in big games to produce at very, very high levels. You look at his career playoff numbers. They're pretty extraordinary. And whenever we enter T-Mobile in Las Vegas, you can't help but think back to the spring of 2018. Sure. He scored 3 times in that cup final. He had some magnificent goals that were beautifully set up by Nicklas Backstrom. But from a regular season standpoint, the team had 0 success there, and they looked really good. I thought they were very solid through the first 2 periods. They were badly outplayed in the third, but they have the wherewithal. This group has the wherewithal to get it across the finish line.
Talking with Caps play-by-play voice Joe Beninati. You can follow him on X at JoeBPXP. Joe B, I also got to wish you a happy birthday, man. I guess it was last week, right? Happy birthday, dude.
It was on the 14th. Yeah, 39 again.
Yeah.
You and Obi.
Good
Congrats.
age, brother. Good age. But, Joe, how good has Logan been in the net, though?
Yeah, dude, the goaltending's been outrageous.
Yeah, so when we were talking about this before the season, I think we anticipated both Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren to push each other. They're both in the final year of a contract. They're obviously both playing for their futures. And Charlie's 30, Logan's 27. And you would think, and again, I'm not in management, but you would think at the end of this season, you'll pick one of them to sign and then perhaps bring a goaltender in from the American Hockey League's Hershey Bears who you have designs on being your future number one. But these two guys right now are 1A, 1B. Spencer Carberry, the head coach, Scott Murray, the goalie coach. They've had no reason not to alternate them. It's literally you, me, you. They've only adjusted the rotation once, and they did it to make sure that Logan got the game in Vegas yesterday against his former teammates, who he beat a month ago in D.C. And I could tell you, when Thompson showed up at the rink yesterday, guys, holy smokes, intensity on his face. He'll tell you he has a very good relationship with the Golden Knights and with GM McCrimmon there. But obviously, when you're heading back home in front of family and friends who he still has in the area, he was geared up for that game. He was fabulous. And he's been terrific. He hasn't lost in regulation.
Yes.
The only loss he has is Toronto in overtime, and that game slipped away from everybody last week. I think both he and Charlie have been very good. What they've done best, guys, they haven't been overworked. The Caps have been playing well defensively. The Caps have had the puck a lot of the time, which means you're not stressing your goalies out a lot. But what they've done, both Charlie and Logan, they've made the key save at the big moment, especially late in the game, that helps you protect the lead.
For sure. Talking with Joe Beninati from Monumental Sports. You can check out. You guys got a game tonight. You're in Salt Lake City. It's snowing. Caps versus, what is it, the Utah Hockey Club? What are they called?
Yeah, they don't have a nickname yet, JP. They're working on it.
I'm familiar with that world. Capitals taking on the Utah Hockey Club tonight at 9. I'll have it on. Joby, another dude that I think deserves some credit, and I don't want to make a Backstrom comparison because I realize that's like a bridge too far, but the way Dylan Strome is playing right now for this team, I think he leads them in plus-minus, leads them in points, a ton of assists. What do you think of Stromer right now?
Hallelujah, JP. Thank you for mentioning it, because he's the one who often gets lost in the shadow of Ovechkin scoring like this. And Dylan's been fantastic. I think he's been the Caps' best forward in the first 7 weeks of the season. I don't think there's much of a question about that. His playmaking ability is extraordinary. He's been assisting on just about every goal from the grade 8. He's helping the power play produce. All of a sudden, the power play is clicking now, guys. I want to say they're 4 for their last 6, and they were dreadful in the first month of the season and still scoring all these goals. They've been specializing 5-on-5, but now you see Dylan heating up on the power play. I just think he's an underrated performer. Now that you're going to sit there and go, well, Strome is your number one because of the Protas-Ovechkin combination. Pierre-Luc Dubois brought in the offseason. That solidifies that 2 spot. Lars Eller now comes in as the 3 center. The Caps are looking more and more formidable down the middle, not only with playmakers and gunners, but strength and size. That's the other thing people say when the Caps walk in the building. Wow, this is a hard team to play against. They're big and strong. They're heavy. It reminds me a lot, and I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm not going to 2018, but it reminds me a lot of what people said about those squads in 16, 17, 18. Heavy, hard to play against, big, huge men. Alexei Protas, Dylan Strome, Alex Ovechkin, that line. Guys, I called them yesterday the Washington O-line in reference to the Commanders. You don't win on Sundays without your O-line, Pro, Stro, and O. Those guys were fantastic yesterday, and Dylan's the guy who's leading it. He's got the puck on a string right now, and from a vision standpoint, I think even Nicholas Backstrom, who I wish was playing and was finishing his career on his own terms, even Backstrom would sit there and go, you know what? That guy can pass the puck.
Hey, it's early in the season, and like you say, they're doing very well. Do you catch yourself like looking forward to say what the possibilities could be?
Yeah, you're starting to do that, B-Mitch. I think this is a very telling stretch ahead. The Caps, I want to say, played 10 of their first 15 at home, and now the guys are in a spell where they're playing 14 of 21 on the road.
Woo.
So a lot of time out of a suitcase. they've been good on the road. All of a sudden, they won 5 of their last 7 on the road. They've been incredible against the Western Conference. They're the only team in the East that hasn't lost to the West.
Wow.
And that'll be challenged tonight. Utah was off yesterday. Utah is a pesky team that's given them problems before when they were wearing Arizona Coyotes colors. But this stretch here between now and Christmas, I think we'll learn a lot. And when you peak at the Metro Division, when you peak at the Eastern Conference in general, incredibly competitive, and I think we knew that from the get-go. But most of the people who were looking at Washington before the season, they weren't, I don't think, giving enough credit to the quality of the lineup, which to me was better than the team that made the playoffs last year. Most of the prognosticators, most of the handicappers, no, Washington's going to fall out of the playoffs this year. Doesn't look like it.
Nope.
1/4 of the way through the season. A lot of the times people use U.S. Thanksgiving as a reference point. Well, we're almost there, and Washington's in good shape. Keep your fingers crossed. If this continues, it's going to be fun.
It's been fun already.
Tons of fun.
I completely forgot Utah used to be Arizona, and I remember, was that like last? I want to say it was Valentine's Day, where a terrible Coyotes team came to town and put up a touchdown. Do I recall that correctly?
They've given the Caps problems in the past. I don't think they're referred to or linked with the Coyotes in any sort of way, and yet they still tell me I can't call them an expansion team. So I'm going to figure that out this afternoon. As far as what they've done, I remember a particular game last season in Tempe. I think they put 6 on the Caps in a 6-0 loss.
Yeah.
It was uncomfortable, to say the least.
Right. Joe B, if anybody will figure out the right way to say something, it is you, sir. You are quite the wordsmith, and we'll be watching tonight. Thank you for making time for us.
Hi, Joe.
From Salt Lake. How beautiful is that city, by the way?
Fantastic. I've done a lot of football here, JP, whether it be BYU in Provo or Utah here in Salt Lake City. It's gorgeous with the mountains. It really is.
Yeah, it's a pretty place. Thank you, Joe.
All right,
Really
Joe.
appreciate you making time for us, man.
My pleasure, guys. See you tonight.
That's our friend Joe Beninati. Follow him at Joe BPXP. This early season run, I don't know what's going to happen with this Caps team. It's been fun as hell just to have the games on because Ovi's popping, the offense is going.
Oh yeah,
it's fast paced, whereas it got kind of slow and like tired the last couple of years. It looks like they are all the way back. Another person all the way back, John Leahy. If you are looking to buy or sell a home, or dude, it doesn't even have to be that serious. What if you just want to have a conversation to figure out what maybe your next move is, how much money you need to save? Just give John a call.
Yep. Anytime you want to move, you want to do anything, sell a house, you call John, just like Brandy and Dave did. They were relocating for a job opportunity and needed to sell their current place in Germantown in order to be able to purchase what would eventually become their next home. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group were more than up to the task. John and his team had the couple's home sold in just 4 days, and they got $10,100 over the asking price. Brandy and Dave were worried about moving twice, but with the Fine Living Group's VIP sellers program, John and his team managed to get multiple offers sold quickly and help Dave and Brandy move straight into their new property without any extra moves. If you're looking to sell, don't delay. Contact John Leahy right now and start by finding out your home's worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
If you listen to me and B, you know that we both like the data, we like the analytics, but we also like the eye test. Leahy can give you the best of both worlds. He's got this home value estimator tool on his website. If you just go to johnsellsdmv.com, you click on the home valuation tool, that is a real number. That is a hard estimate based on market trends and interest rates. That'll give you a ballpark of decisions you want to make. You might be sitting on a gold mine and be able to make some real moves with John's help. That's why I would call him today. John is the DMV MVP of real estate. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. It's Dallas week as the Commanders gear up for the Cowboys on Sunday. The Commanders are now 7-4. Washington currently holding the 7th seed in the playoffs. The Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers just behind them at 5-5. Today in the NFL, the Giants are going to be benching quarterback Daniel Jones and are expected to start Tommy DeVito, despite Drew Lock being the backup most of the season. Monday Night Football tonight, the Texans taking on the Cowboys at 8:15. In the NBA, the Wizards lost their 8th straight game last night as they fell to the Pistons 124-104. They'll take on the Knicks tonight in the second half of a back-to-back. 7:30 tip-off in New York. You can hear the game on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Golden Knights 5-2 last night. Alex Ovechkin with his 31st career hat trick, up to goal number 866, 29 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. The Caps back in action tonight, taking on the Utah Hockey Club at 9. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Jeff out here making fun of my neighborhood, my home, where I raise my children, Jeff.
I'm sorry, bro. They just passed out some old candy, dude. That's it. Like,
So-
people even making fun of me in my DM right now.
That's what they said on the thing the other day when I was eating sugar daddy.
Yeah, they called out B for
I'm like, you're old when you eat the sugar daddy.
I do wonder, the sugar daddy baby family of candy, whatever. I know they make sugar daddy, sugar babies.
They still work.
If there's anything else in that family of candy, I almost wonder if that, because like that candy bar doesn't exist. Like you don't see it at a gas station or 7-Eleven at all. I would venture that some dental organization, like whoever's in charge of making money for dentists, is secretly funding the sugar daddy candy factory.
All of
Because
them got
those
the same
joints
amount
will
of
jack
sugar.
your teeth up immediately.
They all got the same amount of sugar in it.
You just don't see this candy at all usually.
Like Milk Duds.
That's an old person candy too. Like one dude,
I feel like there's Milk Duds at the movie theater in those big ass boxes though.
yeah, and I think only old people get them. Like I never see a youthful person with.
I like
Milk
Junior
Duds.
Mints in the big
That's
box.
not true. I see a lot of young people eating that type of candy.
Like, for instance, I put an almond joy on my story today, and somebody said B-Mitch must have gave you that. That's for people 53 and over.
Well, you know what? I didn't give it to him. JP gave it to him. So
I know. I brought in
pucker
a
up,
big ass bag.
pucker up and place your lips on my bottom.
Wow.
Yikes.
That was so hard to predict. B would have an over the top response. Almond Joy's gross. I did not provide that.
I don't think it's gross. I think it's caramel.
I like, what is it?
Left
Almond
on.
Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. I
Yeah,
prefer
yeah.
Mounds.
Yeah.
Landfill, what do
Jeff
you got?
like-
Twizzler?
I'm an
Jeff
almond
like
joy
the almond joy.
guy. I'm an almond joy guy over man.
Almond Joy's got nuts, Jeff.
Mounds don't.
Is that why you like it? The
Okay, and on the football,
nuts? No, Jeff, it's almonds. It's got almonds in it. Is that why you like it?
it just tastes better.
The nuts.
Yo, get out of here. Get out of here. I'm not playing with you.
Brian,
Y'all hilarious.
there was a time you played in this and you felt it and knew how significant it was.
Yes.
How significant is Dallas week? It's Dallas week,
I
even though they
think-
play tonight.
I think now that you have different aspirations, it's very significant. Because there were years that we watched this thing where we weren't going anywhere. We have chances this year. So whether or not the fan base view it like they used to or not, the players in the locker room better start viewing it right. You win this game, you're at 8-4. Okay? You're setting yourself up for opportunity to be going to the playoffs. And this is like you play great in the first half of the season. You got to close out strong. So it is significant I think now because there are different goals that are waiting on the other side.
Yeah, there's something attached to it, right?
Yes.
And everybody that listens to our program or watches the stream or whatever, the odds are you are locked in enough that you're going to watch this Monday night game
to see what happens.
See what Dallas has got, right?
Yep.
Game starts at 8:15. Probably a 2 TV night. Capture on at 9. We all know it's Cooper Rush. Dak's done for the year. It sure feels like Dallas is in Splinterville.
Yeah.
Like, just the heat's too much. Jerry's fighting with people about the location of the moon. Like, I just don't know how you hold that together. Mike McCarthy's a lame duck kind of going into the year.
Yeah, he was. But you know what, though? Seeing all that stuff going on, and if you buy into it, it's the quickest way to get your ass kicked.
Yeah, man.
So they need to not worry about what the hell's going on in Dallas. They need to worry about what's happening over there in Ashburn.
Straight
and make
sure
the whatever mojo we had prior to the last 2 weeks, let's get that back.
Yeah.
It's going to be a time where from last game till the next one, 10 days. And I know Dan takes care of them. Make sure that they're going to be able to, people that needed the time off, got their time off. Get back healthy, and you got 3 games in 30 days. Handle business.
3 games in 30 days.
Handle business.
There's also, like, when they got to 7-2, there were a lot of talk about that was their best record since the 96 season.
Mm-hmm.
And what wasn't really mentioned back then was that season finished at 9-7. They fell apart in the back half. And nobody's expecting that. But you got to go win this one just to remind everybody we're good.
Yeah.
You'd like to see your offense get back to the high level of efficiency and functionality it previously had.
Yep.
You'd like to get your run game back going. I think you'd like to get Jaden going on the ground again. And I wonder.
But see, just think about what you're saying right now. We went through a period of don't run. He needs to run.
I think the offense is better.
Yes.
We talked about this. I think this break is going to be really good for Jaden. I think it's going to be really good for that offensive line. And I think those two groups, the quarterback and then the O-line, one, have to work in sync together so much.
Mm-hmm.
But two, I think Jaden was pretty beat up, man. And he's not going to admit it. DQ doesn't want to admit it. But the rib stuff doesn't go away. You just need rest. This is going to be the first batch of rest he actually gets. And then 3 games over 30 days. The next 2 teams you got combined record of 5-13. This is a chop wood situation.
Hell yeah.
Jeff, as the youngest amongst us, how big of a deal is the Cowboys rivalry for you?
I hate the Cowboys with a passion.
Okay.
I've always hated them. I will always hate them. It don't matter if we are ever 15-0 and the Cowboys are 0-15. Those 2 games, we have to win. We could go to the Super Bowl that year. Those 2 games in Dallas, we have to win. Because the thing is, it's their fans. I thought other fans were annoying. Dallas fans are the most annoying fans. And when we beat them, I love it. Because it just shuts them up.
I do have to tell you the truth about something, though. The year was 1991. The Redskins were 11-0. Their first loss came to the Cowboys, and they won the Super Bowl. I didn't lose a drip of sleep over losing the Cowboys. Like, you want to win them all. You will always want to beat their ass. But just to your point about, man, if they win the Super Bowl, I still care more about the Cowboys. No, you don't.
It's different for you, JP, because you were actually watching good Commanders teams.
We've watched the same amount of Commanders teams.
My bad. Washington teams. Let's stay for real, JP. But, dude, I got trolled my entire life from Cowboys fans, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Eagles fans, they're just as bad, but they're a little more chill. Giants fans, but
Eagles fans are more chill.
The ones I know.
I think there's a higher volume of Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
There's more of them, but Eagles fans are not chill.
But I can remember.
I'm talking about to Washington fans. Like we used to have that thing over Philly. We'd be like, oh,
no Super Bowls.
Yeah. So it kept them at bay.
I'm old enough that when I was in college and the whole world was from New York and New Jersey, the Skins had more Super Bowls than the Giants. That's how old I am.
Listen, I got here in 1990, and I would hear people tell me, I don't care what y'all do, but y'all can lose all the game, but you got to beat Dallas twice. My exact word was, you got to be stupid. I don't want to go 2-14. I'd rather go 14-2. And yes, I want to beat them, but I don't understand that mindset of like, we got to beat them. We can do anything else. No. We want to beat them. We want to win the rest of them too.
But see, y'all got to understand when we talking about it, it's like from a fan perspective. Like, we can't get out there and actually play the game. Of course, we
No.
Like
I know you can't get out and play it, but I'm saying,
of course, we
don't
know
even
it's a
say nothing like that to a player. Like that sounds
but
weird.
That's fine because y'all are actually playing the game. Like when y'all go play each other and y'all compete, it's a different world for a fan. When we're challenging against other fans, it's what our team did to y'all's. Like for instance, that's
what I'm saying, Jeff. I'm talking about when people were telling me.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like
no. They were, oh man, we don't care what y'all do, as long as y'all beat Dallas twice. I'm like, look, bro.
Oh yeah,
I'm trying to beat them twice and try to beat everybody else too. But I don't buy the notion of you hate that. I hate all of them.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we definitely hate Dallas though. Bleep Dallas right now. We starting the week off early.
Yeah,
bleep them on a Monday. One thing that's happening right now is you wake up in the morning, it's cold. You go to bed, it's cold, but then it's warm during the day. You need to call my friends over at Crop Metcalf. Make sure your heating and cooling is ready to rock. My back porch has its own, what do you call that? A split vac unit or something? It's got its own small HVAC unit.
Yeah.
Split zone maybe. And we had the heat on for the first time Saturday night because it was cold and that thing was perfect. You got to make sure all that stuff's ready to operate though, because the cold weather is coming. Last thing you need is getting ready for Christmas or something, and then your heater goes out. It's only $99, and an expert, Crop Metcalf, 5-star tech, will check both your home's heating and cooling system for one low price. Do what I did. Call today for peace of mind, no matter what tomorrow's weather brings. I just had Crop at the house last week doing some plumbing for me. They got my daughter's sinks all figured out. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. And remember, you want a landfill? Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars. Speaking of no control of their body, Jeff's here. Jeff's off some serious sex aerobics right now, and I don't really. Who do you think has the worst view of Jeff's sex aerobics? Landfill's the closest, but I have the most direct view through the glass.
Stop staring. Just look somewhere else.
It's hard.
No.
He's wearing a giant red sweatshirt, thrusting the air. There's a new hip thruster in town. I know that much, Landfill.
You gotta open up them hips,
He's
man.
been talking to Landfill about his ED issue, so he got to practice all that.
Jeff, man,
Hey,
you're too young for that stuff, dog. You got to lay off the weed,
Hey,
man.
Look, I opened up my text thread and it said something about Jeff is talking about his ED issues.
Yo, if Lou is looking for something to blog from the web for the website, bang, there it is. Landfill.
Oh boy.
How much does Dallas week mean to you?
I mean, I need them to win. Like the Cowboys have been better than the Commanders and the Redskins like my entire life. I think this is finally an opportunity for us to at least not humiliate ourselves over like an extended period of time. I hope this is the start of us kicking their ass occasionally. So yeah, I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I'm with that. It's a big number, Brian. And I think personally, I think it's a little crazy to set a number when the team has a game going tonight.
A big number for us over them or them over us?
Just the spread, it opened at 9.5, which is a lot. But
I really think when people make spreads that high, they're crazy, especially if you're a division matchup.
I thought that about Jacksonville. It was like 13.5 in an NFL game is just simply too many, and they lost by 50.
To
Detroit.
They're not in the same division.
I know. I was just messing around.
Jacksonville sucks.
Unfortunately, I'm telling the truth, but I am joking. I recognize the difference in your example.
Yeah.
This is a big one, and I almost feel like it's important to not only for Washington to win this week, but to kind of just get rolling again, to get their offense back to a highly functional spot.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't been for a while. I ran through all the numbers last week about third down conversions and how alarming I think that was starting to look. It got way worse in Philly. And the Eagles defense deserves a lot of credit. They were very good. Washington was 3 of 12 on third down. You're not going to win many games.
Nah.
3 of 12 on third down. They lost time of possession. They lost the turnover battle. I mean, their YPC was probably sub 3.5. I can pull it up, but like there are a number of statistics that you could call causation, correlation, whatever the hell you want. But there's a bunch of stats that generally look one way in wins, and Washington's didn't. Yeah. They kept that thing close to the end. It was a 2-point game with 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
But yeesh.
Yeah, it's been bad. But
3.3 YPC in that game, baby.
A lot of things happen in the game. And I think there are things in football where if your O-line's banged up and they're not blocking like they normally do, you're going to see a lot of stuff fall off of that. And I think that happened. But in this day and age, we look at everything else but that. That is the reason. And I think ultimately those guys have some time off. They get healthy and they get back to what they were. Like Ross Tucker said, when you look at that line, you would not have expected what was going on. But they had a chemistry going, and then the injuries came in. If the injuries are out, they're back to what they were. And you will see all that stuff lift again.
I think Brian Robinson gets a long rest here. Mm-hmm. Washington's offense it's interesting because if you remember how gaudy the statistics were looking, it's still up there, but it is dipping a little bit. Yardage is now 6th in the NFL, points scored 4th in the NFL. Significant, but they had the best rushing numbers in the league for a while. That's starting to dip a little bit. 4th in attempts, 6th in yards, 7th in yards per catch. I can't ignore this, though. rushing defense has been a significant problem over and over and over and
Yeah.
over and over. They are 30th in the NFL in rush yards allowed. And if you think about the game with the Ravens and Derrick Henry, and then the game with the Eagles and Saquon Barkley, they largely bottled those guys up through 3 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
And then the levee broke. Saquon finished with almost 170 total yards, I think, and the 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
Hell, Saquon finished with 197. 2 catches for 52 yards, as well as 26 carries for 146 and 2 touchdowns. I thought defensively they played well in Philly, but eventually you can't have those big breakdowns. Washington, you could try to convince yourself how well they played in Philly, but the numbers at the end of the game are what they are.
Yeah, the numbers are what they are, but if they have complimentary football going on,
Agreed,
that doesn't happen. They were playing above and beyond what they overall are capable of, and they weren't getting no help.
Well,
and then all of a sudden, they got tired. And once you get tired on the football field, you got problems.
And, dude, as much as I think Marshawn Lattimore is really going to help this team, they weren't killed in the pass game. It wasn't a typical A.J. Brown making dudes cry. He's got a $130 and 2 touchdowns. A.J. Brown was their leading receiver at 5 for 65. You take that all day with that guy. Devontae Smith had 4 catches for 29 yards. This was not the corners and the secondary letting them down. The best way to help that D-line and those linebackers is to get back on the right side of the time of possession.
Score touchdowns.
Touchdowns help too.
They have long sustained drives. Good things happen.
Now, Dallas, the last 2 defensive opponents in the Steelers and the Eagles are really, really good. Dallas is not there. Right now, Dallas is second to last in the league in points allowed, 27th in yards allowed. They
pass rush good.
That's about
but
it.
Their defense, their run defense isn't great.
They are 31st in yards allowed, 31st in attempts, 31st in rushing touchdowns surrendered. And the only one positive you could kind of point to is that the Cowboys defense is first in allowing the fewest pass attempts. You know what that means?
It means teams just run it on them.
They just run it on them. Dallas's offense is equally bad. They can't run the ball at all. 30th in attempts, 31st in yards gained. This, at least on paper, really should be a good matchup for Washington.
Should be.
Division
you don't
games
play
are not
games
played
on paper, brother.
Right. Division
Gotta
games.
play the game.
Helping us break it all down, our friend John Keim, Commanders insider for ESPN, joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. It's Cowboys week as Dallas comes to town on Sunday. The Commanders are 7-4 and currently hold the 7th seed in the NFC. 3 teams vying for that spot are 5-5, just behind the Commanders, the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers. Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone has a broken forearm he suffered in the game yesterday. He's going to miss 6 to 8 weeks. The Giants are benching Daniel Jones. They're expected to start Tommy DeVito, despite Drew Lock serving as the backup most of the year. And Monday Night Football tonight, the Texans taking on the Cowboys in Dallas, 8:15 kickoff. Last night, Alex Ovechkin netted his 31st career hat trick. He's now up to goal 866 as he's just 29 away from passing Wayne Gretzky as the Capitals beat the Golden Knights 5-2. They're back in action once again tonight, taking on the Utah Hockey Club on the road. 9 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards dropped their 8th straight game as they fell to the Pistons 124-104. They're back in action again tonight in the second of a back-to-back tonight in New York against the Knicks. 7:30 tip-off. You can hear the game on the Team 980. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Fired up to get our friend Mr. John Keim on the program. Of course, you can follow John's work, ESPN.com, at John_Keim, Keim, or the John Keim Report on YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, Johnny, how was your weekend off, dude?
It was nice to have that time, man. Smoked some chicken.
I knew you smoked something.
Bought a chainsaw. All life is good.
Bought a chainsaw?
What's the occasion for the chainsaw?
Just, I guess, if you have some anger issues, maybe. No, got some stuff in the yard that has to come down. So, yeah,
gotcha.
All good.
Yeah. Now that we've had a few days to kind of process everything from Philly, watch a weekend of football all over the place, what do you think is slowing down Washington all of a sudden? Their offense is not performing at the same clip it was for probably the first half of the season.
Sure. And I think, I mean, is there really, I don't know that there's one reason, but like, I do think there are a few, right? So I think the run game, when Brian Robinson isn't in there, has an impact. I think to me, a primary factor has been they've played some really good defenses. I mean, they have, in the last 4 weeks, the Bears, the Steelers, and the Eagles all are like top 8, I think, run defense in terms of scoring. Mm-hmm. And so, like, I think that's a huge issue. Now, the Bears are red zone issues, should have been a lot. I mean, the potential for a lot more points was there, but you didn't score them. And the Steelers game, you can look at it and say, listen, couple throws, whether it's a couple drop passes, couple missed throws, a missed block on that quarterback draw, you make one of those, then it's like now you're scored over 30 points against the Steelers, right? So, like, I do think like the Steelers did a really good job containing Daniels in the pocket, really good front, good game plan. I felt like the Eagles took away the deep shots, the explosive balls with Fangio's defense, did a really good job with that. So you can look at individually and say it's all that, but is there something else going on too? Is it, how much is Jaden's rib bothering him on that? Hard to say, but you have to wonder about that, right? Because there's been a change. And is it just because they're playing really good defense? Is it because of, they don't have the same run game without when Robinson's in there versus when he's not? And so I don't know. I do think there's a few issues, and I'm not dismissing anything because I don't know. And I think we'll get a good feel for, like, where is it really? If they have really good games the next 2 weeks, then it's like, well, part of it was just, I think, maybe the quality of defenses you're facing. I mean, look at what Pittsburgh did to Lamar yesterday.
Right.
You know, so like that, you do look at that stuff. And so, you know, probably a few reasons, right?
Yep. I look at the offensive line and the protection as well. Yeah. And I think that for some reason we talk so much about stats, we don't discuss that.
Yeah.
We saw Wally get hurt. We saw Coleman get hurt. We've seen Biotis with 3 different injuries.
Yep.
You know, Allegretti had an injury. All those things begin to wear down. If it's wearing down the other players, the protection is a vital part of all of that.
I think that's a great point, and that's something you have to put on there too, because when you watch the last couple of weeks, those defensive fronts did a really good job, and not just like where they're stopping the run, but also pushing the pocket. So like the Steelers, for example, they blitzed more than they had in any other game. Yep. But they also did a good job at the ends of pinching the pocket. But you had tackles who could push back too. There was only, you know, like last year, the Eagles' pass rush to me was very undisciplined. They left gaps for Howell to get through, and I think it made a difference. You didn't see a lot of gaps this time. There were a couple times where you saw it, but I felt like, you know, like with Jalen Carter, I felt like the ends did a good job pinching, and again, Carter pushing. Now there was a time late in the game on the last drive where it was like one of the few times like Jaden had the room to step up and deliver a zip. And I think it's one of the passes to Ertz late in the game. Maybe even the touchdown, I don't remember, but it was one. But the pocket wasn't collapsed. So like you notice that stuff. So I think that's as good a point as any. Is that, you know, they are dealing with that, and they've had to play really good fronts, and it makes the difference. And we've seen that. So that's why I say I don't think it's as simple as like, oh, he hurt his rib, the numbers are dropped, therefore it's the rib. I think you have to look at all those things.
I totally agree with you. Talking with our friend John Keim here. You can follow him at John_Keim, Keim. Make sure you check out the John Keim Report, also his podcast. But, Johnny, I think I'm totally with you. I think they kind of gave one away to the Steelers. And if they had won that one, the morale, the conversation wouldn't be nearly as close to what it is. Looking ahead now, Dallas coming to town. They're coming off a short week, and then they've got another short week on the flip side of it on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
This needs to kind of be an ass kicking, right?
Listen, man. So we had this assignment for ESPN where it's like, what's the biggest game of the second half? And I put this one down because partly because you looked at the schedule, like, that's asking a lot to win one of those games, let alone both, and they obviously dropped both. So I kind of thought coming off this stretch, like you need to get healthy against Dallas. You know, not healthy physically wise, but just, you know, in terms of your game, right? And so yes, and just win is what they need to do, but I think you want to go back and like look like your old selves offensively, because one thing they've done really well, and it's funny. Because you get people like, oh, they've done this beating bad teams. Well, yeah, but they lost to them before. Like this is, you know what I mean? But what they did do against bad teams this year, outside of the Giants, who always play them well, they've beaten them bad. And so like that's, you know, whether they can do that or not, but like that, I think that would calm people down for sure. And then you got Tennessee the week after, and you can get to 9-4 if you're back to what you were. But I think these games will tell a lot because they're not as good defensively as the teams they've just faced. And I think we'll know more. Was it the defenses or was it the start of something going in the wrong direction?
Do you suspect Lattimore plays this week?
It's so hard to say. We haven't seen him on the field, so I think it's hard to say one way or another until we actually see him on the field. And you know, nothing would surprise me in this. Like it wouldn't surprise me if he sits another week. I mean, those, you know, the hamstrings can be several week things. But I don't know, Brian. I don't know. Like we'll know more on Wednesday, not just if we see him on the field, but what is he doing on the side field? Is he like cutting loose running? Is he doing all sorts of things? Like then you can see, okay, he's getting close. But, you know, until you see that, then it's hard to really know where it's at.
Yeah, you covered this team a long time.
I've heard.
I know, just like me playing it, I knew it was a difference back in the day as it is today. I'm sure fans watching it, it's not the same as it was for them. How has it changed for you covering the team when Dallas week pops up?
Oh, because now it feels sometimes like a contrived rivalry because it just hasn't been as big as when I first started covering it, right? Because like you're talking about going back, I shouldn't say contrived, but like it's forced like, oh, it's Dallas week. Like I don't feel that anymore, right? It's just, and I think players change teams so much. The fans here clearly still hate them, and I don't blame them. But I don't think it's like in Dallas, they're not talking about it like that, because it hasn't, to them, it hasn't meant as much because this team hasn't been as good. So, I just think it's different. Like way, way back in the day, it was like either you guys were really good, or they were really good. And so it's just like, and I started covering it just after all, that great period of the 80s, right, where it was it was one of the best rivalries in sports. So it doesn't, the only way you can get back to that is if this team and that team becomes good and you're playing for something, consistently. And but that's why, like, the last time you really felt it was like probably 2012 when they had to win the division, and it was at home and it was an electric atmosphere. It hasn't been like that. And I don't know. I don't know. Do you guys feel that same way?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, I know it comes up and we discuss it, and on the media stuff, we always have a point to discuss that. But you didn't have to hear the media back in the day.
No,
you felt
no.
it. You felt it. You saw it. You experienced things that let you, as a player, going to practice, I'm looking around, I'm like, oh, hell, we better be ready this week.
Yeah.
Because the fans were ready, and like over the last, I don't know how many years, you won't even see nothing. Nobody was really having any rallies about it.
It's also hard to talk about Dallas week the last few years when you're just like, just win a game.
Been so one-sided, right?
Yeah. But it's also like there were so many other things going on that, like, do you really think the players were getting pumped up about Dallas week last year? Like, no, it's, it was just, they need to win and they know, but it's like, and it happens to be Dallas, but it's not something that I feel has been like, it's been talked about. Like, I know, like, they knew the owner used to, how much he hated them and all that. So that's great, but it didn't filter into this feeling in the locker room. Now I will say, like, the better you are, this team now, when, like, for example, when the Eagles come to town in a few weeks, like, if they win a few games and they're on another 3-game win, let's say they're on a 3-game win streak, the Eagles are coming to town, that's going to feel different in the locker room because it's a big game.
Yeah.
Right.
And so whoever you're playing, if it's a big game, it feels different. But if you're 4-6 last year and you're going down to Dallas, it ain't about Dallas week. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it falls flat.
Well, last year there was so much focus on the heated benches, right?
Yeah,
Everybody was excited about that.
I can recall fans saying, just win the 2 games against Dallas.
Yeah.
They don't say that no more?
No, because
it's like, just win a game.
Yeah. And I also don't know, like, would you rather go 2-14 or 14-2?
Well, I basically we discussed that earlier. I had to tell somebody that early on.
You know what, though? We're talking with John Keim here. Give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Northwest Stadium had that big game feel for the Steelers game. And maybe it was just because it was your 500th game, Johnny, but it had that feel. And I think when you get 2 good teams, they had it. We felt it at the Link last Thursday.
Yeah.
Now, granted, that's generated by Philly fans, and that crowd was overwhelmingly green. Yeah. I was almost surprised at how little burgundy there was, but
it was more burgundy there this year than it was in previous years.
I don't know, man. That thing looked crazy green.
I'm telling you, their stuff is green, but it was more burgundy than they had in the previous years.
But you're right. Like, the fun thing was, like, listening to the radio on the drive to the game, the Philly radio, because it was about it being a big game, and the discussion was on, like, how do you beat this? How do you slow this guy? What do you do here? And, like, that's the stuff that we haven't had in years. And so, like, it's actually been, that part has been fun. So, but you're right. Like, I mean, the atmosphere at FedEx and Northwest a couple weeks ago was great. And I would think, I don't think you're going to get that same atmosphere when it's Tennessee, but you're going to get, this fan base knows how important those games are. And then if you can hold serve in the next few weeks, and then you got the Eagles coming in. Like that's going to be an electric place. And I also will see, what I'm curious to see, JP, too, is in the future when now you can sell season tickets based off Jaden Daniels.
Man.
Like, you really couldn't do that last year. So how much is that going to improve things even more? Like, there were a lot of Steelers fans last week. Would that be like that if this team takes off over the next couple of years? What will that look like? And will it become even
Pittsburgh and Green Bay may be the outliers in that you never stop them. But you're right. And one of the things, I don't know that they officially said it, but they've kind of made it known that the previous administration had all these long-term deals with ticket brokers that you've got to work hard to unwind. Yeah. And you have to work hard to unwind that and then have a product people want to buy.
There you go.
Correct.
I think they've got that going forward, but it's still going to be a transitory process, I think. I just think the best thing they can do is keep winning games, stack them up, and a lot of these problems kind of take care of themselves.
For sure.
As much as everybody's excited about Mark Ine and Mitch Rales and Josh Harris, the real excitement is Jaden Daniels and being 7-4.
Yeah, it's funny because I was on some Philly station last week and they're talking about that and how much that plays into it. It's like, that's all great. Like, fans were excited last year when they came on, when Harris's group bought the team, and there's no doubt that helped. But they were understandably annoyed by how the season went. Yeah. And if this season if they were 4-7 right now, like, the excitement is dimmed for sure. Totally. So, and here's what I say too. Like, this is when it's back to being football. Like, after the Steelers game, I think there was a sense of all right, like that was a good, tough game. Like, that was a fun game. They clearly could have won that game. One play could have changed the outcome of that game. And you can say it a lot of times, but there are handful that's they usually make this play. Mm-hmm. And so that was where, but after the Eagles game, I noticed, so I think the disappointment was somewhat, I don't know about muted, because people obviously want to win, but I think it was but after the Eagles game, it's I think a lot of that, the pissed offness returned. And and I don't say that in a bad way, but to me, it was actually kind of fun because they were mad that they lost the game because it's a big game. That's, what I'm saying? I think that's actually a good thing. The expectations have been raised and the fans were disappointed and upset, and they want better. And that's great. That's when you're starting to get back to it, where it's not just happy to be this. It's now the expectations have been raised. What can this team do? And I still you look at those rosters between the Eagles and Washington, and Eagles have a pretty damn good roster, and they're further ahead for sure. Yeah. But it doesn't mean there weren't opportunities to win that game. Agreed. Or to take the lead for sure.
Totally.
Speaking of raised expectations, John, did you watch any of the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight?
Come on.
It was something.
And if you did,
it was something to watch.
It wasn't exciting.
No, I choose to remember Mike Tyson from back in the day.
He was the baddest man on the planet.
Yeah, it was awesome.
How you feeling about your Buckeyes and the pending college football playoff?
How much time we got?
Give me a 40-second version.
Okay, 40 seconds. They have a really good offense. I think they're going to be hard to stop. I have questions about their corners. Can they, and I think if you play a team with a really good offense, it's going to come down to a last possession. So, but they've got to beat Indiana. Indiana is a great story this year.
Is that this weekend?
This weekend
in Columbus. Where is it?
Funny. It's in Columbus, and it's funny to say they play Michigan the next week, and the game that people are talking about is this one. That's how much things have changed for Indiana and Michigan. So that'll be a fun game, and so I think this week will tell us a lot. But they have third and fourth receivers who are going to play in the NFL. But you got to their defense gives up stuff at the corner. So that's
listen to this top 5 be in college football: Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Indiana.
Hey, you know what happens when other people could get some 5 stars on their team?
I I don't mean this.
That portal, and that NIL has changed the game.
Ducks, Buckeyes, very, very legitimate.
Indiana.
I think I'd take Georgia, Ole Miss. I don't know.
Yeah, but see, you are spoiled like everybody else by just looking at the bigger schools from the SEC. Well, right now they're losing some games, aren't they? They're losing games they don't ordinarily lose. Still, they're losing.
Yeah.
But back in the day, it was always going to be SEC or Big Ten.
It still looks that way. Everybody but Notre Dame is SEC or Big Ten.
Right.
Well, everybody moved over now, so we don't know who's who. So.
And Indiana did a good job in like the transfer portal, but still, like, it's still surprising what they've done. And their schedule hasn't been the hardest, but they've beaten the crap out of teams. So, excuse my language, they've beaten the heck out of teams.
Are you just like as a college football fan, and then obviously as a Buckeye, are you excited about the 12-team playoff?
Yeah, not.
It's changed some stuff.
It has stuff. Like, and it's funny because I understand the 4-team was becoming somewhat boring because, a lot of times it was 3 of the 4 teams were always in there, right? Like, it always seemed like the same teams were in there. So I get that. It adds a different layer to the college football season. It makes other things like depth and some other things way more important than ever. And I don't like that. There's some conferences have automatic buys when it's like, the conferences aren't that strong. So I think there's things to work out. Like, I don't know that. I think the hard part with college football is there's no perfect way to ever execute any postseason stuff because there's so many teams and conferences are very different. And, listen, if Ohio State wins, I won't have a problem with it. It's hard because, like, how many games you have to play, and that's I don't know.
Yeah, they should.
Football's in a tough.
They need to synchronize the scheduling. We got to go though, John. Thank you for the time. Right. Appreciate it.
Thank you. See ya.
That's our friend John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim. We talked some college football playoff. Let's talk NFC playoff scenarios. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders have the mini bye this weekend. They're going to have to figure out how to snap a 2-game skid, but the Dallas Cowboys are coming to town struggling. And with a backup quarterback now in charge, Cooper Rush, the Commanders are a 10-point favorite. Dallas week Sunday in D.C., 1 p.m. out in Landover. New York Giants on a 5-game skid. They make a QB change. Tommy DeVito taking over as their starting QB against Tampa Bay on Sunday. Monday Night Football tonight, Texans and Cowboys in Dallas. Hockey, Ovi on a tear, hat trick as the Caps win in Vegas last night. Ovechkin now, 31st career hat trick, 28 away from Wayne Gretzky. Caps are back at it tonight in Utah. Hockey in Salt Lake City, 9 p.m. tonight here on the Fan. Wizards have dropped 8 in a row. They play tonight against the Knicks, 7:30 on the team, 980. Get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum, $500 off each door. At Paul Henry's Window Installation this month, enjoy an additional 7% off each soft light window. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Danger zone. Danger zone. All right, let's look at some NFC playoff scenarios because honestly, it's that time of year. Late November. November 18th is officially late November, right? Mid-November. Maybe next week's late. We'll go around the room with these questions. Also, just so we're aware, because I don't know if we have to let security know or anything, I have reached out to Chris Russell and his people to see if he's available to join us. Is anyone but Detroit going to be the 1 seed in the NFC, Jeffrey?
No.
Landini? It's a no from Landini B.
Nope.
All right, they're only a game ahead of the Eagles.
Okay.
Still comfortable.
Have you watched them play?
I have.
Okay.
They are rolling.
You see them rolling.
And I don't foresee a stumble. Lions down the stretch here. At Indy, Chicago, Green Bay, Buffalo, all at home. At the Bears, at the Niners, Vikings at home to end the year. Couple juicy games in there. Packers, Bills, Niners, Vikes. But they also seem like the type that's up for the challenge.
Yeah.
You look at the Lions' ranks, they're first in points scored, third in yards gained, fifth in points allowed, 13th in yards allowed. So they're getting it done on all sides of the ball. If we all agree Detroit's going to be the 1 seed, they're the only team that gets the bye.
Mm-hmm.
As it stands today, the Eagles are the 2 seed.
Okay.
As winners of the NFC East, and they currently have an 8-2 record. Landfill, as it stands today, November 18th, 2024, 12:34 p.m., who's winning the NFC East?
The Eagles.
Jeffrey?
The Eagles.
Eagles got a lot of meat left on that bone, though,
They got to play against the Ravens. They got to play the
Steelers. They still
They got to come back
here.
down here. I don't know if I could just say right now that they will.
I also don't think
It's going to be one of the two, them or the Commanders. But I don't know if right now I could just say definitely they're going to do it.
of the Eagles' remaining games at LA, which I do not think is a gimme, and I look forward to see if you can find a look-ahead line on that, Landfill. I look forward to taking the points with the Rams next weekend in LA. That's a system pick all day. Sunday night game at LA, at Baltimore. All right, there's one very clear gimme on here. They get the Panthers at home. Then they get the Steelers December 15th. Then they're down here for a game that's probably getting flexed to Monday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
Then they finish the season Cowboys-Giants.
Do they flex the Monday Night Football?
I think Sunday, December 22nd, will get flexed to either Sunday or Monday night game. Yeah. You can flex it to Monday, the last month of the season.
Get ready to work hard, Jay.
Get ready to be tired, B. I do think Philly's got 3 real toss-ups. Ravens, Steelers. 2 real toss-ups, Ravens, Steelers. Rams, Commanders, I think, are going to be highly competitive games. So I don't think that's as done as others do. If you look at Washington's remaining schedule, Dallas, Tennessee, combined 5-13. At New Orleans, coming off a bye. Eagles at home, Falcons at home. What do you think of the Falcons getting their ass kicked by the Broncos?
Hey, bro. That is the Falcons. You know, when things are going good offensively, their defense can play a little bit. But when the offense not doing much, the defense don't do anything.
That game yesterday, I had Chiefs Bills on TV, but then I had Falcons Broncos. I was getting like a ton of updates via the red zone.
Mm-hmm. They were shocked, weren't you?
They looked like butt, dude. Kirk in that game was bad, 18-27.
Mm-hmm.
Penix got in late. Kirk was 18-27 for $173 and a pick. The pick was terrible. Bijan couldn't get going. On 12 carries, he averaged 2.9 yards per carry.
Yeah.
They just had nothing working.
Nothing at all. And you would suspect quarterback of that caliber, been around that long, not to be as lethargic as he was.
Well, and there was a period of time where it seemed like the Falcons were going to seize control of the NFC South, and then it kind of Question for the group. You can tell Roos to come in here if he wants, whatever he wants to do. Who's winning the NFC South? The Falcons are 6-5. The Bucs are 4-6. The Saints are 4-7. The Saints all of a sudden have won 2 in a row since they fired their coach.
I still go with the Falcons. I thought the Bucs were going to be something, but the Bucs seem to be falling off right now to me.
They had so many injuries, and I think it kind of just cooked them. I think it should be the Falcons. I think the Falcons have their bye. Then they go Chargers, at Minnesota, at Raiders, Giants at home, up here, finish with
at Minnesota.
Panthers. At Minnesota, yeah.
That's going to be an interesting game. Let's see how Kirk reacts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Going back there.
Yeah.
All right. So when you look at the NFC playoff picture, somebody's going to win the South. That's basically the best way to look at that. Whoever wins the South will probably be the 4 seed, right? That's the way it is right now. But the NFC West and the NFC South are both going to be the winner of those divisions will probably have a worse record than all 3 wildcard teams.
Mm-hmm.
So think about, let that kind of settle in.
Well, it's been like that some years over the last few years.
That's what happens. One of the problems is Washington happens to be in the good division, and there's a lot of teams they're now chasing. If the season ended today, and it doesn't, Washington would be the 7 seed, and they'd be traveling to Philly for that first-round playoff game. The Vikings are 8-2. The Packers are 7-3. The Packers had the big win yesterday with the walk-off field goal block.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings also just kind of handled Tennessee on the road. Winning on the road like that is fairly impressive. Tennessee's ain't great, but that was never really a tight game. I thought Darnold played pretty well, had 250 through the air with 2 touches, ran for a touchdown. B, do you see a late season fade coming from Minnesota?
As long as Sam Darnold's there, I expect anything.
They're playing some defense, though, dude.
Yep, but the defense get tired late in the season if the offense is not going to be playing good enough to take some pressure off of them.
To that point,
and their defense has led the way most times.
To that point, the Vikings offense is 10th in points scored, 14th in yards gained, defensively 4th in points allowed, 10th in yards gained. Now, here's where I think Minnesota should be okay. I don't know. You tell me. They've already had their bye, so they've got 7 remaining. Yeah, 7 remaining. At Chicago, then they're home for a 3-game stretch. Arizona, Atlanta, Chicago again, at Seattle, Green Bay home finale, finish on the road at Detroit. I don't think Minnesota's going anywhere, man. I think that's a pretty good team, well built, well coached. So does that mean, for Washington's sake, could Green Bay fade? Washington's in right now, which is good, but they are
But the thing about
the last spot.
The thing about you talking about Minnesota, how many of those games they have down the stretch as division games?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that's not a walk in the park for them.
I'm not saying the schedule doesn't look to be walk in the park-ish. I think I actually believe in that organization, but I could also see Green Bay getting kind of hot here. Good game this weekend, B. Packers Niners in Lambeau. Packers have 7 left also. Niners in Lambeau. The Dolphins coming to Lambeau. Good luck. At Detroit, at Seattle, the Saints at home.
Dolphins better wish it's not one of those fronts coming through.
At Minnesota, finish with Chicago. I think the Panthers, I'm sorry, I think the Packers are actually pretty good. I think Jordan Love's pretty damn good. That one's not, I don't think anybody's going away in that NFC North.
Well, that'll make it better so they'd be fighting down to the end. So you don't have to see too many games where it's just lopsided.
It's funny you mentioned Better, Brian, because the good people at Better Appliance saved my butt a couple weeks back. The dishwasher was broken. Lauren was mad. I called them. They came out. They fixed it. They got it done in like 45 minutes, but the fix didn't hold. And this is what really impressed me. As soon as the fix didn't last, they came back out and replaced the dishwasher within like 24 hours. 1, the timeliness and the service. But 2, when they did the fix, the guy was cool. He could have tried to upsell me, could have tried to say, fix this again, or all these different things. He said, look, man, I can see what the problem is. Let me try to rerun it. And if I can get it going, see how long it lasts, and then you might need a new one. It was just an honest approach, and that makes such a huge difference. And I kind of get it. When you're working with Better, you're working with a family-owned company that's been servicing the D.C. area for 70 years. They're based in Kensington, right there off Connecticut Avenue. I'm telling you, Thanksgiving, Christmas, all that stuff is coming up. You need to make sure your stuff is in order. You don't need a broken oven, and you got to make the mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving Day. You better get better. Check them out at betterappliance.com. That's BETTAR. Landfill's got this Seal song in heavy rotation.
Yeah.
Is this the one from
That's
the
one of his
Batman
favorite songs.
soundtrack? Yeah. Who was that Batman? Clooney? Affleck?
I think it was Val Kilmer.
Val. Shout out to Val. He's not doing so hot. All-time great actor. So I texted a guest to join us in this slot. Jeff confirmed with the guest to join us in this slot. Just so we're clear, let's do roll call. Just say present if you're here. B. Mitch?
Here.
Jeff?
Present.
Landfill?
Here I am, rock you like a hurricane.
I am also here.
What?
My name is James. Is Chris Russell here?
No.
And Jeff, what did he just tell you? He said, I'll be there.
Yes.
Landfill, he told you the same thing?
Yeah, it turns out he's a liar.
I'll go get him.
We'll see if he makes it over here in time. He's got a show starting at 2. Very bizarre, Chris Russell's general behavior, but this one particularly. Now, maybe something happened. You never know. Things happen in this world. When Rooster arrives, we'll ask him a question. The Commanders' current playoff odds are 81%.
Mm-hmm.
The next highest wild card possibility, it'd be 14%.
Okay.
Jeff, did you get an answer? Did he turn us down again? Oh, gracing us with his presence. Hello, Roos.
What up, Roos?
Sorry, boys. I apologize. I got very busy trying to fix the studio over on the 980 side.
Why are you trying to fix the studio?
Well, because every weekend when I come back in on Monday, a certain somebody has completely screwed it up.
Who?
Oh, that happens here, too.
I don't know if we want to mention that name on.
You may as well tell us. I mean, you say a certain somebody. I mean, damn.
I think people mess up this studio more than yours.
Probably
because I
because
have no idea with all of the studio options why anyone would ever set foot in this one.
well, because they're not allowed to use that one.
Okay, junks live in their own universe.
Yeah.
We all understand that. But your studio, the 980 studio, significantly better than this one.
It is. I'm not here to complain about that. I'm telling you, whoever uses it over the weekend, and I know who it is.
Name names.
The main event Messiah, as he now wants to be known.
I legit don't know who that is.
Oh,
who?
What?
Linnell Willing.
The what?
Yo.
He now wants to be called the main event Messiah.
I like that.
Keep that crap over there.
That's why I didn't want to tell you,
that
B.
nickname.
B, that's why I didn't want to tell you.
No,
But anyway,
that's actually funny.
He uses that studio and for his CBS stuff, and he doesn't turn anything back. So I can't hear what's going on out of my board. So I've been trying to figure it out. And then Jeff storms over and he's looking at me like,
yeah,
we
like,
said, where
Jeff,
are you?
That he's our heavy duty hitter.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mess with Jeff.
I
in the alley.
apologize. Well, he looks splendid in that Caps 50th anniversary sweatshirt.
He does look. It looked on, and that was sized for me. I did not think that would fit.
That wouldn't have
Jeffrey.
fit you. That would have been a little.
It's very nice
I'd
of
be
you.
swimming in it, but yeah, it looks good on you, Jeff.
Very nice of you to give it to him. I told him, I said, if he wants to, he said he's only been in hockey for 2 years. So I said, he still doesn't know the rules. I said, hey, man, like, I don't know all the rules either, but I'd be more than willing to
call hockey and watch it. Don't know all the rules.
I think Jeff and Chris should watch some hockey together, cook some sausage, drink some Heineken.
I think, and broadcast it on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
I think that would be pretty funny.
I could promise
that'd be funny.
one retweet, but I probably won't watch a single second. That's what I
think you would probably. You would have
JP,
your big screen TV out.
Sit there and watch the whole
you would
thing.
have your prime
you
rib or whatever
you're
cooking, chicken, prime rib. I mean, you got all things going at the JP Finley abode. And then you'd have YouTube on your computer and you'd be watching the Jeff and Chris show.
Watch it on the YouTube.
Yeah, on the YouTube instead of the Google machine.
I have a series of actual questions for you, Bruce.
Yes.
Besides you and Jeff cooking sausage and watching YouTube together.
I mean, you want to talk about Almond Joy?
That's Jeff's thing. Jeff likes the nuts.
See, I listen.
Roost. Who's going to win the NFC East?
Well, the Eagles.
You think it's a done deal?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I mean, I know they have a tougher schedule, but I don't think there's any guarantees that the Commanders are going 3-0 before they see Philadelphia again right before Christmas.
Well, Kyle Shanahan doesn't know we're going to be on this planet next week. I'm not talking about guarantees. Do you think they drop one of these?
I think more likely than not.
2-1. Are you concerned with the offensive flummox?
Yeah, I'm concerned with it all.
Do you think that is more than?
Yes.
I think a lot of it is offensive line injuries. I think that's the driving factor.
I think certainly that's a big part of it, and certainly they needed a mini bye weekend. They've been playing football 17 straight weeks in a row.
Yeah.
I know nobody wants to count training camp or the preseason, but it counts. I mean, your body's beat up, right? I mean, it's like miles on your tires, right? I mean, you don't just skip the first 20,000 miles on your tire and say, well, I've only got 30,000 miles on these tires. You got to count that, right? So while it's not the same as a regular season game, I got it. It's still 17 weeks of football. And it's not only the offensive line. Obviously, it's Jaden, too. He's never played an NFL schedule. He's never played against the caliber of athlete and the depth of competition. And we know the ribs. Okay, that might be part of it. Oh, and by the way, he played 2 very physical back-to-back defenses in 3 out of the last 4. And I would even say the Giants aren't a bad defense. They didn't do well that particular
Especially
day.
then, they were more functional.
Exactly.
So you got the Eagles winning. Do you think the Commanders, now the 7 seed, are in any danger of missing the playoffs?
I wouldn't say danger, but the way I answered this on Friday was, is it a guarantee? Is it a lock? No. Whereas a week ago,
I don't think it's
none of it is a guarantee.
Take the 1 seed.
I mean, but think about it, right? Like on Friday morning, we woke up and that was a legitimate question. Is it a definitive guarantee that they're going to make? Whereas 5 mornings before, that Sunday morning before the Pittsburgh game, we all woke up and go, wait
Actually,
a second.
I wasn't even talking about the playoffs 5 mornings before that.
Well, that's because you're B-Mitch. You don't.
I just think ultimately we don't look at certain things seriously, but we always make we look at the offense and we believe the offense is just going to hell in the handbasket. I don't buy it. I think that the injuries to the O-line is the biggest problem on this team.
And those 2 defenses that just played.
The ribs are not the biggest problem. I think the O-line injuries was the biggest problem.
I don't disagree. I mean, Wiley's obviously nowhere close to 100%. I know he was active for the Pittsburgh game, but he didn't play. I know he played the other night. Okay, fine. But Biotish is the biggest one, I think. And then the left tackle, I mean, listen, Coleman is still a rookie. And yes, he's looked impressive at times, but he got smacked around pretty good the last 2 games.
Philly got a hold of him.
Yeah.
Who wins the NFC West?
I'm going to go with I can't believe I'm saying this, Kyler Murray and the Cardinals.
Okay. I'm just glad.
I didn't like Kyler Murray coming into this year.
I mean to say this. I'm glad you didn't say the Niners, because everybody's saying the Niners, and it's just this conventional wisdom pick. And it doesn't seem right out there.
Did you
now,
guys
they could
see
reel
that,
off 5 in a row or something, but
did you see the crazy reporter? I used to work with him at SI. His name is Grant Cohn. He's doing this video, and you've been in that San Francisco 49er like tunnel to the like locker rooms and whatever.
Yeah.
He's doing this like loud, and I'm telling you, Kyle Shanahan should be fired if they don't make the playoffs. And everybody like service staff that are walking by as he's recording this, literally as he's walking to presumably the 49er press conference room, it's just like looking at him like, dude, what is wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? You got to watch the video. It's about 2.5 minutes, but it's worth your time. Well, he's just trying to fan the flames. And Kyle Kyle sort of dunked on him the other day, and he got mad about that. So now he's got a war with Kyle and whatever. Hey, Kyle could get fired. He shouldn't, but he could.
Kyle not making the playoffs and an upcoming team not making the playoffs is two totally different things.
That's fair.
Apparently we got a break.
Yeah.
You got somewhere to be. Yeah. Landfill's getting mad at me.
Sorry.
Thanks for coming in late.
Boys.
And,
I appreciate it. I'm
ruining
sorry.
our time clock.
I apologize. By the way, great singing. I think you should sing it again right now.
Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are sponsored by Verizon. Commanders had the mini bye after the loss to Philly. They got the weekend off and now prepping for Dallas week in D.C. 7-4, trying to bounce back from their first losing streak of the season. Commanders have dropped 2 straight with this week. The Cowboys coming up. Washington's a 10-point favorite for this game. Sunday in Landover, 1 p.m. kickoff. Still in playoff position, still the 7th seed. If the playoff started today, that would be still in as a wild card in the NFC. There's chaos in the rest of the division. Giants, not a big surprise in a 5-game skid. They're making a quarterback change. They have benched their $160 million man, Daniel Jones. Tommy DeVito takes over a quarterback. Now, that's funny.
Funny how? I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you? What do you mean funny? Funny how? How am I funny?
Just funny. I don't know. Tommy DeVito, the chicken parm QB, he's not living at his parents anymore. He will be the starter Sunday for the Giants against Tampa Bay. Last unbeaten fell last night. Chiefs knocked off by Buffalo 30-21. Monday Night Football, the Cowboys are in action, home against the Texans in Dallas. So a short week for Dallas, coming to Washington next week. Hockey, OV on a tear. The Caps play tonight in Utah, 9 p.m. here in the Fan. Wizards on an 8-game skid. They will play the Knicks 7:30 on the Team 980. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Something.
Got to be started something.
How to get over.
Yeah.
To love to get under.
Yeah.
Stuck in the middle. Yeah.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to get on the phones, talk to our guy, Frank Schwab. You can follow him at Yahoo Schwab on X and Lord knows whatever other platforms are out there. I feel like I get people asking me to join a new social media platform every hour.
Oh, they're coming.
Frank, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, well, man.
Simple question for you, or requests, perhaps. Give me the top 3 teams in the NFL in order.
Lions, and then I should take a really long pause because there's a big gap to number 2. I think Lions are just on a different tier right now, and I think yesterday kind of proved that in multiple ways. I'm still going to go with the Chiefs number 2. I know they lost yesterday. I get that, but I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. Look, the Chiefs are back-to-back champions for a reason. They were 9-0 for a reason. They were, if they get a stop on 4th down at Buffalo, they're down by 2 points, and we all know Patrick Mahomes was going to lead them to a field goal for the win, right? So it wasn't like they got blown out by Buffalo yesterday. They just lost a road game against a really, really good Bills team. So I'm not convinced that the Chiefs are slipping or anything like that. That was a tough loss for them, an important win for the Bills, but I'm not falling off the Chiefs bandwagon. Many times I've underestimated them before, and I'm trying not to do it again. And then I had the Bills at a pretty close 3. I think the Bills are a good football team all around. For all the heat Sean McDermott gets, he's a pretty good coach. Like the results are there, just haven't made a Super Bowl yet. So those are my 3. And I mean, I don't even know who else I'd consider. Do we really trust the Steelers are this good? Not really. Like Eagles, maybe. The Eagles are up there. They might be, knocking at the door. But the Ravens have taken 4 losses. Like, it's a pretty top-heavy NFL right now, where we can reliably say how many true Super Bowl contenders do we have right now? I don't think that number's higher than 5, and that's kind of crazy to say before Thanksgiving.
And when you look at it, like Detroit, you said that they're hands above everybody else. What is it about them that makes you all say that?
Everything. They do everything well. The defense, I mean, we were all worried about the defense without Aiden Hutchinson, but they've been really good on defense without him, shockingly enough. So even their defense hasn't been an issue. Special teams are great, and then the offense just can score whenever they want. Like, Goff had that weird 5-interception game that we all watched, right? Other than that, he has been about perfect for about a month and a half. Like, they're just so in rhythm in that offense. have so many guys. Like Sam Laporta didn't play yesterday. One of NFL's best tight ends didn't play yesterday, and 2 tight ends for the Lions scored touchdowns as they score 52 points. Like they just have it humming there. I think it's weird to say this, and I'm old, so there's a lot of history here when saying this. It was the first time in my life I can, with a straight face, say that the Detroit Lions are the best team of football, right? Like, we've all known the Lions forever to be this horrible, terrible organization. You look at them right now, the way they are built and what they're doing, and we can, with a straight face, say the Lions are like a model organization in the NFL. They are, from the top down, they've done this the right way, and I don't think they're going anywhere. I really don't. I think this Lions team's good. Going to be really good for a while, and good for them. The Detroit fans deserve this, don't they?
Frank, let me ask you this question. Jared Goff has a bad game. People, they just rail. Other guys, Josh Allen has a bad game. People go, oh, but he's still great. What is it about Goff that doesn't get him the level of respect I think he deserves?
I don't know. I've never, and here's a guy who he made a Super Bowl with another team. I mean, it's not like he was awful with the Rams. They were really, really good and made a Super Bowl, won a horrible Super Bowl, but whatever. Like they were in the Super Bowl. They were down by 3 points in the fourth quarter. Not like they got blown out either. So I don't know. I just think it's something about him. I mean, and the fact that, Sean McVay gave up on him. So I think that people took their cues from that of, oh, this guy isn't very good. Sean McVay wanted him gone and et cetera, et cetera. But I think that he's found his home. He's confident. He was a former number 1 overall pick for a reason. It's not like the guy is just some scrub off the street. Like, he was a first overall pick. He's won a Super Bowl, or he's went to a Super Bowl with another team. And now he just is in such tune with the play call with Ben Johnson, who's just a fantastic play caller, that this offense can do whatever it wants, whenever it wants. This is maybe not the 1999 Rams, but it's close. Like that's the hip-hop offense they have, where they can just pick their spots. They hey, you're really weak up front. Well, here's our elite offensive line. We're just going to run you over with our 2 running backs all game. Like they can do that if they want, or they can say, here's a perfect pass rating from Jared Goff today. Like their diversity on offense is really impressive.
Well, dude, the other thing with Goff that I don't think gets talked about enough, because we talk about Allen or some of these guys, you saw it yesterday on the 9-yard out route touchdown he threw to St. Brown. The zip required on that throw, especially into the end zone, that was an absolute laser, man. Just an awesome throw. And you're seeing that week after week with this dude.
Yeah, and a lot of people will say, and you're right, his physical skills get kind of ignored, which is weird because, again, he was number 1 overall pick of the draft for a reason. Like, not just some slappy. Like, he has some skills. He has a good arm. He has all this. And, people will say, oh, he's just a product of the system. Well, you know what? There's like 5 guys in the world who aren't a product of the system. Like Lamar Jackson's not a product of the system. Neither is Patrick Mahomes or, all the list. Josh Allen, the list.
Right.
Everybody else needs to be in a good system. Everybody. And that's okay. Like, you need coaching. Coaching helps. And he's getting great coaching right now. And he's got great help around him. St. Brown's an awesome receiver. And Jameson Williams is coming alive. And Laporta when he's healthy. And the running back. Everything helps Jared Goff, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be, if you're not Patrick Mahomes, you stink. Like, he's where he needs to be. He is in the right system for him with the right teammates around him. And there's no question in my mind the Lions can win a Super Bowl with him this year.
Talking with Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports. You can give him a follow at Yahoo Schwab, YAHOOSCHWAB. I'm going to ask a couple more questions. Who's going to win the NFC West?
Oh goodness. I am the 49. Let's talk about the 49ers, because that's where you're getting at, because that's what we all want to know. Like, what has happened to the 49ers this year? I don't get it. Like, everybody says, oh, the injuries. Well, they're not really that much more injured than everybody else by this time of year. I get Brandon Ayuk being injured stinks. Like, that's a big loss for them. I think if you went to just about every other team, they have some kind of injury they're dealing with too, whether it's Aiden Hutchinson or whoever. Like, they're by this time in the NFL season, everybody's kind of as beat up as the 49ers are right now. I'm not just going to give them a pass because of their injuries. Like, no, you got to overcome some of these injuries, and they haven't done that. And we're sitting here, it's mid-November, and they're a 500 team. Well, at some point, that's just kind of who you are, right? Like, I keep expecting the 49ers to show up. Like, I honestly expected them to win 34-3 yesterday against the Seahawks. I really did. I was like, at some point, this train is going to start getting on the tracks and start rolling. And it just isn't happening for them. And I keep, chasing this dragon of the 49ers from the past couple of years, and they were really the NFL's dominant team. And it's just not happening. And so I don't know. When you ask me who's winning the NFC West, 24 hours ago, I would have told you 49ers are going to get it together. They're going to be fine. I don't know that I'm there anymore. And I think it might be the Cardinals. Like, why am I hating on the Cardinals? Well, it's because of what I thought about them in the preseason. Let's be honest. I thought the Cardinals defense was going to be bad. I thought their offense was going to be fine, like fun, and they're going to lose a lot of shootouts and whatnot. But I'm ignoring the fact that the Cardinals defense, with Jonathan Gannon in charge, has been way better than anybody expected. The offense is coming alive. I think they've won 4 in a row, and every single game they look better. Why shouldn't I pick the Cardinals at this point? So there you go. There's my answer. I think the Cardinals win this division. I finally have to quit the 49ers. I'll do it on the air with you. I finally have quit my 49ers addiction. I'm not going down this road anymore at the 49ers. I just have to admit to myself that they're a very mediocre football team.
Is that window closing for them?
Yeah, I mean, because here's why. Because Brock Purdy's going to get paid. That's why. And people have gotten on me and whatnot, and I get why, but I've said I wouldn't pay Brock Purdy if I'm the 49ers. And it's not even anything against him necessarily, but do you think the 49ers can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy making $55 million a year? Because my answer is no. I don't think they can. I just don't think so. And so, but the 49ers are going to pay him. Like, that's going to happen. Like, we all know that. There's then no use in arguing it. So once they pay Brock Purdy probably $55 million a year, that's probably what he's going to get. That's going rate at this time. I just think that everything else about the 49ers gets tougher. You can't have a Trent Williams and a George Kittle and a Deebo Samuel and a Christian McCaffrey. Like, all these luxuries that they have because the quarterback's making peanuts, that goes away for them. And so when you ask me if their window's closing, I kind of think it might be. It's teetering. Let's put it that way. I still have faith in John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They're going to be good, and Purdy will do well. He's a good quarterback in that system, obviously. But I just think the window for winning a Super Bowl might be closed because you don't have that unbelievably stacked roster you've had.
We're talking with Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports here. You can give Frank a follow at Yahoo Schwab. Dude, let me ask you this, just because when this kind of stuff starts kicking, it doesn't always go easy. This was just brought to my attention anyway. This dude, Grant Cohn, out in San Francisco, that covers the Niners, is kind of getting into this back and forth with Kyle. You know this dude? Did you see any of this stuff? Because it just, I don't know. I've been around.
I know
when
of,
coaches
I know
start
Grant,
to get pissed at the media, it's not a great place to be.
That's kind of when it goes. It's going south at that point. I covered Kyle's dad for a long time, so I know where he gets it from. So I don't know Grant. I know of Grant, and he can shake things up a little bit out there sometimes. But yeah, it's like when you're a 5-5 football team, everything stinks. Like when you're expected to be a Super Bowl team. Like there's some teams that would take 5-5. The Jacksonville Jaguars are 5-5 right now. They'd be pretty happy, pretty thrilled. But the San Francisco 49ers being 5-5, everybody's going to be grumpy. And that's why, like, I know this isn't where you're going, but people who are like, oh, this team's just going to tank for draft picks. If you've been around an NFL locker room, an NFL facility during the season, you realize how miserable it is when you're losing. Like, it is. Yeah. And you guys know, like, toxic. Just being around it, you could tell. I could walk into an NFL locker room today and tell you if that team's on a losing streak or a winning streak, because 100%. The music's playing in the locker room. Everybody's happy. Everybody's chipper when you're winning. And so, yes, it doesn't surprise me that Kyle's a little antsy right now, because this is not the season that sort of 49ers signed up for, and everybody in that building is miserable right now.
For sure.
Totally.
A building where it's not miserable, Pittsburgh. Who's going to win the AFC North?
I'll tell you, at some point, it's our notions of these teams, and we keep thinking the Ravens are going to be that team, but their pass defense is not good. Like they're 32nd in the NFL in pass defense, and I think that's their fatal flaw. Now, that's not why they lost yesterday. I get that. It was a different type of game, but I think when you look at the Steelers team, you start to ask, what's the weakness? Really? Like, that defense just shut down Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry's offense that I didn't think could be stopped. Like that's a really good offense they shut down. The offense with Russell Wilson been pretty good. I mean, it wasn't great yesterday, but they were consistently scoring 30 points. Russell Wilson is their starter. And they can run it well. They're tough. Mike Tomlin, I mean, if you didn't think he was a Hall of Famer before this year, and I did, he's punching his ticket right now. Everybody wrote off the Steelers. Everybody. I was. You can go back. Over the summer, all the podcasts we do, I was like, "This is the year the streak ends, and they're gonna have a losing season." No, they're 8-2. Like, he's unbelievable. So
the Stones to bench Fields when he did.
I know, and that was
decision.
the move. That was the move he had to make, and I didn't think it was the right move. And all these people coming out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, I thought Russell Wilson could work with the Steelers." Yeah, whatever. I didn't hear you saying that 8 weeks ago. Like that wasn't what you were saying. But fine, if you want to live in that fantasy world, you can. I wasn't. I thought Russell Wilson was cooked. I thought he was done. And Mike Tomlin's and Mike's the only guy who saw it, and it worked out perfectly. And so when you ask me who's winning this division, I think it's the Steelers because I can point to the Ravens' fatal flaw. I don't really know that I know the Steelers' fatal flaw.
I will say, B, when Tomlin made that call, we were live on air, and B was like, I get it. He wants more in the pass game. And Brian
can't win in this game without passing.
Brian's been proven correct on that one. All right, Frank, last one. Our friend Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports. Give him a follow at Yahoo Schwab. Right now, the Commanders are the 7th seed in the NFC playoffs. Are the Commanders making the playoffs?
Yeah, I think so. I hope so. I mean, man, I was one of the few things I've talked about, all the things I got wrong. One of the few things I got right in the summer was telling everybody who would listen. I thought the Commanders would be a playoff team. They'd be a surprise team in the NFL. I just believed in Jaden and also Dan Quinn and what they're building that much. So I hope they do. I want to be proven right on something this year. But no, I think that, look, they've lost a couple tough games to two really, really good football teams. I have the Steelers and Eagles in my top 5. Like, I mean, so I'm not. And if they make that 4th down midway through the 4th quarter against the Eagles, they might end up winning that game at Philly. Like, that's just when the game turned and Saquon kind of took over. It got away a little bit. We all watched that game. That game was close. That game was there for the taking. So I'm not off this Commanders bandwagon, and I'll tell you this: their next 3 games, I don't know them off the top of my head, but I know it includes the Cowboys, who are absolutely awful.
Cowboys, Titans, Titans bye week at Saints.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, if they lose one of those games, all of a sudden I'd be like, ooh, that might have cost them. But if they handle business the next 3 games, they're in the playoffs. That's 10 wins, and they're making the playoffs, and they deserve to make the playoffs. They've been a really, really good football team this year. Jaden Dan, look, trust me, I'm already in Colorado here. I'm already hearing Bo Nix is actually rookie of the year. No, come on, let's stop. Let's stop. Jaden Daniels is a rookie of the year, and he's going to ball out in the next 3 games. They're going to go 3-0, and they're going to make the playoffs, and they deserve it. I think the Commanders have had an awesome year, and can't wait to see where this ride is going, because I just think Jaden's great. I think he's going to be a star for many years to come, and I'm happy for the people in Washington because, man, he's
been a long time.
For a long time, and so I hope they make the playoffs. I just think it's a fun story and a fun team, and like I said, I think they really deserve it.
I'm with you, man, and I think it's important to keep perspective on the Jaden Bo Nix thing. I mean, Jaden's done some historic stuff. Bo Nix is playing well, and that's great.
Playing well, yeah.
There's also this stupid. In my years of covering Washington, not just like following the team as a child, but in the years I've covered this team, they've had 2 rookies of the year, Robert Griffin III and Chase Young. If Jaden doesn't get that award, I really don't care. I understand that people care about the award, but like Bo Nix can have it, man. It's long-term success, and I think Jaden is absolutely on the track for that.
Yeah, he's having an unbelievable rookie season, and we'll see where it goes. Like, I mean, look, it's a long season, and maybe Bo is going to ball out the rest of the year. They'll make the playoffs. Washington does it. But yes, we're so caught up in the moment of like, oh, Bo Nix threw 4 touchdowns yesterday. He's a rookie of the year. No.
Right.
Jaden's been awesome, and
one game
and I just have nothing but respect for that guy.
For sure.
Yep.
Hey, Frank, thanks for the time, brother. We'll have to do it again soon.
Absolutely, I appreciate you guys.
All right. Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports. Really good stuff right there. Speaking the truth when it comes to this, I don't know why we're trying to generate like rookie quarterback competition. They're not playing each other. What the hell are we talking about? Who is the leader, though, for the NFL MVP race? Let's explore.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tackle the NFL action on Fan Duel, America's #1 sports book. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. As we go to Texas for the Battle of Texas, we're going to find out if the Texans are going to handle the Cowboys on the Monday night matchup. Anytime touchdown, Joe Mixon. over rushing yards. Let's go with Joe Mixon again, and then I'm going to go with the over receiving yards in Nico Collins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. So, yeah, the Commanders have dropped 2 straight, but they had a mini bye, and the Dallas Cowboys are coming to town this week. Dallas is only 3-6. They played the Texans tonight, Monday Night Football, so it's going to be a short week for Dallas coming to Washington. Commanders are, by the way, a 10-point favorite. Giants have benched Daniel Jones. In fact, he's been demoted to 3rd string. His day's likely done in the Big Apple. They'll go with Tommy DeVito as the starting QB Sunday against Tampa. Alex Ovechkin continues the Gretzky chase. Ovi with a hat trick last night. Caps win 5-2 in Vegas. So Ovechkin now just 28 away from Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Caps hockey tonight in Utah, 9 p.m. here on The Fan. Wizards hoping to snap an 8-game skid up in New York tonight to face the Knicks, 7:30 over on the Team 980. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All right. Official soundtrack to Sex Aerobics 101. Listen, I don't know.
It's getting stronger.
And stronger. I just did a ginger shot. I'm feeling it.
I want sexual healing.
I don't know.
Jeff, that song is too slow to be moving that fast, dog.
That's Sex Aerobics, baby.
His rhythm is off, dude. Every time I see Jeff trying to dance, I'm like, dude, I don't know if he listens to the words of the music.
That's not dancing, brother.
Oh, boy.
What you were doing was dancing. That's right? What you were doing?
That's sex aerobics.
You would get kicked out the bed doing that stuff you were just doing.
That's sex aerobics.
Listen, a lot of people listen to this station. A lot of people.
They probably like these people.
They give us lots of different numbers. The numbers are big. There's lots of people, all day on the stream, social media. I have a simple piece of advice for all the people. If the one and only Jeff Walker ever looks you in the eye and said, yo, have you heard the news? You never know what's coming next. So Jeff, I was just in the aquarium. I was hitting putts, eating candy. And Jeff said, yo, JP, have you heard the news? And I said, Jeff, save it for the air and tell me now. So I have no idea what this could be. Jeff, what's up, man?
JP.
Oh, Lord.
So I have like a weird obsession with like aliens and stuff, right?
I do.
And wanting to drive like the UFOs and fly them, right? Well, I found out this weekend that possibility may, come quicker to me than possible. Dude,
wait, how?
I'm
fly
a fisherman.
a UFO?
You know I'm a fisherman, right?
So aliens like the fish too, then?
No, it came out this week that there has been UFO phenomena coming from the ocean. So I'm like, all right.
But you're going to a pond.
Nah. Hey, I could get on the ocean to fly UFO, I'll go find Moby Dick anywhere.
There's too many ways JP gonna take that. So you right now
to fly a UFO, you'll go find Moby Dick. All right. Landville, I can officially say Jeff's news of the day did not disappoint. What makes you think you'll be able to fly a UFO?
Because, bro, like my vibe is like real good. My vibe is real good. And I just think like they'll come and be like, hey, yo,
seriously need some help,
boy.
Who
is this funny human right here? And I'd be like, hey, yo, down on my planet, I drive motorcycles. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's pretty fast on the road.
I want to see you, some alien walk up. And you gonna be talking like that. You're gonna be probably. That's the day you gonna run that damn 4540 when you see the alien take off running.
I think they would like me,
Jeff.
I don't judge. I don't judge.
Everybody out there listening right now, you see what the hell we deal with every day.
Here's the thing.
I'd be like, look, I'm from the city where Jaden Daniels is. You like me, bro.
I don't know that people understand that Jeff's a funny guy and he's messing around.
No,
But
he's not.
Deep
He's
down,
100% serious.
in his heart, he believes he could talk an alien into letting him drive his ship.
He is 100% serious.
I am 1,000% serious.
I know.
We know they coming, bruh. But just let me fly. Let me fly.
Okay. Now, we made that clear.
Well, I'm just going to tell CK. I don't know what we do these days, but you need to check this dude.
In about 3 to 4 years, if we make it to the Super Bowl with that, picture me coming out in a spaceship, just pulling up, floating down to my seat. That would be tight.
Yeah,
that would be cool, man.
It would be cool as hell.
Michael Jackson couldn't do that. Prince couldn't do that. Jeff Walker can.
Guess who else is going to not do it? Jeff Walker won't be doing
it. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to land in their seat at the Super Bowl.
You come flying through the helicopter, they're going to be, you're going to see every fighter, pilot, and plane shooting you down.
All right. Shout out to Jeff.
Like, man, Jeff was a good dude.
Good luck with the UFO.
He's a damn fool is what you are. Yeah, Jeff cooked some gumbo yesterday.
Oh, bet. I'm on my way.
Oh, no, we moved. I got new address.
Moved. All right. Wiz play tonight at the Knicks. Did you catch any of that Wiz game last night, B?
No.
Wasn't great.
Every time you ask me a question like that, I already know it wasn't great.
Lost by 20 at home to the Pistons.
I'm going to tell you what happened last night. I'm watching the game. And, I like to lay in my little spot.
Uncle Nearest?
And when they hit the fourth quarter, no Uncle Nearest. That damn couch. That thing, boy, look. I woke up like 2-something.
That's tough.
Dude, I could get in that spot. It could be daylight outside. I could be wide awake. Lay down right there, and I guarantee you 15 minutes later, I am done.
That's tough, yeah. I called it early. I didn't watch the end of the ball game just because I was exhausted. But
I did watch. I was out. I woke up, watched the end of it, and then I thought I had gotten up to go to my bed, but then when I woke up, I was still on the couch.
So we know what the Wizards are. They're rebuilding completely. They currently have a 2-10 record and have lost 8 in a row.
Yeah.
So it ain't going great.
Well, it's going exactly as planned.
Right. Now, do you know?
Not for us, but for people in charge.
You know who has a problem? The Sixers. Embiid, playoff P, a whole lot of money being spent. The Sixers are 2-10, B.
Bruh. The Sixers, with all this Embiid stuff.
Trouble.
My whole thing is, listen, man. When you start treating the individual bigger than the team, I don't care what sport you're in, you won't win.
Yeah.
And I understand his little issue with Marcus Hayes up there, but it's bigger than that. So you owe it to those fans and to your teammates to be out there trying to ball. But Marcus bringing up his brother and all that stuff, that was fairly stupid. But you owe it to the guys you go to war with. You know what I'm saying? And the people that pay the money so you can live like you do, you owe it to them.
We'll go around the room on this real quick because tonight is not but the NBA Cup has started.
The what?
Yeah.
Oh, that's that thing when they do the mid-season thing?
Weird courts. Landfill, how excited are you for the second year of the NBA Cup?
Man, I can't even describe to you how excited I am for it. It just seems
it's awesome.
It's just so awesome. It's great. It's a serious competition that everybody takes serious and has a lot of legitimacy.
Landfill, what are you more excited for? The NBA Cup or that day when Jeff finally achieves his dream of driving a UFO?
I'm going to be honest. Jeff driving a UFO would be kind of awesome.
And we're going to be right next to him. In the seat, his partner.
Pick you right
him
up.
And the Stallion.
Jeff, how excited are you for the NBA Cup?
The what?
I mean, it's cool. I just can't get past those floors, dog. It make me look like I'm playing.
Make you look like you're in space,
like backgammon or something. Like what is that?
Backgammon's kind of a good call. They are wacky. Brian, how excited are you for the NBA Cup?
Listen, man, I don't care about nothing midway through the season. I care about stuff at the end. Be there at the end. Don't win no mid-season championship and tell me anything about how good you were.
The Wiz lost their NBA Cup opener. They've got another one Friday against the Celtics, I believe. They have a game tonight against the Knicks, which I'll probably watch. Dude, you can go. Tonight's not a bad. Once the football game starts, 8:15, you can go football, Wiz, and Caps all on at once.
Wait, so the Wizards lost, but they're still in the tournament?
You're not going to do that on my TV.
Yeah.
What a dumb
all on
tournament.
one TV. I don't want to watch all that stuff, though, Jay.
You know,
that's why your mind's so
you want to watch the Caps.
Yeah, I watch the Caps in the football game. The rest of the crap, I don't want to watch none of that.
Tonight is not an NBA Cup game, though, Brian. It's just a regular game.
What's the difference?
I see. That's my concern.
If you don't have the weird floor, it means it's not an NBA Cup game?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds stupid.
I think when you start to the NBA playoffs are the absolute best. And so everybody already knows the NBA regular season kind of is a subpar version of the best product.
Yeah.
And now you're splitting it in half with these cup games.
Yeah, I don't get it, man.
Another thing I don't get, and we touched on this earlier, but I hadn't heard this audio, so I want you to hear it just in case you haven't. The Bengals ownership are cheap bastards and have ruined what could be a great team. You'll hear it next. This is Jeff and the alien chicks he's trying to hang out with.
Good girl. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it.
B, some sad news and then some positive news I wanted to share. I imagine you
sad news but positive?
Two different news items.
Okay.
I imagine you knew this person as a young girl. Jack Kent Cook's daughter recently passed. There was an obituary. She was 36 years old.
Ooh.
Was there a little girl when you were playing?
I don't think I ever met that person.
Maybe she was never around the facility or whatever. But that's awful to hear. I hope everything's okay with the family. Much different, better news. A few different things I wanted to go over. Obviously, it's going sideways with the Bengals. Jamar Chase last night after the game was asked about the game, and he was pissed. You can't play the audio, really, because it's not a happy batch of audio. But Jamar Chase was asked how to close out games at the end, how to fix their inability to close out games. He said, ask Zach, ask the coaches, don't ask me. I just play football. I don't call the plays. That's what happens.
In other words, I should be involved with the play calling.
No, I think that's more just his frustration with the whole organization.
Yeah, but any receiver I know that don't get the passes down the stretch is going to make that type of comment.
Yeah. I mean, Chase, it wasn't that he didn't get the ball. They just can't stop anybody.
They can't.
Joe Burrow was asked, is this the most frustrating season you've ever had? He said, yeah. The reporter said, why? And he said, it's pretty self-explanatory. And, like, I don't – if you think you know Burrow versus Herbert, right, what has happened between those two is all of a sudden the Chargers got a really good coach and a really good GM, and they're coached and playing different. The Bengals are kind of just going the same way. And I just think watching this flip-flop where Herbert's numbers aren't nearly as impressive, but he's playing good football. Burrow's outrageous, but they're 4-7.
Yeah.
You know, like, end of the day, you are what your record is. That Bill Parcells said it, not me. Last thing before we make some bets. Landfill, I think the right person for this is Hoffman, but I'm open to ideas. The Washington Spirit got into the championship game Saturday night, 8 o'clock. We're going to do a Spirit segment getting ready for the championship game. They're really good. Trinity Rodman is outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
I've enjoyed watching some of that, mostly with my daughters. We went to a game this summer. It was a ton of fun. We're going to do a Spirit segment before the end of the week. Now, Landfill, let's make some bets.
Heard it here first.
All right.
Gather around.
My name is Jeff.
Won a week last week.
Definitely not you.
You didn't.
Yeah, I was out of it last week.
Yeah, I won it. Okay,
I won it.
Move to this week.
Tonight, I don't know who I'm taking. I'm still looking because you can't take the money line from what I saw for Houston versus Dallas.
Give me the Texans. -7.
Just want to hop on my bets.
Nah, man. You up here talking. I mean, hell. We don't have much time. And give me a Joe Mixon.
I'm taking
touchdown.
the Texans.
I'm going anytime touchdown and the Texans. Joe Mixon is anytime.
He's taking Mixon for a TD and the Texans. Landfill, you're taking the Texans? Is that correct?
Yep.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, give me the Texans.
Oh, hell.
-7, and give me the Wiz +14.5.
All right. There is a system pick to be had tonight. I'm just saying. If you were into those sorts of things.
I mean, come on, go into this pick, Dallas. You know you want to. You always wear silver and blue.
I never wear silver and blue.
Gray and blue, whatever you want to call it.
No system pick for me. I am taking. Hell, I'm taking an Ovechkin goal. Can I take that? Bang. Ovi to score.
There you go, Jay.
That's what I'm taking. Caps, Utah at 9 o'clock. Thank you to Joe Beninati for joining us. Thank you to John Kine for joining us. Thank you to Frank Schwab.
Thank you to Jeff for entertaining us about driving a damn spaceship.
Thank you to Jeff just for being out of his mind.
It's going to happen one day.
Yeah, man. I'm rooting for you, Jeff. I really am. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Let's start with the Commanders as they're coming off the mini bye now, a week to get ready for the Dallas Cowboys, who, by the way, are going to be on a short week. They played the Texans tonight on Monday Night Football. Washington trying to figure out a way to get things back on track. Now, despite the two-game skid, Commanders still have the number 6 offense in the NFL, still the league's 4th highest scoring offense overall at 28 points per game. So there still is a lot to be positive about. Commanders, even at 7-4 with 2 losses in a row, still with an 81% chance to make the playoffs, according to playoffstatus.com. So a lot going for them. Dallas week in D.C. Cowboys come in. They're kind of a mess. Of course, Dak Prescott injured and out for the year, so Cooper Rush is their quarterback coming into next weekend. And the Cowboys come in reeling 3-6. Commanders a 10-point favorite for the game next weekend in D.C. Hockey teams playing well. Alex Ovechkin playing as well as we've seen him play in years, on a tear. Had a hat trick last night. Caps win 5-2 in Vegas. Ovi is now just 28 away from tying Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL record for most goals in a career. Caps are right back on the ice tonight in Utah. 9 p.m. face-off from Salt Lake City here in the Fan. Wizards, they're on an 8-game losing streak, beaten Sunday by Detroit. Wiz will try to bounce back and get a win up in New York tonight, facing the Knicks, 7:30 on the team, 980. We're brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is Monday, November 18th, 2024, and we are ready to talk ball with you after a very rare Sunday where the Commanders were idle. A lot of couch time, a lot of stress-free football viewing. Got a great show planned for you today. James Palmer joins us at 3 o'clock, and Jay Gruden stops by at 5 o'clock.
Nice little program today. Gorgeous outside, a relaxing, I mean relaxing Sunday. My feet is up. There were hours of stress-free football watching where I'd watch big plays go for and against certain teams, fantasy matchups for won and lost. And I went, oh, look at that. Nobody can bother me today. My pain already occurred. I'm over it. That's in the rear view. You just got that red zone going. And then when it gets juicy enough in that 4 o'clock hour, I switched over to CBS. My feet is up.
I'm not wired in a way where I would want to not be a fan of a team. And I'm not wired correctly to be able to watch games without having second screen viewing or, wanting to put bets in on FanDuel, which I do every weekend, or have, fantasy football teams that I'm monitoring or whatever. But I do understand, and I can absolutely get why someone would want to have no strings attached viewing. Meaning you don't have a team that has to win to make you happy. If you don't play fantasy football or you're not betting on games, you just sit back, as you said, toes in the air, and nothing matters. It's so carefree. There was something beautiful about my mood not really being affected by almost anything that happened all Sunday long. It's not the way I want to do it. It's not the way I'm going to do it moving forward. But I get it. I get why you do it that way, some people.
It's interesting because it's still via the lens of my care about Washington. Because it's in a league that I care about because Washington's in the league. That's what you just described is how I am with college football. I just simply don't have a horse. I don't. I never did. I never have.
Oh, but that's interesting. So let's say tomorrow the Commanders went away.
Yep.
Poof, they're gone. They're not a team anymore. What's your love for the NFL and how does it change?
It would Reggie Wayne. To a degree. Now,
really?
it wouldn't go away. I mean, there's too much history there. Like, is my memory wiped of all things Washington? You know what I mean? So, like, even still the ghost, and it's just habit, and it's the best product we got.
So what's your love of the NFL in this moment as we sit here right now? 1 to 100.
94, 95,
right.
Things like that.
So I'm a 99.
Yeah.
What would you be if the Commanders did not exist anymore, starting now?
30-something.
Okay. I think I'm still like an 85. mean, to me, football is still king. And I think that checks out in our lives, right? A little bit. Like, I'm not missing Thursday night football. I'm not missing Sunday night football. I'm not missing Monday night football. You might go play pickup basketball or
you got to DVR it.
Go play pickleball against some guy I've never heard of. Every single play that happens in a standalone NFL game, I'm going to watch. So I do have an obsession with the sport that goes beyond just my love for Washington, which was my entry point.
Yeah. And so, and again, just to go back to college football, like just because I don't have I keep saying a horse that I root for, I find it interesting, but it's not as much fun to me to watch. Like, I'm like, oh, wow, USC's playing Florida State today. I don't know anybody. That doesn't have the same juice, right? Whereas if I went to one of those schools, or if, I lived in Columbus, Ohio, or something like that, I'd be way more into it. It's just something like I'll watch because it's good theater, right? The big games, the important ones, I'm in because I recognize the importance of it. But not having a rooting interest at any point, like whereas yesterday, as I'm watching, it's I want to see, in a given weekend, I want to see the Giants lose, I want Philly to lose, I want Dallas to lose, and I've got fantasy players, but it's all related through the anchor of Washington and their ultimate success.
Yeah. With them being playoff relevant, what's relatable about that content is, as I'm watching each and every single game, you're going, what's best for the Commanders here?
Mm-hmm.
And if it's an AFC game, it doesn't really matter. But when the Vikings are playing the Titans, you want Tennessee to win.
Yep.
Wasn't going to happen because it's better for Washington's wild card chances. Or same thing with, say, the Browns and the Saints in New Orleans, although New Orleans is pretty much dead in the water. But you want AFC over NFC. If it's a team on the outside looking in like Chicago and a team that is likely going to be a wild card team like Green Bay, you're rooting for the team that does the least damage to Washington.
Yeah, I'm sitting there going, come on, Chicago. Come on, you dorks. And of course they got that field goal kick blocked.
When the Commanders beat the Bears with the Hail Mary, everyone made it a very personal thing because fans, for some reason, and I can't quite understand this logic. I'd love to talk about this at some point today too. There is this personal vendetta that Commanders fans have against all rookies other than Jaden Daniels. I don't really get it. If I compliment Bo Nix, who had a great game yesterday, or if I say Drake May made a nice pass, or if I point out that Caleb Williams did better without his terrible offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron, who's been fired, you would think it's somehow a personal affront to Jaden Daniels. I don't understand the protectiveness of this fan base. Our guy's really good. Calm down. They made a pick that worked. He's going to be very, very successful. Relax a little bit. There's this mother cub protection unit thing that happens that I can't stand and I hate. I don't know if you've noticed that at all.
Of course I have, yeah.
It's annoying to me, as if any word spent on one rookie quarterback that isn't Jaden Daniels is somehow offensive to Jaden Daniels. But I say that only to say that right after that Bears game, because it wasn't Washington, Chicago for a lot of fans. It wasn't Commanders, Bears, which is what it was to me. It was Daniels, Williams, right? And so right after that game, there was this Washington broke Chicago thing that Commanders fans are doing. And I was like, I don't think so. I think they just beat them on a Hail Mary, As we get further away, though, their organization crumbled that day on that play, with the DB arguing with fans and then misplaying the football and not being in position and all of the fallout that came afterwards on a quick turnaround for them short week, where then they lost in really bad fashion the next week as well. Since they've fired assistants, there's some infighting in the building. They've contemplated supposedly benching Williams, all the things that have happened. Even though I was initially dismissive of that narrative, the Commanders broke the Bears. I'll now sign up and agree and endorse. That play broke their season. It fractured them in a way that's irreparable.
Yeah, I forget who said it first. I had a coach say it to me, and he borrowed it from somebody, I'm sure. I was trying to look it up. I couldn't find it. But don't lose the same game twice, right? In other words, it goes with everything. I have a terrible at bat, and then I go into the field still pissed off about it, and then the ball goes between my legs. Same thing with the team, right? You lost that game in heartbreaking fashion. It looked like it carried over, right? Where they were just throttled each of the next 2 weeks. After the firing, they played their best game in probably more than a month plus and still found a way to lose. You know what I mean? When you get outscored by two very mediocre teams by 40 over a couple of weeks, you're going, okay, something's rotten here.
They lined up yesterday, Chicago did, for a game-winning chip shot field goal that got blocked at the gun, a la the Broncos against the Chiefs 1 week earlier. And it was, again, I thought, coaching malpractice by Matt Eberflus, who I believe to be right now probably the most inept head coach in the National Football League. But rather than running one more play when they had a timeout and like 30 seconds to go to get closer, to make it an easier field goal because their kicker doesn't have that long of a leg, so he has a little lower trajectory. And rather than centering up the kick, they kept it on a hash, and they kept it from further away, and they just ran the clock all the way down to 3 seconds, and then he kicked from the long trajectory and missed. Santos gets blocked at the line. By miss, I mean blocked. But again, it was one of those where it's like at the end of these games, the little decisions that they make, whether you agree with them in real time or not, they all go badly. They all blow up in their face. And it seems like with the good coaches, they go well, they work out. And with the bad coaches, Eberflus is one of them, they don't. But I'll tell you what the best game was yesterday. There were two actually outstanding football games. The Bills and the Chiefs and the Steelers and the Browns. But that AFC North first place game was the most important, so we could start there. Pittsburgh beat Baltimore. And the Steelers are 8-2 and in the driver's seat in the AFC North. And they won despite Russell Wilson playing his worst game he's played since they implemented him as a starter. Didn't run the ball that well. Wilson threw a really bad red zone interception. And the Steelers, for the second time this year, Danny, won a game where they did not score a touchdown. They're the fifth team in the modern era to win 2 times in the same season where they don't score a touchdown. Of the previous 4 teams, 3 of them played in the Super Bowl. This is a championship level defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you were about to go, and 3 of those previous teams were the Steelers last year. But yeah, I mean, they're so well coached that any kind of game that they find themselves in, they can win it. Like, they've won games where they've had to put up 25, 30 points. They've won games like this where it's just an arm wrestling, shoving match right in the middle of the field, true AFC North style, where there's a billion field goals and everything's going to be nip and tuck. They can win any kind of way. I have, we'll talk about Ovechkin a little bit too as the day goes on, where I've now made my rule is you do not bet against that person. Quite simply, every time you think it's over, it's not, and it's better than it was before somehow. Oh, he moved over to right wing because Adam Oates saw the end is nigh. Multiple Rocket Richard trophies since. Oh, he was in a first half slump last year. He's not going to score that much anymore. Leading the league in goals now again. Like, nope, I will never bet against that person again. He could be 50 years old with nothing but gray hairs and look like me with his shirt off, and he'll still be one of the best players in the world. Same with Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. I'm never doing it again. I'm never saying this. But before the season, I go, it's got to come back eventually. The fact that their quarterback situation isn't particularly good. They couldn't score last year. There'll be a regression. Nope. Just an incredibly disciplined, excellent defense that does just enough on offense.
I think you got to feel a little bit better about the Washington loss to Pittsburgh last week after seeing what they did to the Ravens offense, which was, according to EPA per play and some of the efficiency metrics, the best in football. Mm-hmm. Respectfully, I would say that belongs to Detroit. The Lions, who scored 50 again, could have scored 70 if they wanted to yesterday. It's 645 yards of offense the Lions did.
Yeah. Outgained Jacksonville by almost 500 yards.
645. They're playing a different sport than everyone else. We'll get to them, though. But staying in the AFC North with Baltimore, a week after Jaden Daniels completed 50% of his passes against the Steelers, and there were some drops in there, Lamar Jackson went 16 of 33. He was 13 of 30 before their final drive of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Went over 200 yards with some of the throws he made on that final drive. I think you watch that game and you have to feel better about Washington, seeing that the Ravens were held to 16 points and just over 300 yards in a game in which the final drive, the numbers looked a lot better, but it actually was uglier for them offensively than the final numbers even showed.
Yep.
Now, some people have today suggested, well, Washington scored 27 against Pittsburgh. No one else has done that. 7 of those were on a 15-yard drive. Another 3 of those were on a field goal at the end of a 25, 30-yard drive that started around midfield or whatever. So it's basically more like, 14, 17 points of earned offense. They had 2 sustained long drives in that entire game. So there was nothing about their offensive output that I'm going to endorse or say was actually good. But I will say the further we get away from it, I'll bet we'll think differently about it, because this defense is a Super Bowl caliber unit.
It is indeed. It is indeed. I mean, and what's crazy about this game, this is so AFC North, this is so these two teams, everything changes because of a missed extra point early on. So then you have to go for 2 at the end and you don't get it and you end up losing the game. If it's 2 extra points, you're tied. Who knows what happens in overtime? But Pittsburgh earned that win throughout. I thought they were the better team for 90% of the game. But to your point, it is
who missed the extra point.
Justin Tucker, first half touchdown. It would have been.
Well, he also missed 2 field goals before that, which was a big deal.
Which is a huge deal as well.
Yeah. So the story for Tucker, to me, respectfully, is not that he missed an extra point. The story about Tucker is he missed his 5th and 6th kicks of the season, something he hasn't done since 2016. To miss those 2 field goals for him, he ended up hitting a 54-yarder later in the game. Henry scored. They tack on the extra point.
No, he did. I apologize. I meant the miss the short field goals. I don't know why I said extra point 2 different times. Very, very extra point caliber distance. I felt like for probably the greatest kicker ever to play.
I think his misses were what, 47 and 51,
something like that.
And I mean, so it wasn't like they were completely chip shots, but he missed 2 field goals. That for Justin Tucker, I guess what you're saying is he normally makes. Except this year he doesn't. They have a problem right now with Justin Tucker, dude. He has been automatic deposit. You just wake up and the money's in your account for years and years and years. That is not the case anymore.
Well, there was bizarre kicking yesterday. In addition to the block kick, multiple kicks in the 20s, like 27-yarders. Rookie kicker for the Jets shanked one off the upright. I saw it was on Red Zone watching another game where a really short kick was missed. All of a sudden, kicking, which was this renaissance where everyone's just booming it from 60 and it's all casual. This was a weird week where nobody could make any kicks.
Yeah, Evan McPherson missed 2 kicks on Sunday Night Football. Remember, Jake Elliott missed 2 kicks against Washington.
That's right.
Justin Tucker missed 2 kicks last night. Those were 6 of the misses in the NFL. And then there was one other miss, Cardi from L.A., the Rams. I think he was the one you're talking about.
Mr. Shorty.
Missed the chip shot. But yeah, 7 total misses in the National Football League this week, if you count the 2 from Jake Elliott. I just thought that was a great classic AFC North game.
It was.
Low scoring, field goal fest, lots of defense. Those teams hate each other's guts. You take the under when they play. But Baltimore now, with a tough remaining schedule, and Pittsburgh's is even harder, backs against the wall a little bit here because you are a game and a half back. And for the moment, they play again. For the moment, the Steelers have the ability to have a tiebreaker. The other of the great games yesterday that I'm sure everybody got to enjoy was Bills-Chiefs. Kansas City is now lost. We kept saying they can't keep getting away with this. Well, they didn't this time. Patrick Mahomes intercepted twice. In this game, Travis Kelce had just 2 catches for 8 yards, and Josh Allen was the best player on the field. Allen threw for 260. He ran for 55 and a touchdown, including on 4th and 2.
That 4th down play.
A 26-yard touchdown run to put the game on ice. Only against the Chiefs, by the way. It was a 9-point game right then, 30-21 with 2:15 to go. And I still wasn't comfortable firing off the tweet about the Chiefs, now 9-1, because you just seen too many times where you think the game's over and somehow they win. But even Kansas City couldn't get up off the mat. But give the Bills a lot of credit, man. They ran 20 more plays. They averaged 5.2 a pop, played really well defense. I just thought it was exactly the game they needed to play. And it gives you some hope, maybe, that the Chiefs are going to get a game in the playoffs from Buffalo in the AFC.
Yeah, nobody's playing better than Buffalo right now in the AFC. I mean, nobody is. They're the most whisper quiet 9-2 team that I can remember.
It's Josh Allen's MVP year.
It feels like it, right?
Lamar was seemingly on a one-way, each HOV lane easy pass all the way to the MVP. It would have been his 3rd. You know that this morning, Josh Allen became the favorite after he got the big win for Buffalo yesterday and the Ravens lost to the Steelers. It's close, but going into week 12, Allen's going to be the MVP favorite.
Yeah, you look at some of the both regular counting stats and some of the advanced numbers to talk about, what someone's doing every time they drop back. Lamar Jackson adjusted yards per attempt is over 10. Only a couple of guys are even over 9. Touchdown wise, turnover wise, he's still doing Lamar Jackson stuff. But you watch last night. That's kind of the point, right? That national audience, everybody's kind of tuned in. Only 3 games in the 4 o'clock window. Josh Allen doing type stuff, and you go, all right, maybe we'll start putting some of the beans in his column, right? As you start to count it up, because his numbers are absurd as well.
Well, and injuries at receiver. Yeah, like no Keon Coleman yesterday. Amari Cooper did play, caught a ball, I think a 30-yard or so pass to start the game, and only had 1 other reception after that. He's banged up. But it's Khalil Shakur, Curtis Samuel. They didn't even have Dalton Kincaid in this game. They had Dawson Knox as their main tight end, but it didn't matter. They scored 30 on a great defense. They had 2 of those take your soul drives in the second half against Kansas City too. They got the ball back late third quarter and went 83 yards. It took them 6 minutes to do it and took a 23-14 lead. And then again, when they put the game away, it's 5 minute, 36-second, 70-yard drive with the Allen 4th and 2, 26-yard run. And I give McDermott a lot of credit. Would have been easy, I think, to line up there and to just kick that field goal from 44 or so.
You got to stake the heart, man.
Against the Chiefs, how many times do you have to learn?
Yeah.
To your point.
Don't do conservative.
You
just
cannot just go up a possession. Like, you need to end the football game. And he tried to, and his team made him right. Allen, frankly, made him right. But the football was very, very good. Let's talk NFC next. Some of the big games in Washington's conference and some of the tilts that affected the Commanders. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny right here on The Fan. G&D on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for listening to the program. We appreciate you guys making the show part of your Monday. How was the Rouillet weekend without the Commanders to watch yesterday?
Just so nice. So lovely. Just there's no pressure, no stupid Sunday morning football. So I have anxiety either about getting in a fight because I'm not available to hang out with my kids and wife. And I was able to do that. So just nothing but stress-free interactions in time. So nice.
I mostly was on the couch for 90% of yesterday, but I did at one point. I was the wonderful dad, the distracted great dad who carried my phone out front yard and stood there with the kids as they rode their bikes and scooters, and we made little, chalk paths for them to drive on, and they, kicked the football and played all kinds of games. And I just had Red Zone on my phone the whole time. And I kind of propped it up so I could see it right on the mailbox, just so. And then I would kind of look over and occasionally pay attention to them too.
Yeah, I did one of those where I had it on the TV in our, we call it our playroom. It's just basically an all-purpose like rompus room where the walls are dented and we'll never fix anything. And I did take a football off the face because I was watching. I was watching a drive and my son threw it well and hit me in my right cheek.
The Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFC. And,
NFL, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I even think the NFL at this point. They're 9-1, just like Kansas City is, and they have way more style points than the Chiefs do with their 9-1. Yesterday, what Detroit did to Jacksonville was almost not fair. You don't see this in the NFL. This is week 1, team pays Alabama to bludgeon them. That's normally what happens, right? Like, this was a 645-yard Lions output against 170 yards from Jacksonville. A-plus effort on offense, A-plus effort on defense. Would have been a 650-yard game if not for kneel downs. Jared Goff was throwing against air. He went from throwing 5 picks last week to throwing 5 incompletions this week. 4 touchdowns, no picks, perfect quarterback rating, right back in the MVP conversation. Whoever they handed the ball to doesn't matter. They ran effectively. 3 combined touchdowns for David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's kind of the guy you key on when you're getting ready for a Lions game. 11 targets, 11 catches, 161 yards.
Their point differential over the course of the season is twice as good as the second best team in the NFC, Philadelphia's. 159 points is what their point differential is. Philadelphia's is 80 as an 8-2 team. That's the story to me. Now, the other part of that is they're not afraid to run up the score, and it seems a little bit awkward that they're doing that, but that's kind of their personality. They're doing what they do, but I don't know. It's not something that I'm a huge fan of, but I'll put that aside for a second. They're the best team in the league.
Because you've said that a couple times this year. I mean, what do you want them to do? They had 35 points at the start of the third quarter.
I want them to not drop Jared Goff back and roll him out and throw passes deep into the fourth quarter up by 40 when the game's not competitive.
There's only so much they can do. I mean, there's 30 minutes of football left.
Sure.
This is not.
I'm not talking about in the middle of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, maybe a little bit less trick plays to the second lineman or like
they didn't really do that yesterday.
They did it to Dallas.
They ran a first half hook and ladder. I mean,
yeah, which is fine.
Dallas, there's this personal thing between the two teams after the way last year played out. I think that was a little bit different. But like yesterday, they won 52-6. I don't think they tried to rub it in. They were just so much better than Jacksonville. They had their backups in the game. And what are you supposed to do? Hendon Hooker played multiple drives. I mean, you know how many guys carried the football for them yesterday?
They had a lot. Everyone got a chance.
I mean, what are they supposed to do if they're that much better than Jacksonville?
Don't have Jared Goff throw a pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown when you're up 49-6 for a touchdown. Like, don't do that. Have your backup quarterback hand it off and punt some. But that's it. I'm not dying on a hill over it. I don't love that. The same way I didn't love Bill Belichick running up the score on Joe Gibbs.
It was 42-6, and there's 14 minutes left in the game. They can't play anymore. They just hand it off until they kick field goals?
I think you still play. If you're that much better, you'll probably score some more. But probably don't need to have Goff in there slinging it around on that drive.
They went on a 96-yard drive where they just walked down the field.
Yeah, because they're a lot better than Jacksonville.
Exactly. I mean, it took them. Normally, it takes a few less plays. It took them 10 plays. They went down the field almost 100 yards. And at some point, Jacksonville has to stop them or do something. I don't know. I don't know what they're supposed to do. I guess they could bench all of their starters right at the start of the fourth quarter.
No, you don't have to come out slinging it when you're up by 42 points or whatever, 36 points when the other team isn't competitive. You could have a little grace and class and dignity and win the game without question. And, again, you don't have to sling it to Amon-Ra St. Brown, get to the line quickly before the quarter ends and then sling it to Jahmyr Gibbs and then sling it over here to Amon-Ra St. Brown for another 22 yards. You hand it off to get anybody some looks and maybe have the backup quarterback do it. There's different ways to do it.
And they're playing the Lake Braddock Recreational Youth Club yesterday, right?
You're just supposed to be gentlemen about stuff.
Okay. I think they were perfectly gentlemen.
They ran up the score, and it's classless, but that's not a huge deal. They're the best team in the NFL.
They totally are.
So I'm now rooting against them, by the way, for this.
Well, you always have rooted against them anyway, because you hate Dan Campbell for some reason.
I don't hate him. I think he's a goofball, and this just kind of confirms
also a hell of a coach.
Seems to be very good, getting them to play hard and play well.
That's what a good coach is,
I suppose.
Can you just say that or no?
He's a goofball who's got a great set of coordinators. Anyway, they're the best team in the league, and it's not even close. Every number and metric is now starting to back that up. They're wounded on defense. They're losing guys left and right, and still it kind of doesn't matter. Because if I dare you to try to keep up with them, I think that's the point at this stage. Like, instead of saying, "Hey, we can play ground and pound come winter football in December and January," you might not be able to do that anymore for them. You may just have to say, "All right, we're gonna hit the throttle and go as fast as we can and score a bunch of points and try to keep up with us." I think that's the challenge.
By the way, they kneeled down in the red zone at the end of the game. Could have scored more.
Must have been painful for them to do that.
No, they just did the thing they've done all year. They just were respectful of the opponent. When it was time to start kneeling down, they did that.
So much respect.
They're very, very good.
Sub 2 minutes.
You know who's the star, by the way? Is Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Their offensive coordinator. I don't know if he's going to leave or not. He's a bit of a weirdo every offseason.
He's a little eclectic.
Whether or not he wants to stay or go. They're running hook and ladders in the first half of that game. Like the kind of plays that normally you run like in the fourth quarter when you're down 36 because you're hoping you can make a play. It's just part of their offense. They are playing chess and everyone else is playing checkers. They are so much better offensively than everybody else. But here's my Lions point really quick. When you look at DVOA and efficiency offensively of what they've been this year, they're one of the top 5 offenses. I think it's like third maybe ever at this point. The 91 Redskins are ahead of them. The 91 Redskins.
Mm-hmm.
I was not old enough to watch them live. I've read more about them than I probably have any other sports team ever. And I've seen clips, obviously. But man, oh man, what that must have been like in D.C.
You don't even know, dude.
For people every Sunday to just sit down and get ready to watch Washington go hang 40 on somebody.
Best offense, second best defense. Sorry about it.
Now, you probably thought they were running up the score on people.
No.
As they were just blowing teams out.
Well, they had a guy with class at the top, Joe Gibbs. So you don't do that. You just you act like you've been there and you behave yourself in a gentlemanly way and you shake hands after the game.
But I can't fathom, Danny, my team being what the Lions are, which is a 9-1 absolute indefensible juggernaut.
They were even better than that.
That's what I'm saying. Like Washington was graded better than this Lions team.
It's again because of the defense. They scored more than twice as many points as they gave up.
This was just offensive efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
The 91
that's all it was?
Redskins were graded ahead of this Lions.
Good God Almighty!
Like, isn't that insane?
Yes, it is.
I want to go back in a time machine to that fall and just put on gear every Sunday and sit there and see what happens.
They were just I I use this term a lot. Like they were a buzzsaw. That was an actual buzzsaw. Like you couldn't beat them. The games that they lost were like miraculous and bizarre.
Speaking of you couldn't beat them, who can beat this Detroit team in the NFC? So Philly, I'm going to put to the side because they're the second best team right now. Everyone else has 3 or more losses other than Minnesota. I guess in a one-off game, surely just about anybody in the playoffs could run into a victory. It's kind of a, any given Sunday league. But who is legitimately good enough that if they played the Lions 10 times, they could beat them 4 or 5?
Let me try to throw a couple teams at you. Now, I'm not saying they would, because I think 4 or 5 is too high a threshold. 2 out of 10, the way they're playing right now, maybe. In their own division, Minnesota. If you don't get the turnover-prone Sam Darnold, if you get the ball out, Sam Darnold, to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and we can run the ball a little bit, the way that they cover and get after the quarterback, if you make the praying mantis move around a little bit, now he had an improvisational play at the start of the game that you're going, oh my God, now you can't defend them.
He ran for 25 yards yesterday.
Yeah, you're just going, okay, how are you supposed to stop them? But in general, if you make him move his feet at all, he turns, into a pumpkin pretty quick. They're my best nominee, kind of besides Philadelphia.
So Minnesota defensively is outstanding. And I think there's a path to Brian Flores holding his own against Detroit's offense and Ben Johnson. Here's where I'm going to disagree. After 5-0, I probably would have been right there with you. Out of the bye, Darnold has not been the same.
No, he's not. And that's why I said if you get the non-turnover all the time, Darnold.
And yesterday he didn't really turn the ball over against Tennessee.
He wanted to.
But he wanted to. They have just not been the same. I mean, he has kept the other teams in games every week. They barely beat Jacksonville last week, who Detroit, by the way, just scored 50 on. That was a 12-7 game. Tell me how different those two teams are. The Colts game, he was not good, kept them in that game. The Rams game, you go all the way back through really since the bye. And for the record, they did play Detroit, and Minnesota lost close. It was 31-29. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think they could give them a run for their money. The only team I would say in the NFC right now that I could really see knocking off the Lions is the Eagles if they play their best game. Like that fourth quarter where Saquon Barkley's grinded you down, the line has fatigued you, Hurts is protecting the football. I could see Philly giving them all they can handle.
Because they've got a lot of Detroit in them in terms of that offense. Detroit's offense is the best in the sport. So I'm not, just hear me clearly here. But on paper, if you want to shut one thing off, we've got two counters for you. We can do whatever you want to beat you. And you can be right about all of those options, and then our quarterback can run, which is something Detroit doesn't really have in terms of Goff. So Philadelphia, to me, would be the best puncher's chance to beat Detroit right now. But again, who knows what it's like in a month plus. But on paper at this moment, I think obviously Philadelphia's the best candidate.
How about this rookie quarterback class? This weekend, getting to sit down and watch Bo Nix light up the Falcons. Drake May had a day. Caleb Williams really looked sharp, or I should say sharper. I don't think he was great, but
less dull.
It was definitely a lot better than it has been for the Bears. If you look at the 10,000-foot view of what these guys could all be a few years down the road, and the way Jaden Daniels, who's the front runner for Rookie of the Year, has played this year, this could be a historic class. I want to get into that next. He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. That was Fox's call of the Broncos and the Falcons yesterday. Denver destroyed Atlanta, and in that game, Bo Nix, as you heard there, was terrific. 28 of 33, 307 yards, and the rookie passer, 4 touchdowns without any interceptions. Bo Nix has protected the football over the last month. He has been pretty much, I would say, a different version of himself since right at the end of September, early October. And if you start to look at it, and we'll dive into this later in the show, he's closing the gap statistically, just as far as the counting stats, which don't tell the whole story, on Jaden Daniels in a lot of regards in terms of the Rookie of the Year award. But while Daniels was idle on Sunday, you got to watch some of these other young quarterbacks, and I got to say, Daniels is the head of the snake here. He's been the best rookie quarterback in the league this year. But Bo Nix is coming on like Donkey Kong for Denver. Drake May was really good for New England. We can go into his game as well. Caleb Williams had a strong bounce back for the Bears with a new play caller and a new OC. Protected the football, went 23 of 30 for 231 yards. But that Nix outing, man, 4 touchdowns, no picks, threw for 307. Big time day. And in the pocket mostly for Nix. The knock was he's got to run around. It's like old Russell Wilson. He's got to get outside the hash mark.
And he's got some of those different throwing platform things too, like a shortstop moving to his left, turning back across his body, flinging it sidearm. There were a couple of really impressive throws in there. So you talk about the statistical closing of the gap. It's happened in a lot of ways. Only 63 passing yards behind Jaden Daniels. That's with the first month plus, everything behind the line of scrimmage. So if you had a complaint about Daniels early on that it was too conservative, take that and multiply it times 1 trillion for what they were having Bo Nix do out there.
Daniels missed 3/4 of the Carolina game.
Yep, that's true. Yep.
But Bo Nix also played that one game in like the monsoon where he and Aaron Rodgers both had like 5 passing yards at halftime.
Like 1 forward pass.
So I don't know what the exchange rate is there.
14 passing touchdowns to Jaden Daniels is 10. Only less than 200 rushing yards shy of Daniels, by the way. Daniels at 482, Nix at 295, which is kind of a crazy total. Same number of rushing touchdowns and only 2 more turnovers. The gap is not that big anymore, just in terms of statistical. Now, impact, start to finish, kind of the stardom type moments. And, Daniels has the Hail Mary. Daniels has the national television performances, some things. And I would pick Jaden Daniels 1,000 times out of 1,000 over Bo Nix. Simply saying, in terms of objective Rookie of the Year voting, it's not a chasm anymore.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Rookie of the Year and the gap between Daniels and the rest of the pack coming up in the 5 o'clock hour after Jay Gruden joins us. But I do just want to point out that Nix yesterday was splendid.
He was great.
You look at how he's played over the last month, I think this has kind of become the trend. Sean Payton is as good a coach as there is offensively. He's done an outstanding job with the Broncos. Last week, Nix had 2 touchdowns, no picks. You go back to Carolina game a month ago, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He had a 2-touchdown, no interception game against Vegas. Now, what you're also seeing is he's feasting on bad defenses. Atlanta yesterday, I mean, it was a lot of easy throws and just wide open receivers. Like, it was a joke of a defensive performance for the Falcons. When he's played against other good defenses, it hasn't quite gone as well. He had no touchdowns and an interception as an example in a 41-10 loss against the Ravens. You think about like New Orleans has a solid defense. Threw for 164 without a touchdown in that game. So I think, and we've seen this with Jaden Daniels too, so I'm not throwing stones, but the numbers oftentimes for him have come against the worst teams, and then when they played the better teams, the performance has fallen off. Although I will say he was really good against the Chiefs last week. That was when I started to take notice of that. If they would have made the field goal that got blocked at the end, they would have beaten Kansas City. 8 incompletions, 2 touchdowns, no picks, just ultra effective through the air. Didn't get to run the ball, which has been a big part of his game. I think he had -5 rushing yards that day. But he has been much, much better here of late. The other guy that was super impressive yesterday was Drake May. The game ended with an interception where he threw this deep post that was actually really well thrown. And Demario Douglas never looked for the ball. Did you see that?
I did. So it looked live like he airmailed it. But I guess there was more, was it miscommunication there?
Well, when you watch it, it's just like he runs a post and his receiver never turns around. He never looks for the football. It's kind of crazy. That was his lone turnover. But on the day against the Rams, 30 of 40 for 282 and a pair of touchdowns. And with him, it's just the big time throws. It's what we talked about when he was coming out. Like, he's got that rocket arm. He's also very athletic. 27 rushing yards yesterday. He runs the ball a little bit
He just looks like Justin Herbert to me. Like
it's Herbert.
watching him play.
I think there's some Josh Allen there because he's so big.
Mm-hmm.
My thing with him is the same as my thing with Daniels, though. He takes too many big shots. Now, there's a big difference because Drake May is like 6'4" and 240.
Yeah, he's a Hulk.
He's just a monster guy in terms of body compared to Daniels. But it's still way too many hits. He missed time with a concussion, if you remember.
Yep.
Because he was like lowering his shoulder. So they got to coach that out of him. But he can flat out sling it. Good athlete in the pocket. And he's doing it. Like yesterday, his leading receiver, Kendrick Bourne, Hunter Henry, who's kind of washed as a tight end, DeMario Douglas, Austin Hooper, Booty, the receiver from LSU, is it Kashawn Booty? Ramondre Stevenson out of the backfield. Like, they don't have weapons.
They do not. They don't, and they have a bad offensive line also.
And he looks really good.
He does.
And he's the youngest starting quarterback in the league. He's 22. So I would put a check next to both him and Nix yesterday. And then Williams, for what it's worth, I thought was very, very solid in his performance. And he decided yesterday early on, I'm going to run the football. He hadn't really done that much.
Yeah.
Ran for 70 yards yesterday, all purpose over 300 yards for Caleb Williams in a game where he went 23 of 31.
So I thought he was good. I like this Green Bay defense. I think that group is underrated, and they've been pretty good at times. Yesterday, though, he always seemed to have a counter, talking about Caleb Williams. I know he's reluctant to run the ball. Usually it's I'm escaping to make that great throw. But, maybe that's been beaten into him a little bit, where it's like, hey, instead of that necessarily let's do this improvisational highlight play thing, why don't you take 7 or 8 yards? Why don't you make a first down run here or there to kind of keep the chains moving? Chicago was pretty impressive yesterday, I thought, in that loss. Again, they probably should have won. I got a field goal blocked at the horn.
What would you give Williams as a letter grade for his rookie season so far? Would it be a C or a C plus?
It's one of those classes with a curve where everyone knows the material is so hard. But here's the thing: the other rookies have been so much better.
Well, the reason
that's what makes it hard.
I think Daniels has gotten an A or an A plus. I think May's gotten an A. I think Nix is now at an A grade.
Working his way up, yeah.
We haven't seen Penix really. He came in garbage time yesterday for Atlanta, but he's sitting behind Cousins. And the guy that maybe had the best preseason was J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota.
For the injury.
And I do legitimately believe he'd be doing what Sam Darnold's doing right now if he was a rookie, because it's a really good situation. And it's not that I'm anti-Darnold. I just think McCarthy, as you saw in the preseason against starters, is capable of some of these things in this Kevin O'Connell offense. But I do believe this is going to be as good a rookie quarterback class as we've seen in a long time.
I think this is the outlier. I mean, usually the math says half the guys that get drafted in the first round bust, blah, 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 or, half the quarterbacks. This may not be the case this time. I mean, the wild cards are the 6th quarterback taken in the draft, being now second in rookie of the year voting.
Yeah.
In terms of Bo Nix.
And looks like he could be. I don't love Nix as a standalone prospect, but with Peyton in that offense, like the fit, it looks like he could be the answer for Sean Payton in Denver. Could be their guy.
In terms of Williams, given the surroundings, and I'm still a believer, so give him some benefit of the doubt, it's still probably a C grade overall. There have been enough highlights where you go, okay, this is worth pursuing, but some of those low moments you're going, what is anyone doing here?
James Palmer was at NFL Network for a long time, got to know him there. He's now the NFL insider for Underdog. He's going to join us next to go around the NFL after what was an awesome weekend of ball. I want to get into Alex Ovechkin's hat trick as well. We'll do that before the end of the next segment on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. In 1 hour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we've got Caps tickets we're giving away on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Make sure you're listening at that time if you want to get your hands on those tickets, and you should, by the way, because the Caps are really, really good. And Alex Ovechkin scoring in just about every single game as he chases down Wayne Gretzky. He's got 13 goals. He is tied for the NHL lead at 39 years old, just the way we all drew it up. Washington has a strong future on the ice, thanks to Ovi and the boys. Think about your future. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. That's Kandori and Murad. They're going to help update your last will and testament. They will set up a revocable trust for you as well. Schedule a free consultation with our buddies we just went to Philly with and their estate planning attorneys today. You can do that at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On the guest hotline right now, as we welcome you back on Grant and Danny, we find James Palmer, who was for many, many years over at NFL Network. That's how I got to know him, traveling the country and seeing him out and about. He is the senior NFL reporter at Underdog Fantasy. Does an awesome job covering the league. You should follow him on Twitter at James Palmer TV. James, thanks for a few minutes. We actually got to enjoy a day of stress-free football yesterday in the district and surrounding areas because the Commanders played on Thursday. So we got to put our feet up and do the red zone thing.
Oh, how'd you like it? I was actually at that game on Thursday in Philly. So I had to see them in person, and sadly, sorry, the Philly came out on top late. But you did get to enjoy your Sunday, bounce around. What's the plan there? Is that a red zone thing? Are we bouncing around YouTube? We doing the 4 games on the TV at the same time? What's the plan?
I'm a red zone guy. I mean, to me, it's the most perfect form of television possible for my ADHD adult brain. I love sitting there with snacks and like you decide for me what's important, and I'll trust you. I love it.
So I'm a multi-screen guy. So I have red zone on one, to be clear, and I will have that on like the main screen in terms of size. But with the volume on the smaller screen, I will control my own remote. Thank you, Scott Hansen. So if I want to go watch a drive, I'm going to go watch a drive. He doesn't know my fantasy team.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know what I just put it on FanDuel. So I got to have that available to me.
He doesn't. Yeah. Scott knows a lot. And he's like that in real life, which is the greatest because we have a mutual love of Jaws like you wouldn't believe. And he got to have lunch with Richard Dreyfuss once, and I think he called me on the way home and we talked for 3 hours. But he doesn't know your fantasy team. He doesn't know what you want. So I like the 4 on YouTube TV, and then I can change which one I'm listening to by where they're at on the field. I like that too.
There's so much to get into with you, but I want to start with the quarterback change in the division here with the Giants. Daniel Jones goes from QB1 to QB3. They bypassed Drew Lock, who they paid $5 million to this offseason, to go with Tommy DeVito. What do you make of that?
Yeah, honestly, I like that you brought that up because I'm more shocked by passing up Drew Lock and the price that you paid for him. And we've seen flashes over the years. I mean, I covered him a lot in Denver. We saw a couple of flashes when he filled in for Geno in Seattle. And he felt, talking to him about a year ago, that, you know, what he learned in Seattle kind of made him a better quarterback. And he grew so much in just a really good organization, right, that we've seen over the years with Pete Carroll and, you know, what they paid to bring him in. I was like, all right, well, then we're going to see Drew Lock because he can still sling it. I mean, he's got a really great arm, but they went with what they're comfortable with, which was DeVito, who has more snaps and, you know, that ends it to see Drew during training camp a lot. And so that limited his snaps with the injury. And so, like, it's an interesting aspect of going with DeVito, but I understand where they're at the quarterback position. One of the biggest things that doesn't happen in this league is admitting you made a mistake. And it's oftentimes very difficult for general managers to do that because why? Like you're more or less telling ownership, well, I missed on this one. I missed on this decision. I think it's easier in the Giants building right now for anybody to make a decision and say that, yes, I made this mistake and I can admit to it, when the glaring one down I-95 in Philadelphia was essentially more the owner's decision too. So he's in there too with kind of egg on his face with the rest of the building with the way Saquon's playing at an MVP level.
James, I want to ask you about the rookie quarterback class. Everybody loves to invoke 1983, understandably. I hesitate to put this group there after only 10, 11 weeks of football. But it does remind me of the 2020 class. Going back, that's Burrow, Tua, Herbert, then Jordan Love late in the first round, and then Jalen Hurts early in the second round. We might have something like that in our hands. I've been wildly impressed with the rookies as the season has gone.
They really have. And I think the thing that stands out the most when I talk to people around the league is this. They're hoping with NIL and the money that comes from NIL that these guys are making a couple $1 million playing college quarterback, that, hey, stay in college. stay in school, because we really like what we're seeing from these guys coming out with a lot of college starts. I mean, you look at the number of starts that Jaden Daniels had. You look at the number of starts. I feel like Bo Nix was in college for like 11 years. I think he had like 62 college starts. Like, they like these guys coming out with a lot of starts under their belt. It's a more prepared quarterback. The other thing that they've liked is, like, Jaden Daniels has been through some stuff, right? Like, he transferred. He's been through multiple programs. Bo Nix has been as well. And so when you look at the experiment and the unknown with a quarterback, say, like an Anthony Richardson, where you play 10 college games and you know there's crazy talent, but you're not sure what you have in terms of preparedness for the league, because this is, sadly, is not a developmental league. These guys came in pretty prepared. Like, they've run a program. They've had a lot of snaps, and Bo Nix is playing outstanding. I was just at that game in Denver on Sunday. Got to see Jaden play on Thursday. I've talked to enough people in that building that, you know, the poise and the composure that both of these quarterbacks play with, they throw with anticipation, they can manage a game, they can make the right decisions. A lot of times that comes with the snaps that you've had, you know, before your NFL experience. So it's been really interesting to see this group. I think there's a sleepy one that hasn't gotten any play at all, and that's Michael Penix. I've heard unbelievable things about Penix. I know everybody's curious about the drafting of him when you got Kirk Cousins there, but he might, like, we're talking about this group, and he's one we're not even talking about yet, which maybe does make this group special. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at your Twitter account right now, and it's funny because you tweeted about the Falcons that they just don't get any pass rush. NFL low 10 sacks, went into week 11 with the lowest pressure rate in the league. Bo Nix was pressured on 14% of dropbacks as he shredded them. Maybe they can draft another quarterback and figure out their D-line, I guess. I mean, what if only they had the opportunity to go get a pass rusher.
Some sort of player acquisition period where they could acquire new talent.
Now, they traded for Judon, and he's mostly been a nothing burger, but he also came in late and kind of looked out of shape. Maybe it's because he wears like hoodies under his jersey. I don't know. But
just to hide everything, possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why he does that. If it's because he's out of shape or it just makes him look heavier. What I know is they cannot get to the quarterback if you give him a head start.
You really can. And the shame of it is, I think they might have one of the smartest in terms of football IQ safety duos in football with Jesse Bates and Justin Simmons. I mean, it's like, if you had any ability to get after the quarterback, you have two guys running a back end that are getting everybody probably 3 steps in the right direction before the ball snaps, just of how smart they are on running the whole backside of your defense. So, like, if they didn't have to cover for so long, I mean, that's just part of the issue. Now, like, I love that we kind of joked about, you know, if they wouldn't have taken a quarterback. I mean, they in their team meetings, to my understanding, was we don't see anybody on the defensive side, and they weren't alone in this. We don't see anybody on the defensive side of the ball worth drafting here, where we're picking.
The Jared Verse film just never got to their building?
Listen, I'm not sure. I mean, that's what they thought at first. I mean, there were some teams that were panned on him. I think those teams are all going, man, I wish we would have picked him, because Verse is playing outstanding. I saw him play against Seattle a couple of weeks ago, and that D-line, that young D-line with the Rams is really, really good. But back to Atlanta, they tried to make a deal at the deadline. They tried to pursue some guys, just, you know, no deal ever came about. I would assume that some teams are pretty upset that Calais Campbell wasn't made available when some teams kind of thought that, but Miami wasn't going to be a seller. And yeah, that's where the Falcons are right now. And you're sitting 4th in the NFC going, are we going to really take this defense into the postseason? That's a tough thing for Falcons fans right now.
Follow our guest James Palmer at James Palmer TV on Elon's app. I want to get into a couple different things, but the Chargers, it's so whisper quiet, but Harbaugh is harbawing at this point, right? They're 7-3. They haven't really beaten anybody worth noting, I wouldn't say, over the course of this year. Maybe yesterday was their signature win, James, but they're 7-3, very much in the thick of it in the postseason. Like, he's doing it again.
Mm-hmm. And this is what he does. I mean, I heard during camp, like, the culture has flipped immediately. And to flip a culture takes time. Like, we were just talking about what Bo Nix is doing with Sean Payton. Sean Payton's taken a couple of years here to flip this thing in Denver that's been, you know, struggling for a number of years. And you see Harbaugh come in and just do it immediately. And it's an unbelievable superpower that he has. I mean, this is essentially the defense that's been there, right? Like these are the players that have been there. And this, with Brandon Staley, was essentially like a defense that continuously ranked in the mid to low 20s. And where are they right now? I mean, they're like near the top of the league. Like, Jesse Minter's coaching his tail off, might be the coordinator that nobody knows about in the NFL right now. But he has the same players playing fantastic football. And they went and, you know, got rid of 2 veteran receivers and said, we're going to bank on our youngsters and Quentin Johnson and Ladd McConkey, and we're going to be able to grow these young receivers with our really, really uber talented quarterback that we're not going to make go play hero ball. And I think that's the added emphasis of it is we know Greg Roman runs the ball. We know that's what they do. That's their formula. Some people can criticize it all they want, but like, I think we have a Justin Herbert that's getting healthier. We're seeing him use his legs, which is another added element now that he's, coming back off the foot injury. I think this is a guy that in the second half of the season is going to be playing like borderline MVP type football at the quarterback spot. Now they almost chargered themselves last night, but as a whole, that chargered themselves culture is finding its way out of the building, and it's been really, really impressive. And I'm not sure too many teams are going to want to really, face the Chargers when it comes to postseason time.
Yeah, last night felt symbolic where you thought it was a Chargers-ing, and then it wasn't. As Harbaugh was like looking through those like magnifying glasses on the sideline, and it's like, oh, he didn't let him Chargers, which was nice. And you're right, Herbert ran for 65 yards last night, mostly in the first half when he was just unbelievable. That was as good a half of football as any quarterback's probably played all season. Well, how about the Bills and the Chiefs? What did we learn yesterday? What did you take out of that game?
I think the two biggest takeaways from that one are oftentimes the deals done at the trade deadline. We're talking about one that didn't happen in Atlanta, but one did happen in Buffalo, and that's Amari Cooper. Oftentimes the trade deadlines don't really, they don't move the meter to the point to where our season is now a Super Bowl contender. I think of Von Miller when he joined the Rams. Maybe that's one that jumps out at you. But this Amari Cooper trade, I mean, guys, it transforms this offense. Like, I remember talking to a number of defensive coordinators that had faced Buffalo early portion of the season, and then they had that lull, and they were like, they've just become so easy to defend. We don't even need to worry about outside the numbers, right? We got two tight ends. We got James Cook. We got everything they do is in the middle of the field. Like, we can just let, guys play man outside. We don't have to worry about it. Added pressure on Josh Allen. Well, now you look at Amari Cooper's there. Now you got to defend outside the numbers, and the offense is back to being extremely versatile, really difficult to defend. And you think in one game, in all honesty, like, I think because of after Sunday, Josh Allen's like the leader for MVP, and we didn't think anybody was catching Lamar. And now I think you could almost say that with a straight face that that's the case. And then on the other side, I think the tackle problem in Kansas City is real. Like, I definitely think it's legitimate, and it's not just what we saw this past Sunday. Go back to 2 Sundays ago. I don't know if anybody in the D.C. area knows who Nick Benito is or Jonathan Cooper, but they were living in the backfield, and they're the pass rushers for the Broncos 2 weeks ago. And they had really Mahomes moving off his spot immediately. So if you have good edge play, you can get after Patrick Mahomes. I'm trying to think of some other teams. Like, I think they play the Steelers on Christmas, right? They had decent edge play in Pittsburgh, if I'm trying to think correctly. TJ Watt, I think's his name.
He's okay.
Alex Highsmith, yeah, he's all right. They got deeper by getting Preston Smith. Like, so if you have edge play, I think that's going to be the real issue that Kansas City has to deal with moving forward. And there's nobody that's going to help them off of the street right now.
So Detroit is just mercilessly destroying people at this stage. They're incredible. Will these injuries that they're racking up come back to bite them at any point?
You hate to see something happen injury-wise to a team that's rolling the way they're rolling. Obviously we're all looking at the early one with Aiden Hutchinson, and then how do they bounce back from that? And they had other injuries on the defensive line, and how does that, hurt them in a sense? I just think, though, the way that they can beat you so many different ways alleviates them from heavy concern over that, because they can out-physical you. They can throw the ball downfield against you. They beat, I think they were like trying to get Doug Peterson fired like themselves. I don't know what Doug Peterson ever did to Dan Campbell, but they just kept on rolling on Sunday, and they wouldn't stop. And they didn't have Sam Laporta either in that game. So I just think as long as the line stays roughly intact, that's everything to this entire team. But they have something special. Like, you ask around, and it's what's going on there is really ridiculous. And I don't know who in the NFC can slow them down unless Philly's defense keeps getting better, which it has been. And usually Vic Fangio's defenses get better as the year goes on. They got a lot of talent in Philly. Maybe that defense can slow them down. But right now, I don't know who's stopping them in the NFC.
I want to finish with Washington here locally. You mentioned that you just saw them in Philadelphia. What was your take on the Commanders? I don't know if that was, I think you saw them in Baltimore too. Didn't I bump into you? Yeah, so you've seen them a couple times. What do you make of where they're at right now compared to where they were, and whether or not we should be getting a little nervous?
think they're way ahead of schedule. Nobody likes to think big picture, right? Nowhere, because when you start out as well as Washington did, you don't want to start thinking, well, this isn't our big picture plan. We're ahead of schedule, but they are, which is a great thing. And we're talking about changing culture and building culture. I mean, DQ has done that in an extremely impressive fashion. I think Jaden is banged up. I think he's playing through it. I think he's a tough kid. I think that everybody in the building knows that. I think you'd be lying if you wouldn't think that this is impacting his play a little bit. But I think they're still built really, really well. And I think the move for Marshawn Lattimore, to me, tells me a couple of things. Like, you didn't think Adam Peters, when I'm talking big picture now, was going to go out and make a move, that was going to be somewhat of a rental. It's not. It's going to be a few years. They're going to get Lattimore, and they're going to get a different player, I'll be entirely honest with you, than what was playing the last couple of years in New Orleans. I mean that in a positive thing. And that was a need. And you can go and get a premier player at a premier position and get a jump on free agency. So you said one less thing to worry about after this year because you knew they had issues at corner. I think it was a great move. You'd like to get him on the field against Philly. You'd like to get him on the field as soon as possible. But I still think they're really well built and they're really well put together and they can run the ball. And I think that's extremely important come playoff time. And I think from talking to people there, Cliff is still really getting to know Jaden, and it's just expanding each and every week about what he can do with Jaden. And that is extremely promising. And at the same time, something that makes you kind of go, all right, what's next week going to look for? How quickly can we have this thing keep growing? Because it's growing really, really fast between those two. And he's just figuring out what he can do with this offense. And now that they can run the ball a little bit better, they're healthier back there. And Zach Ertz somehow has the fountain of youth, man. I don't know what it is. He's a great dude, but he's still playing at a high level. I would have loved him to get Terry some help, but he's still a great receiver. And they're still a really well-built team in an NFC that after Detroit, I think is pretty wide open.
So, James, you went to Baltimore and then Philadelphia. Do me a favor and don't go to Washington games for a little bit. We need a couple of wins. Then you could start going again.
You got. I mean, I wanted to see him play. I want to see this Washington team play. But I don't want to be the jinx for you guys, so I will avoid them. If there anybody you need me to go see, do you want me to go see? I don't know. I guess you don't have to worry about Dallas.
Just go see Philly. Just keep going to Philly games.
Yeah,
just hang out right there.
Well, I will say that's a new part of the standings. That it's like the home road differential when James Palmer's there.
James Palmer presence.
I think that's the sixth tiebreaker in the NFC this year.
I've heard that. Yeah, I have heard that, which is very interesting, and I really appreciate the interest in that.
Good catching up. Thank you, buddy. It was good having you on the show.
Yeah, for sure, guys. Take it easy.
Thank you, buddy.
Good. There's James Palmer on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Good going around the NFL with him. We have not talked about Ovi's hat trick yet. That's on us. I'm going to raise my hand. I want to do that. Also, NFL sure or I'm so sure Darius will navigate us through some of the key topics of the weekend. You're listening to Grant and Danny. That is next on the Fan.
as Vegas will attack. Protas, they turn it over to him. Ahead to Ovechkin. He's got the empty net, and he's got it. It's a hat trick for Alex Ovechkin. Into the empty net and a feed from Alexei Protas. All the celebration. Protas all smiles and coming to Ovechkin.
John Walton has heard right here on the Fan last night on the call of another 5-2 Caps win. I say another because that's the score that they have put up in 2 wins on the road on this road trip now. Back-to-back games, 5-2. Ovi with a hat trick for the 31st time in his career. He's now 29 goals shy of passing Wayne Gretzky's 894 for the most in NHL history. Ovechkin has scored 11 goals in his last 10 games, and he's now tied for the NHL lead with 13 goals. It's 39-year-old Ovi and then 2 29-year-olds in their prime.
It's just so stupid.
He's chasing down another Rocket Richard. It's early as we close in on the quarter pole of the season. But what he's done is just astounding. 16th hat trick on the road. The only players with as many in the NHL in history are Lemieux had 19, Gretzky had 19, and Marcel Dionne had 17.
So there's a number of things are happening. One, the Capitals' offense is so much better than it was last year.
Yeah, last year through 17 games, they scored 44 goals. This year, they've scored 72.
Wow. Okay, I didn't realize it was that stark. Good heavens. So that's leads you to a number of things. Number one, empty net goals. You have leads at the end of the games. You have a chance for those. It's not every night, but once out of every 3, 4, 5 wins, that ends up happening. You had one last night. The offense itself, where you get the ricochet goal that started is scoring off last night. It wasn't even a shot. It was like a slap pass. So let's throw it in front. Pinballs ends up going in. You don't get those goals when the offense is scuffling. But when you've got guys parked in front, players get into good spots, control of the puck, offensive time, puck possession in the good place, things like that happen. Odd man rushes. How he scored his other goal last night. By the way, I don't know what you're doing. 2-on-1. If I'm the goalie, I'm not calling out, I got the shooter when the shooter's number 8. I'm going to go ahead and tell that defenseman, why don't you hunt number 8 and maybe I'll deal with the pass. Don't leave Ovechkin alone in the slot there with a full head of steam for a shot, but I digress. But thank you for playing it that way. So it's all a byproduct to me of how well the team is playing and a testament to how incredible the dude is. Again, doubt him at your own peril. I challenge anyone to bet against him or say something bad because you're going to look foolish, as I have so many times throughout his career.
Look, the scoring rate right now is unsustainable. For his career, he scored on 13% of his shots. Right now, he's scoring on about 21.5% of his shots. So that's going to come down. But when he was at his best in his career, when he was scoring 60-plus goals, he would score around 15% of his shots, which is outrageous and crazy, but that's what Ovi's done. 21% is nuts. The reason, though, I'm really excited is they haven't done anything on the power play. Last night was his 3rd power play goal. That's it. 3rd. This is even strength scoring for the most part. 5-on-5 play. His line with Dylan Strome was one of the leaders in the league in assists. And Alexei Protas has been fantastic as well. It's as good a line as there is right now in hockey. He is, I'm not a big plus-minus guy, but his line, as an example, with 23 points right now, is a plus 13. Like, they are dominating puck possession. They have the puck. They tilt the ice. The goals are in their favor. And it's just been a long time since that was the case. Now, the Caps haven't played at the level they have this year in a long time. But the last time his plus-minus was this good was 15-16. You're going back almost a decade ago. But they are manipulating and dictating terms. It's been a blast to watch. They're really, really good. We're on the Caps and Ovi coming up in our Beltway Blitz. But I figured we could go play a little Sure or I'm So Sure with our producer, Darius. So we'll welcome Dad in now. He's going to give us some post-Week 11 NFL takes, and we've got to go Sure or I'm So Sure.
All right, this one might be a little easy. Doug Peterson should be the first head coach fired, or excuse me, should be the next head coach fired.
Sure, I can get down with that. I mean, they are a tire fire. Talking about Jacksonville, they've ended the competitive portion of their time. They look like they're ready to go play golf. They've quit. This is an easy scapegoat type thing. I don't know how it got this bad this quickly. This was a team on the rise 2 years ago. They won 9 games, had a comeback win in a playoff game, won 9 games last year, which was considered to be an underachievement, and it all came crashing down. They are a disaster.
Yeah, I'm so sure on this one. It's not that I like Doug Peterson. He'll get fired too. Don't worry. He's going to get fired. Is Matt Eberflus in the league or not? That guy should have been fired a month ago. He is
a season ago.
This is just, and I don't mean this meanly. It sounds that way. He is an imposter. He is a coordinator who is a fraudulent head coach. He should not be the head coach of the Chicago Bears. He's just not good enough at it. So disrespect. It just is what it is. I'm sure he's a nice man, but I watched the Hard Knocks like everybody else did. I think they were thorough and did some good things, and I was impressed with some of the ways they brought Caleb Williams along. But the OC hiring, the end of game sequences, he comes up short all the time. So he should be the next coach hired. It will be Peterson, but you said should be the next coach hired, and that should be Matt Eberflus.
Fired.
I keep saying hired. No one should hire him unless it's a defensive coordinator. Fired. He should be the next coach fired. I will say it's Eberflus, not Peterson, so I'm sure.
Sure or I'm sure. If the Vikings make the playoffs, they should tag and keep Sam Darnold as their starter.
I will go, I'm sure on this one as well. A month ago, I think I would have said I see a path to that. And if he finishes strong, maybe he can bring me back around. He's just not played that way. He's got 5 picks in the last 3 games. He's been intercepted in all but 2 of their games since week 4. He turns the ball over too much. They should have blown out Jacksonville. He was the single-handed reason why they almost lost that game. They should have beaten Indianapolis handily. He was the reason why they didn't. I don't really trust him. They're winning a lot of these games now in spite of him. Very, very soft schedule. And I also think J.J. McCarthy in that offense is going to be very fine. I love the way he looked in the preseason, good on good, starters against starters. So I'll say, I'm sure.
Mr. Brian Peck. Yeah, no. You got away with it. It's cute. It's amazing. It's a great coaching job. Let's not make our coach have to protect and hide this, what this offense may be able to do from a guy that cannot wait to turn it over. They've gotten away with it for a while, but it's all coming back to roost. As you said, you got a game with 5 turnovers, 5 interceptions, and a lost fumble over the span of 2 weeks. This is going to be their undoing for an otherwise pretty damn good team.
And by the way, like if you're the Vikings, you got a chance to be really, really good offensively.
Mm-hmm.
You got Aaron Jones. You got Justin Jefferson.
All the ingredients, man.
Jordan Addison, Kevin O'Connell calling plays. They're the number 14 offense in the league. They're number 27 running the ball. Like, it should be better than that. The reason that they are where they are, I think, is that Darnold makes life harder on them.
Sure or I'm sure. The Bengals, who are now 4-7, are officially cooked in the AFC playoff hunt.
Begrudgingly, sure. They've stacked up too many losses. Joe Burrow is having an astoundingly good season. Leads the league in yards. Has 27 touchdown passes to only a couple of picks. He's remarkable. He's so good. If they were decent, he'd be the MVP frontrunner. They're not, so he's not. There are too many bodies to climb over. They dug themselves too big of a hole. You could pretty much stick a fork in them.
No. I don't know. What?
You hesitated there.
He did hesitate.
Yeah. I did. I didn't know that was the code word for play. I'm sure. But yes, I did hesitate. You're right. Sure. How are they going to make the playoffs? Have you seen their schedule the rest of the way?
It's arduous.
They are still coming up on a murderer's row. I'd love to say Burrow can put them on his back and just force them into the playoffs. They play the Steelers twice still. They still play the Denver Broncos as well. That's not an easy or fun game anymore. 2 games against the Steelers when you pretty much have to win out. I can't see it. Sure, they're done.
All right. The next one will be, despite the bad loss yesterday, the San Francisco 49ers will still win the NFC West.
I will go with sure. This one's harder for me because I keep waiting for the 49ers to flip the switch, and it ain't happening. I just think it's a health issue for them right now. They lose Nick Bosa yesterday, and then all of a sudden their defense fell apart, and the Seahawks went and got a couple of late touchdowns. Geno Smith rushing touchdown in the final minute to win it. The Rams, the Seahawks, the Cardinals are all bunched up with the Niners within a game. I will say that the best coach and the best quarterback prevail, and that Purdy and Kyle Shanahan emerge at this point with the playmakers around Purdy. It's not going to be pretty, but maybe a 10-7 division championship.
In normal years, this is an NFC title team. that has a great chance to go to the Super Bowl and even win it. Okay. They are always really, really good, except these random crazy years where nothing seems to go right, where you look sandwiched between a 13-win, 10-win conference title appearance, 13-win conference title appearance, 12-win Super Bowl team that ends up losing a game they probably should have won. There's that random 6-10 season, which you go, what the hell happened? It's happening now. This is can't get right. You just touched on it. Every time somebody comes back, someone else goes down non-contact style. They can't get going. It's nobody's fault. This is just one of those random, weird, stupid seasons that should make us appreciate when you've got these honest-to-good dynasties that have gone on under our nose. Be it Kansas City, New England for all those years. San Francisco does everything right all the time, and they still are subject to regular mortal things that's happening right now. It's just not their year.
I'm sure, Aaron Rodgers will be the Jets' opening day starter week 1, 2025.
Hit that Brian Peck for me one time. Ambassador Johnson and company cannot wait to get out of this thing.
But how?
I don't know.
Where's he going?
I don't know. They won out so badly.
Okay.
They hate it and they can't stand it.
There's a little thing called a contract that might have some problems.
Fine. They'll pay whatever they have to pay. I'm telling you, it's so toxic and bad. They're just going to have to swallow that poison pill.
Sure. He's going to be their quarterback. Unless he decides he wants to co-host Joe Rogan's podcast, I'm not really sure what he's going to be doing next fall. Right? I mean, what else is there? Him and RFK Jr. are going to do a pod together, starting on, in January of next year or whatever. He's not going anywhere. How are they getting out of that contract? It's not like he's a pending free agent.
No, he's not.
There's an unbelievable amount. Isn't there like $49 million in dead money?
I'm going to double check it, but yeah, there's a lot.
Absolutely be their starting quarterback next year. And I think that he thinks he's still got a bunch of football left. I don't get the sense he wants to walk away. Now, shtick aside, I think if he did want to start a podcast, he would have millions of listeners and viewers, and it would be very successful, and he could actually launch a career where he talks about like ayahuasca and he like gets naked in the wilderness on Real Sex Volume 58, does whatever hippie rock stuff that he wants to do. He could go do that, I guess. But that's going to be there when he's done playing football. Does he want to do that right now? I think you could probably wait a couple of years and do that, can't you?
His cap number is 23.5, which, isn't ridiculous.
That's nothing.
But, here it is. Ready? The pre-June 1st dead cap, $49 million.
Yeah, dead money.
They can spread it out over a couple of years.
Nope.
So the post-June 1st is $14 million dead cap, and then you have to do that for a couple more seasons.
No, he's not going anywhere. Unless he decides he'd retire. But I got $49 million or 49 million reasons why that would be a bad mistake.
Oh,
the podcast can wait, man. Go do some ayahuasca, skip all the mandatory stuff in the offseason, show up at training camp and tell everyone this year is going to be different. That's what I would do.
Get off to a slow start, tell everyone to calm down.
Exactly. RELAX. The Jets are just such a dumpster fire.
Yeah, sorry about it.
I mean, Jets fans have it worse than we do. Like, I don't know what to even describe that as. They were so excited about Rodgers, and this is the worst letdown of all. Yeah. This is like their Shanahan Griffin 2012 crashing down thing without any of the good moments.
Because objectively, you look at a roster that has a really good defense over the last couple of seasons, playmakers all over the place, and you're going, all we need is some competency at quarterback. Some. And it's worse than it's ever been. Somehow they're further away.
We've got a Marshawn Lattimore update. Is he going to play this week? We've got some details on that. We will give them to you as soon as we return on Grant and Danny. Jay Gruden's on the show in an hour and 10 minutes, right at 5 o'clock. It'll be nice to get his thoughts on Commanders Eagles, but also go around the NFL with him after he got to enjoy all the other games all Sunday like the rest of us did. It is time right now on the Fan for your double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
I read about this and I couldn't believe it, so I started reading more and more and more and more. Do you have a file on The Boss?
No.
You're probably thinking, if you're listening to this program, first of all, thank you. But second of all, you're like, oh, yeah, he means Bruce Springsteen. I don't mean Bruce Springsteen. I mean the near 700-pound grizzly bear that lives in Banff National Park in Canada. This is one of the most dominant animals in the history of the universe. Now, we don't know about every dinosaur that did what when. We don't know everything. We weren't there. There's millions of years ago, and they all got wiped out by a asteroid. We should protect our loved ones. But this bear has fathered, they believe, up to 70% of all the grizzly bears living in Banff. In other words, if you'd like access to a lady bear, you better ask, because it might be the boss's.
The boss will whoop you.
He's near 700 pounds. The reason he made the news is he survived an accident. What was the accident, you might ask? A train. A train hit the boss, and he's okay. Can you imagine that? Here's a picture of the boss. Would you look at that badass?
It's a big bear.
That's a giant bear.
Does he have eyes that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't know it for anybody. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's unbothered. This dude is incredible, and I can't stop reading about him now.
Do you know how fast bears are?
Faster than you think, tell you that.
You know who can't win races with bears? Humans.
Yep.
I was watching some clip. I don't remember how we got there or what it was, but one of the reels you're scrolling, and some lady's hauling what in some type of small vehicle. I think it was even, now that I think about it, I think she was in water, and it was like a jet ski or like some type of small boat. And so not only was the bear keeping up with her, but in water, the bear, not swimming. It was like probably 3 feet deep or whatever. So he was running in water. It's like training on sand. You ever trained on sand with Deshaun Jackson and London Fletcher?
Mm-hmm. Well, I may never have, but I know of it.
Well,
yeah,
it's not that easy.
It's not that hard. It's not that
this
easy.
Bear in water is running along, keeping up with a jet ski for like 75 yards, basically closing in. If you're a human trying to get away from a bear, you are cooked.
So this bear, this near 700-pound grizzly bear, other bears have challenged him for dominance. There's a story that I read where a black bear did that. Now, significantly less in size. Black bear's still pretty big, this black bear, like 3, 4, 100 pounds or so. Nimble, quick, athletic, strong, and powerful. Not only did he lose to the boss, but the boss sent a message by eating him. The boss ate him.
That's what the
so
boss
normally
does.
it's like, hey, I established dominance. How dominant am I? I'm a little hungry town. Why don't you get in my belly? The black bear. He killed it and ate it. He survived being hit by a train.
Am I wrong? I feel like black bears are like the friendly neighborhood bear that like Ryan Kerrigan sees on the golf course in Leesburg. It's like a black snake. Like, they're not scary. I mean, don't get me wrong. They'll pummel you like they pummeled Leo in The Revenant, right? They'll just claw your back until you're dead. But I think a black bear can't keep up with a grizzly. Like, a grizzly's gonna beat a black bear every time.
I think so too. Now, this is me, nature expert.
Can I see this bear again?
Yeah.
This is the boss?
Yeah, this is the boss. So here's another picture of him in the wild.
Yep, that's Cole Kmet right there.
Right there.
There he is.
There's one.
DJ Moore just chilling right there.
Here's another one where you could just see, like, even without a scale.
Oh, wow.
You could just go the size
Look at Roma
of this
Dunze.
animal. Again, I want you to picture this too. Other bears are like, I'm feeling
What's Keenan Allen doing in that picture?
He's searching for a mate or food, and maybe both.
Look at DeAndre Carter over there getting himself a piece of sound.
Now, I'm into the Bears bits. Don't think I'm not. Like, DeAndre Swift is making plays.
DeAndre Swift is bigger than I've ever seen him look.
If, like, you're another bear, right? And you're like, I'm feeling a little frisky.
Does Rashawn Johnson have something on his nose, or is it always snow?
That's snow in Banff.
So what is he always doing in the snow?
Well, it's very snowy up there.
You wouldn't think Travis Homer's such a snow guy.
It's a Canadian national park. Again, you're glossing over the fact that 70% of all the Bears belong to him.
No, I get it. Torrey Taylor makes plays. He boots that ball really far, and the ladies like him.
Like some other Bear is like, I'd like to. You can't because the boss is around.
You're saying Banff like I know what it is. What is that?
It's a national park. Now, you're going to ask me what Banff.
Where is that at?
It's in Canada.
Where does Montez Sweat live?
It's in Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
Okay. And DeMarcus Walker fathers 70% of all the Bears in that one park in Canada?
Yeah.
Not all of Canada.
Not all of Canada. He can't be everywhere at once, but his home is this national park.
But if you're in that park and
it's
you're
there,
pregnant,
Yosemite. Yeah.
You've met Tremaine Edmonds.
Like if you see another grizzly bear, 70% chance he made it.
Kyler Gordon has been there. Okay. I get it.
I mean, you're going down the roster now.
Well,
That's what
saying,
you're going down roster.
If there's a Cubs somewhere, Kevin Byard had something to do with it. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Wait, you're talking about Dansby Swanson, a Chicago Cub? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Cairo Santos.
Okay.
Is the father of 70% of all children in
Yes. Yes.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that.
There's nothing really to say.
Yeah.
I realize this isn't one of those like leading ones where we can really go somewhere with it.
Right.
I just need everyone to know about the boss.
Let me get. Has Matt Eberflus gotten another haircut that we need to over
One
talk
more
about?
picture.
What's going on in there?
Oh, come on, internet.
That's what I'm curious about. Wow, TJ Edwards is a stud.
The boss.
I'm impressed by TJ. We feel satiated here. We're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm talking about the boss.
Okay, I'll do a quick one. It's time for my double play. I went and saw Wild Robot with my kids. Got a little dusty in the theater at one point in time for your boy. A little emotional for me watching a Wild Robot. I just love that my kids love movies. Listen to me, everyone. If you're a father, if you're expecting a child, your first baby maybe, right? Here's what you need to do. You need to get your kids to like something that you love. And then you need to make it your thing with them. Because selfishly, if it's their thing that they love, but it's also the thing you love, then together you love it. And really, you just get to do the thing you really like to do. So on Saturday, I went and I bought popcorn and my kids were all jacked up, high-fiving each other. Daddy loves us. Daddy's the best. And I do. And I am. But really, I was also very excited as well. So we went and see a movie and we get to watch the trailers and we talk about what we want to see next. And my kids love movies and I love movies. And if you can make the thing you love the thing that they also love, you can have that thing with them. Selfishly speaking, it's like the best thing in the world. Just me and my kids, man. Next up is Wicked. We're going to see Moana 2. Movies. When's the last time you took your kids just to the movies? You need to get on this train. It's the play.
What did we do? My oldest and I did Top Gun, and he loved it.
That was 4 summers ago. That was post-COVID.
Yeah.
Or like right out of COVID.
Yeah, we did Top Gun.
Is that the last one?
No, we did Super Mario Brothers. I'm trying to think of all the boys. Yeah.
So you've done a couple.
We did that.
I mean, this is like quarterly. What is the kid movie in the theater? We see it. So we've got the next one lined up. But make the thing that you love the thing that they love, and you'll never work a day in your life. I think that's the act.
That's the phrase. Yeah.
Something like that. The Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. Plus, we got Caps tickets. Someone's going to win them as soon as we return on the Fan. As promised, right now, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals at home Friday, November 29th, right after Thanksgiving, take on the Islanders. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/contests. By the way, I don't like the late Thanksgiving thing. I'm not into that. It pushes back the start of the holiday season, makes Christmas feel a little more rushed. Luckily, I'm not waiting. We've got the tree up. We're doing our decorating before Thanksgiving. But a lot of you are going to be fooled. A lot of you are going to feel like, oh, it's after Thanksgiving when you do your holiday stuff. And it's already going to be December, and you're going to get got because it's a week later than normal. I'm not into this.
Interesting.
Thanksgiving should be between the 20th and the 24th, 25th. Shouldn't be the 28th, whatever it is. Shouldn't be that late.
Usually the 26th is fine. It's fine.
I think it's too late.
Okay.
I got to watch some Christmas movies. I got to get in the mood. Got to light the scented candles just so. We should be on to the holiday season. What are we waiting for?
I like it. I like the condensed because they're all the same materials going over and over and over again, and the same songs and the same playlist.
You would like that. You know why? Because you're Binchy.
Binchy?
Binchy.
What's that?
That's what my son calls the Grinch.
Oh,
Mr. Binch.
Mr. Binch.
Mr. Binch.
Johnny Binch.
He comes into my room yesterday. He throws his little Grinch doll at me right to wake me up at 7:15 in the morning. And he goes, Binchy's here. You're Binchy. You're here.
It's the Hall of Fame catcher for the Reds.
Yeah, exactly. All right, it's time for the Beltway Blitz. The Caps, the Wiz, the Commanders. Let's do this thing. Alexa Landestoy is not a Binch. She's not Binchy, okay? She loves the holiday season, unlike Danny Huhe. Hello, Alexa. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good. No, I was listening to the conversation. It's funny. I've flipped. Growing up, we were always Christmas after Thanksgiving. But now that I'm starting my own family, the weather's cooling down, I'm like, I think we need to get in the holiday spirit a little bit early. So we'll see. My husband's opposed to that. But I think once the baby comes and the kids come, you know who will win that argument.
Well, you could just start with, you know who will win that argument.
And then say whatever you want after that.
The answer is never going to be him. Ever, ever, ever. If he has any questions he can ask, I'll just remind him that that's the case. But by the way, you grew up, if memory serves, in California, right?
Yep.
I mean, so I think Christmas in like a part of the country where there's no seasons, you kind of get jobbed anyway. It's kind of a raw deal. Like, does it really feel like a holiday season? Is there such a thing as December being Christmas time of year? Here, it's cold. There's a difference. There, it's just like the summer still.
Yeah, I know. You're still going to the beach. You're still enjoying the sunny weather. I mean, that was all I knew, so we loved it. And then it was the holidays were family time and then the decorations. But for sure, we've enjoyed the seasons. Being here on the East Coast now and all the true seasons and enjoying that has made the holiday season even more special, which is nice.
How is Alex Ovechkin doing this?
Oh my gosh, insane, huh, guys? I think I was thinking about last time I was on with you, we were joking like, you know, people were telling me baby suggestions got to be Alexander or Ovi, you know, and now just seeing the tear that he's on, it's just been so much fun. And I hope you guys and our viewers watched last night on Monumental Sports Network, but I've never seen Ovi smile that big, or maybe in a long time. When he won the Cup, obviously so many great memories, but the last few seasons have been a little bit tough for this team. I think they were all motivated to turn things around and change things. Obviously, the front office brought in all these key pieces this offseason, but it's ridiculous what Ovi's doing at 39 in year 20, leading the league in goals. And now I've told everyone, once he gets in the 20s, it's going to feel close. 29 away from becoming the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history. Like, insanity what he's been able to do. And the start that he's had has really put the entire league on notice. And I think he's just really motivated by the team that he has around him. Wasn't happy with last season, how it finished, getting bounced by the Rangers. And I think it was just kind of a awakening moment. And then this season, everything coming together for the team.
Alexa, I've been really impressed by Logan Thompson. I mean, this is a guy who's played at a very, very high level in the past. So I don't think people should be all that surprised. But I think we've got to be super impressed with what he's given him. He's beaten his former team, Vegas, terrific team a couple of times. Obviously, he started with a record 7 straight decisions that were wins. He's actually now in 9 games, got 8 victories on the year with the 2-6 goals against. Do you think he's in the driver's seat to kind of be the guy? or is it too early to have that conversation?
A little too early. You know what's funny is Alan May and I always have this conversation, and he pokes the bear because I'm a big Charlie Lindgren fan, but I'm a big Logan Thompson fan as well. I love both. I just love how Charlie Lindgren last year kind of took the reins. I think what's great this year is we're seeing across the NHL, you're going to need two great goaltenders night in and night out. Now, hey, who's the true number one? What do they do? They've been doing a rotation of basically every other game. They changed things up a few games ago. Thompson going in back-to-back games, but just been awesome to see. I'm not ready to say one's number one and one's not. I'm loving when both guys are going. But how about Thompson the other night against his former team, Vegas, so good in the Fortress, made 40 saves, 25 just in the third period alone. So really coming up with those timely saves, really playing well. But I love the most he's told the media post-game, and you hear this sentiment around the Caps locker room. It's a bunch of guys that maybe didn't make it with their last team or weren't in the best position. They found a home in D.C., they love the group of guys they're with. If you go on Thompson's Instagram, his new profile pictures with Ovi, it's like they're loving playing with each other. Carberry has the right culture for these guys to all thrive, and they're all loving it. And even Thompson will be like, I love that Chucky's doing well, and I love that I'm doing well. So I think everyone is for each other, but I'm still saying they're both number ones in my mind. We'll see if that changes, midway to the end of this season, though.
Alexa, thank you as always. Have a great rest of your week.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Sounds good. Hit that wizard sounder, please, Darius. Mr. Bijan Todd joins us, covers the Washington Wizards. That's why he's joining the Beltway Blitz to talk about the Wizards. What's going on with, I don't know how to say this better, Bilal Coulibaly's face? What happened?
Well, dude, he got elbowed in the face last night against Detroit. He's listed as questionable tonight against New York. Brian Keefe didn't make it seem like it was too big of an issue. I think he'll be fine. He just might be a little swollen up if we see him out there tonight.
A handful of games into the year, I was a little nervous, to be honest with you. I was like, this is not what I want. But everything's back on track. 8 straight losses, average margin of defeat, 17.5 points. It's going to be the marathon season that I was kind of hoping for. 2-10, next stop, Cooper Flag. Stop me when I say something you disagree with.
Well, I don't disagree with that trajectory. I think that's pretty much what's going to happen, Grant. And honestly, if you poll most of the fans, I would say that this is probably what they're looking for. They don't want the team to be in playoff contention. They want to get a high pick in the draft. And the rookies are still looking really good. I know that some fans are freaking out about the fact that Kyle Kuzma is taking minutes away from the rookies, but you got to keep in mind that, Alex Starr's the first in the rookie class in blocks. Bub is leading the class in assists and steals. Keyshawn's shooting really well. So all things are still pointing towards the end goal being achieved here.
Bijan, let's go into Alex Sarr a little bit. So I'm not worried about his offensive game. I don't know how high his ceiling is. I'd love to have that, like an in-depth conversation there when the more time allows. But I know people are freaking out. They look at missed shots and they think that's the end-all be-all. He's 7 foot tall. He's so athletic and so active. I don't know where he settles in ultimately in his NBA career, but I do know that I'll take my chances with a teenager that moves around like he does. I've actually been pretty pleased, just kind of going beyond the shooting percentages. Your thoughts?
Absolutely, Danny. And I think it's encouraging because, like you mentioned, the ceiling, I think his floor is very high because of his defense, right? I mentioned the blocks. He's actually 4th in the entire NBA among all players in blocks. He's putting up over 2 a game. So when you have a player who is that versatile defensively, you know what you're going to get every game. And yeah, the shooting's going to come. Every rookie pretty much struggles to shoot from the floor when they first get into the league. But like you mentioned, this is a versatile 7-foot dude with a 7'5" wingspan. He can knock down threes. I think the only question about his offensive game right now is his shot diet, right? Like he's that big. He's still taking a lot of shots from outside. I think everyone wants to see him kind of body his way into the paint a little bit more. Again, that's going to come with time. He's got a whole season to look forward to work on that, especially with guys like Kuzma and Poole who can take the brunt of the outside shooting. But yes, to your point, absolutely the offense is going to come, but defense is what he's going to hang his hat on this year, and I think the coaching staff is happy about where he's at.
You mentioned Kyle Kuzma. Just to follow up on him, he was much better against Detroit in a bad loss. They didn't cover the perimeter and didn't defend particularly well, but he shot much better from the floor, 10 of 15, and he wasn't just standing around shooting threes and taking the temperature. He was driving. He was more aggressive. I'm just curious, do you think he's on the team at the end of the year? Like, what is the big picture plan there with Kuzma if they could flip him at some point?
Well, it's a really tough situation for the team. There's no way really to predict. I think the Wizards are in a catch-22 though, because you do want to develop the young guys. You want to get them as many minutes as you can. But if you are planning on trading Kyle Kuzma, you got to start him, right? You got to play him as much as possible so we can get his stats up. Also, he's on a team-friendly contract, which means it's a tradable contract. I'm not sure if he's going to be around at the end of the season, but the situation that the Wizards find themselves in right now is that they do have to play him if they want to trade him before the deadline. And like you mentioned, yeah, he's settling down a little bit. He took 28 shots against Atlanta, and I think he got the message that that was not going to fly. So he took half those shots against Detroit, put up 22 points. He had a great shooting night. Still shooting 46% from the field on the season. So give him some time. He's going to increase that trade value. I'm not in a position to say whether or not he's going to be here at the end of the year, but that's the plan right now, is to just get him his reps in while developing the young guys simultaneously.
Let me sneak in one here on Kashawn George. Obviously not great against Detroit last night against the goose egg, but there have been some pretty impressive moments for him as well. This is sort of that theme of the Dawkins kind of set of players. Their guys don't look like everybody else at their same position, right? Like, you may not have a 7'8" guy, but you'll find that the extra big 2 guard or kind of the lanky point guard or something like that. George kind of fits that mold. I'm not really sure what he is, but there have been some really nice moments of him kind of rising to the challenge and thriving a little bit.
100%, Danny. And it's interesting because he says he's still growing, by the way. He's standing at about 6'8" right now, but he talked to some Wizards doctors, and they said that his growth plates are still open. So he could get to 6'10" by some point in his career, which is insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, you mentioned, his versatility. He's long, he's active on defense. Let's just talk about his progression, right? Because the first 5 games, he was scoring like 5 points a game, not really all that efficient. He was shooting 9% from 3, as in 7, 8, 9% from downtown his first 5 games. Then you take his last 7 games into account, he's doubled his scoring. He's more than doubled his scoring, actually. He's up to over 12 points a game, shooting 35% from downtown, also snagging more rebounds and getting more assists. So the versatility is there. The progression is there. His minutes are going to take a little bit of a hit because of the Kyle Kuzma thing that we talked about. But the versatility is there. Like you mentioned, he fits the mold of what Brian Keefe and what Will Dawkins and the team want to have out of their young players, guys who can guard multiple positions. So the factors are all there. It's just going to depend on him staying consistent going forward.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you got it. Dude. Let's keep the blitz moving. Nick Ashew of the BetQL and Infinity Sports Networks joins us now. Nick, the news today was that Marshawn Lattimore is expected to be back on the practice field by Dan Quinn by the end of the week. He's not saying they think he's going to play, but that's certainly trending in the right direction. Might we see a debut from Lattimore against the Cowboys? And how much of a difference do you think that would make for Washington's defense?
God, it would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, that's the whole point of this trade. I know they said that this was about more of like this technically being their first acquisition for next year. They knew the hamstring was going to be an issue, but they need a kick right now. They need a boost. They need something. I mean, I know it's not just all on the defense right now. Jaden's certainly not healthy. We saw him getting treated with his ribs and that whole issue. But, you're in that spot where it's weird, right? Because like this team started off 7-2 and the expectations were kind of low going into the year. But once you get to 7-2, you're like, I guess we adjust our expectations for this team. And then you want a 2-game losing streak and you're like, well, wait, what is this team at this point? So any type of jolt, any type of extra boost I think that they can get, especially somebody like this that's really going to help them in the secondary where they need that help, I think would be a massive, massive lift for them. I hope we get to see him this weekend.
Is there any concern, any little voice in the back of your mind that's going, is this that Cliff Kingsbury offensive regression? Does that voice have any audience in the Nick Ashew brain courtroom?
Danny, it's been getting louder and louder in my head for like the last 3 weeks at least. And I mean, we've seen this time and time again, right? I mean, the Cardinals had a 7-0 start years ago under him. They fell off a cliff. They had a 5-3 start one year, fell off a cliff. And, you worry that that's going to be the same situation again, where you get those bursts, you get that great start. There's all this excitement and then he doesn't adjust and there's more film and people can see all the issues with the offense that they can manipulate. And then all of a sudden he doesn't adjust. And then here we are, and they're starting to just look completely different and regress from where they are. I mean, listen, the Steelers are a tough team. The Ravens are a tough team. They played both of them really tough. But like now you're looking at Philadelphia. This is a game that it came down to really Saquon Barkley late in that game. But the problem is offensively, then they couldn't do anything to counter the lack of offense from Philadelphia. So it's like a weird spot emotionally, I think, for me, beyond just like football. It's like you're looking at this going, I don't know where to be at this point with this team. I'm a little bit nervous, even though they've exceeded those expectations at this point.
Nicholas, we appreciate you as always, buddy. Thank you for hopping aboard and keep being handsome.
Would you keep doing that, please?
I will do the very, very best I can, guys.
What are you doing to make sure you keep being handsome? Are you wearing that hair gel we like?
a lot of, some hair product, like to, good face moisturizer, exfoliating is very important too, guys. As we get older, guys can't be scared to take care of their skin. It's the largest organ on our body,
That's a great point.
I learned that in a commercial one time.
Manny or Petty, have we done any of those lately?
Manny Petty? No, I don't like people touching my feet. That's weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only Danny.
I'm tickling. Yeah, it's just me. Just me when I do all my chores with a good attitude, right?
Listen, if it works for you, it works for you. People touching my feet, it's weird. It's ticklish. I don't like it. I feel like nobody should have to touch my feet.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
All right, there you go. Latest on the Commanders. Speaking of Washington's football outfit, I want to talk about where they're at in the standings. Do you guys still have your eyes on the division after the Eagles game and how everything's shaping up? Or are you kind of on to the wild card? Let's just focus on securing that wild card spot. Or do you still look at the standings and the upcoming games for Washington and Philly and say, no. The NFC East is very much up for grabs. Let's keep our mindset on that. We can open up the phones on that at 800-636-1067. Next, we'll dive into that on Grant and Danny. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 overtime tonight here on the Fan until the Caps game. They are in Utah for their first ever game with the expansion Utah Hockey Club. They've got a placeholder name until the fans select their actual name. So they're doing the Washington football team thing for the short term until they get their name, which is hopefully going to be more well received than Commanders has been.
Still holding out hope that it happens.
The Commanders are 7-4. They have been in first place for the majority of the season. That changed a week ago. Then they go to Philly. They lose. So they are now a game and a half back of the Eagles. And if you count the tiebreaker that is Philly actually having the edge head-to-head, it's really a 2.5 game deficit. Now they play them again, so they'll be able to close the gap with a game. But it gets complicated unless the Eagles hit the skids here to try to imagine them winning the division. But the question for you guys on the phones right now, 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Are your sight lines still set on the NFC East and Washington getting a home playoff game? Or realistically, do you think for them to make the playoffs, which is still very, very likely, a 70+% chance they'll get in, according to most analytics sites, as a wild card, is that now what you're considering? Is just, hey, win 3 of the final 6 or better, get in as a wild card. You're going to have to go on the road and try to upset somebody, but that's the more likely path. Or do you still hold out hope and really think they've got a legitimate chance to win the division? Because, Danny, they still play Philly head-to-head.
They do. And I guess here's where my mind is. I was actually thinking hard about this. Obviously, you hope that. You'd prefer, given the choice. What do you want? I'll take the division, right? That's something that's obvious. It means they beat Philadelphia again. It means Philadelphia probably isn't playing as well later as they are right now. It means a number of positive things for Washington, right? You can go above and beyond in this kind of magical run of a season. Realistically, though, for me, just trying to take any kind of emotion out of it is, I don't think it's anything but the wild card. I don't think they're quite there. I don't think they're quite good enough to not have a slip up. And they haven't, by the way. They haven't lost to any team that's below them, you would say, right? Like their losses are to the good football teams on their schedule. I know Tampa isn't as good now as they were in the beginning of the year when they were healthy, but that was a really good team when Washington lost to them. Same with Baltimore. Same with Philadelphia. And same with Pittsburgh now that we've seen that. So I think they're below that tier, but above the tier of everybody that's in the dregs, that's in the mediocre bucket, et cetera. I think the more realistic path is the wild card. And I'm not taking that for granted. There are 3 teams, all 5-5, a game and a half back. Now, I know a game and a half isn't what it is in baseball. There's so few, but they're, teams like San Francisco, the Rams were playing better football. Seattle had their best game of the season this past week, probably most impressive win against the aforementioned 49ers. You look at that North division where there's 3 teams all with really, really good records. The point is it's crowded and they need to handle their business just to make sure they get that much. And that's kind of where my line is.
Well, so there's no doubt. I think you said it's more realistic. I mean, this is a math equation to an extent, and it's obvious. If you look at the odds, they're over a 70% likeliness of making the playoffs as a wild card. They're not that to win the division, right? So the chances are obviously a lot better. They're currently not leading the division. They currently are in the wild card pretty comfortably. If you look at the odds right now, what are their odds to win the East as opposed to get in via wild card?
So their odds to win the East are plus 350 at the moment, whereas their odds to make the playoffs are minus 500.
Okay, so worded differently for those of you that aren't gamblers, plus 350 means they are a heavy favorite. Excuse me, a heavy underdog, like a massive, substantial underdog to win the division, whereas minus 500 means they are a significant favorite. It would be shocking if it didn't happen at minus 500. So odds makers are telling you they're not going to win the East, but they're definitely going to make the playoffs. So I'm not asking what's more realistic. If I worded it that way, I'll apologize. I guess my question is, based on what lies ahead, have you given up hope of them winning the NFC East right now in this moment? Yes or no? And that's the question.
Yeah.
800-636-1067.
I would say yes, although I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a little sliver that's still, but it's very quiet. It's alone in the dark in a corner. Like the majority of the room is me going, yeah, it's the wild card.
So you're on to the wild card.
I'm on to the wild card.
I am not yet. And maybe it is that I just haven't seen Philly the same way most people have this year, every step of the way. But Philly's remaining schedule is worse than Washington's. So here's the way I see this. Do I think the Eagles will go 3-4 down the stretch? No. But there is a path to that, definitely. And if they do, they would be 11-6. And I think Washington's going to finish 11-6. That's where I have the Commanders. So first, let's go through Washington's remaining schedule as they are, again, chasing Philadelphia. They have 2 games before their bye currently, 7-4. They play Dallas at home. That is a game they're 9-point favorites in. They'll be playing a backup quarterback. Remember a couple of years ago when they played backup quarterbacks for Dallas with the early Rivera era, and they worked them 41-16 on Thanksgiving or whatever. They dominated them twice. I'm not saying that's going to happen. Football is quirky and strange, but it's what should happen. They should if they're any good, if they are changing the culture, if Dan Quinn is a Coach of the Year candidate and Jaden Daniels is worthy of MVP consideration and is the runaway Rookie of the Year, and he's going to pull away from Bo Nix, then they should be able to handle their business against the Cowboys. If they don't beat the Cowboys this weekend, by the way, we need to start having very different conversations. Things like what's going on with the offense, what's going on with Kingsbury, what's going on with Daniels, assuming that they don't get right, which I think they're going to. Because all year long, as you said, they've dominated teams like Dallas, and they've gotten fat. They've harvested their nuts offensively. They put up their numbers and really made themselves pretty elite offensively against teams like the ones they're playing coming up. But I think they'll be 9-4 going into the bye. I've also got a win in the final week of the season against Dallas, so that's 10-4. And then I'm looking for one win to get them to 11-6 in those other 3 games.
Saints, Eagles, Falcons.
Right. And by the way, they should be able to win 2 of those because New Orleans is not particularly good. The Falcons got beat 38-6. They're not all that good. They're on the road coming here. But let's just say 1-2. If you can beat Philly, by the way, that's a bonus value point there. But that's 11-6. So let's say they beat Philadelphia, they lose to New Orleans and Atlanta or whatever, they get to 11-6. Here's the path to the Eagles also being 11-6. And they would have to have obviously lost the game to Washington along the way for that tiebreaker to go Washington's way at that point. Because the Commanders are tiebreaker friendly right now. They have 2 losses in the AFC against the Ravens and the Steelers, which is actually a pretty big deal. Now, if you look at the Eagles, they're 3-0 against the AFC. They have 2 losses against the NFC.
Bucks and Falcons both beat them.
And the common opponents, I think, for Washington, depending on how things shake out in the end, might work out okay too. But I digress. They play the Rams this week. This is huge. This is going to be a Monday night football game coming up. A Sunday night football game coming up next Sunday night. That's a massive tilt. If the Rams could somehow knock off Philly, which I think is doable, I'm not betting on it, but I think it could happen. Now you're 0-1. Then they play the Ravens. Could they lose that game?
Absolutely.
Okay, 0-2. They're going to whoop the Panthers. Then they play the Steelers. Could they lose that game? All right. There's a third. Then they play Washington. In this hypothetical, the Commanders come back and get them at home. Now they're 1-4 in this stretch. And then they win with 2 games in a row going into the end of the season, Cowboys and Giants. They finish 3-4. They're 11-6. Washington's 11-6. And the Commanders have taken the second game to break up the tiebreaker with a split. And then they have the better metrics in division and conference. That's the path. Now, I'm John King at the board telling you got to win this county. You got to get X percent in this state. You got to come out of this. The path to 270 is right here. 2 teams at 11-6. I don't think that's that crazy. I think it's a little unrealistic, but
it's not crazy at all.
I will give up hope. Like I'll be where you are when I say, yeah, I don't see the division. If they beat the Rams and the Ravens and they're 2-0, and now they're 10-2 after those 2 tough games in a row, going into the stretch run with the Panthers coming up.
So the main reason I don't have a larger sliver of hope in the pie is the overall, everything you just said is right. I mean, that's objective. That is correct information. Basically, I came to the conclusion as follows. Is Philly really going to end the year going 3-4? Like, is that really what's about to happen for Washington and then have kind of that best path to win the division? Because I'm sort of spinning 2 plates here, talking about Washington's future. They could, by the way, beat all the bad teams on their schedule, end up with 12 wins. That's not crazy. It's also not crazy that they could have what happens to every NFL team, drop one of these games, late season against the team that's got nothing to play for, but also nothing to lose. You don't play your best game, or someone has a good plan, or somebody has a great game, whatever. Things happen. But if Washington holds serve and does what they can do, is Philly really going to finish the year 3-4? And it's not crazy that they would, but it just doesn't feel right to me. But their schedule would allow for it.
Answer this for me. Washington right now 7-4. Before they play the Eagles again, they've got the Cowboys, Titans, and Saints. What do you think they go in those 3 games?
2-1.
Okay. I think worst case they go 2-1. But let's just say it's 2-1. There's a letdown, and they don't go 3-0. You'd agree with me? It's more likely they go 3-0 than 1-2.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
So let's say they're 9-5 going into that game with the Eagles at that point. Philly, in that time, has Rams, Ravens, Panthers, Steelers. What do you think their record's going to be in those 4 games?
2-2.
Okay. Let's assign them 2-2. They are 10-4 against Washington's 9-5. That's now a first-place game at Northwest Stadium on December 22nd. And that's based on what you think's going to happen and what I think's going to happen. So now let's say they beat Philly in that game. Washington's 10-5, and so is Philly. 2 weeks left. The Eagles have the Cowboys and the Giants. Washington has the Falcons and the Cowboys. Slightly harder schedule, but they would then be back in the driver's seat potentially with their favorable tie-breaking metrics.
With only one NFC lost in the mix, assuming one of those losses where Washington's going quote-unquote 2-1 isn't to the Saints or Dallas.
Correct. So that's kind of my point is.
It's not crazy.
You go through the next 4 weeks before they play, you can absolutely see them within a game playing the Eagles for first place.
Without a doubt. That is totally true.
I want to know what you guys think about the possibility of the division. Because it goes without saying that going to Philly was a little bit of a tell. Exposed is maybe too strong because it all happened in the fourth quarter and the walls caved in. But it certainly felt like the Commanders weren't on their level. But they don't really have to be. They got to beat the bad teams on their schedule. They've got a favorable schedule coming up, certainly in the next 2 weeks before the bye. Now, the Saints have won 2 in a row since firing their coach. But forgive me, I just still don't think they're that worrisome an opponent. I think it's a toss-up type game on the road, but one that is extremely winnable indoors on carpet for this offense and Jaden Daniels if he's playing like he did earlier in the season. Is this now for you about the wild card, or do you still think the NFC East is in play? That's the question on Grant and Danny. Quinn spoke today. Couple of nuggets that came out of that. They are expecting and hoping that Marshawn Lattimore gets back on the practice field by the end of the week. So that's a good update on the cornerback room. Also, Quinn wasn't even asked about Daniel's health and came right out and said, look, I want to get ahead of this one more time. He is not hurt. I'm sure he's seeing all of what's being written and listening to all of what's being said, that something's not right. Jaden Daniels doesn't look healthy. He's just not quite the same. He's got to be hurt. And Dan Quinn came out and just basically nipped that right in the bud and said, no, he is not hurt. So we'll play that audio for you coming up at 5:25. I want to react to that and see what you think, Danny. That's after Jay Gruden, who's going to be joining us in 15 minutes. But the question right now, do you think Washington still has a legit chance to win the division, or should the focus just be on the wild card at this point? Let's go to Ian in Vienna on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ian?
I agree with you that they'll get to 11 wins. The schedule is just not difficult enough, and Washington has proven that they can beat bad teams. The reason I'm pivoting to the wild card is I've yet to see them beat a good team. Their best win to date is against Arizona. That is the only win they have that's a playoff team as of right now. So until I see them be a good team, I can't put them at that division level. And look, I know Washington will be at home, but that'll probably be a 60-40, 50-50 type crowd. So it's hard to envision that would be the game that they can flip on Philly. And I agree with Danny that I don't see Philly losing that many despite their difficult schedule. And if I could add, all this talk of that at one point when they were 7-2, NFC Super Bowl contender, Jaden Daniels, best rookie of the year ever, MVP candidate, the future so bright, Cliff Kingsbury for assistant coach of the year. This is a pump your brakes moment. 11 wins is still an A- A caliber season and something that should be celebrated. And like we said, the window is, quote, opening. But these last 2 weeks, don't say this team's a fraud or bad, but it's a pump your brakes moment because it shows you what the elite teams look like, and Washington is simply not one of those elite teams.
Fair.
Appreciate you, man.
They lost by a point, by the way, and led the Steelers by 10, and they're 8-2, and they led the Eagles going into the fourth quarter. So it's not like they got blown out in these games. Obviously, the score ended up being lopsided in Philly. The Walls caved in on a defense that was on the field for 145 plays in 5 days on a short week with travel. But I don't think that they got exposed in some way like they didn't belong. I think they absolutely went toe-to-toe with Pittsburgh.
So I like the distinction to say they're not
Philly.
Yeah, they're not frauds. Like, and I think I put it very well. It's pretty much how I feel, right? Where they haven't beaten a good team yet. Part of that's not their fault. They haven't had many on the schedule. They've had 4 chances, and they're 0 for 4. If they had 10 chances or 0 for 10, I'd be able to slam a gavel a bit more. But
they're
they've been in these
than
games.
The bad teams that they've played,
Without a
and
doubt.
they're not as good as the really good teams, but I think they're closer to those than the bad teams.
100%.
As evidenced by they dominate the Browns and they hang 40 on the Panthers. It's not like they squeak out those wins.
That's right.
They crush those teams, and then they lose closer games to the really good teams.
Mm-hmm.
Since week 1, against Tampa Bay, it's been basically one possession type games that they could have taken a lead with a field goal with 9 minutes to go or whatever it was in the fourth quarter in Philly, as an example. I thought it was a great call, and I liked his points. The only thing I'll disagree with is I don't have any problem with anybody who, when they were 7-2, was saying this team can play in the NFC Championship game or whatever. If the point was that at that moment, here is how they're playing. Like, I think people struggle with this sometimes. Like, as a show, I know collectively we've had a lot of these topics along the way where there was a time where at that moment, Jaden Daniels is having one of the great rookie seasons ever. It's like on Twitter when you tweet out in the first inning of a game, the Nats just scored 4 runs and they're up 4-0. And you tweet out, this is awesome. Nats off to a great start. And then they lose 7-4 and someone responds and they go, this aged poorly. No, it didn't. When they were up 4-0,
the start
they
was
were
great.
off to a great start.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how I feel about the 7-2 start to the year. At that point, Dan Quinn was the coach of the year, or one of them. And Cliff Kingsbury was the assistant of the year. And they were the best team in the NFC other than the Lions based on resume. And Jaden Daniels was having the historical season. Now, if somebody would have said they're going to continue to do that for the rest of the way and they're not going to have any regression and they're going to go 14-3, then yes, that person was wrong. I don't think most people were saying that. I think they were reacting to what was rather than predicting what will be. And he's working back from as if it was a prediction of what was coming. Let's go to Lawrence in the city. What's up, Lawrence? How are you?
I'm all right, brother. Thank you for taking the call. Appreciate you guys. Listen, I might be speaking with my heart and not my brain here, but I see us at 13-4.
Wow.
It might be crazy.
How you getting there?
I know, but how am I getting there?
Just means you don't lose any of the other games.
So that means
6-0.
You're running the table 6-0 here.
I say we take the Cowboys twice. That should be a given. I say that we're going to take the Titans. I think we're going to take Atlanta just because that's Dan Quinn's old team. He's going to have something to kind of prove down there. So that might be our gimme right there.
So, I mean, it's crazy when he says it. Thanks for the call, Lawrence. That means 6-0. The way that the games get sorted out the rest of the way, and you can't really do this because, as Chris Berman always likes to say, that's why they play the game, right? But the two Dallas games, if you are actually an 11-12 win type playoff team with a backup quarterback, that was a bad team with Dak Prescott, a $60 million quarterback. They're a very, very bad team now. Eagles blew them out. I'll bet you the Texans do the same tonight. That should be 2 wins. There are 4 of those games, right? Where if you're really good, you should win those games. And that's 2 against Dallas. That's the Titans. And then less so, but I would say still a game you should win in December when the Saints are eliminated on they're probably going to already have benched Carr and gone to some young quarterback. You should win that game. And then there's 2 other games that one is like a toss-up game with the Falcons and the other you're an underdog. So basically, if you upset the Eagles and you win the toss-up game with the Falcons, if I told you that right now and you're 2-0 in those games, you basically have to win 4 games you'll be favored in to get to 6-0.
And that's where I was going to go, is the non-Eagles and Falcons game. So the other 4, they will be prohibitive favorites entering into that game. Matter of, how many points. Maybe it's 4.5 going to New Orleans, assuming all things are equal and nothing, you don't have any crazy changes between now and then. But Dallas, they're 9.5 point favorites as of now. Maybe something changes tonight, but they'll be heavy favorites over Tennessee. I mean, you see the point. You win 4 games where you're going to be a massive favorite, and they've handled those very well this year, by the way, I might add. So the Giants' weirdness of those games kind of notwithstanding as a division opponent, when they've been heavy favorites, they've blown the doors off the other team. No problem. It's those 2 in the middle there that you're talking about.
I've got them losing to Philly in one other game. I don't think it'll be before the bye. My guess is they beat Dallas and Tennessee. So it's probably the Saints or the Falcons. But I've got them 11-6. And if you don't beat the Eagles the second time, then you're probably a wild card. That's what I'm guessing happens. Kevin Arlington, what's up?
Hey, boys. So I think it's all out there for them still, and I don't mean mathematically. But I want to point out when we were 7-2 and when we were riding high, we were incredibly healthy. We had only lost John Allen. When our team is healthy, and it was, with that one injury exception, we could play with and beat anyone. We were not healthy as we would like to be at quarterback, as we would like to be on the offensive line. And, and our stud acquisition at the trade deadline has yet to play. So I guess my point is Philly's deeper. They've had more years to layer. But when we were playing our best, we were playing at maximum efficiency. And I'm not saying we can't get back there by being healthy. I think it's all going to come down to the game in Washington against Philadelphia. But I'll just also want to add one more thing. Philadelphia hasn't played. Boo. Now they get the Ravens. Now they get the Steelers.
Agreed.
They're going to get us at home. Okay? So let's just see what happens. But to me, the biggest thing is this. Win 11. We haven't won 11 since 91. That's the goal. You can win 11 or more, great. But don't just win 10. Get at least 11. I think 11 is definitely within their grasp, if not the division beyond.
Yeah, and in a sense, like 10-7 is the new 9-7, and 11-6 is the new 10-6, if you know what I mean.
I do.
There used to be 16 games. Very recently now, over a few years, there's 17 games. So a 10-7 season feels a little bit more like you're the 9-7 team that was barely the winning record team. And then 11 is kind of the 10-6 team that we've had a few of around here. But even with more games, I'm not going to put an asterisk by it. It hasn't happened since 1991, to his point. So he and Ian kind of bookending the segment there, I think they're right to be positive about reassessing the grand scheme of things. If at the beginning of this year you found out Quinn would have this type of first season, Daniels would be the front runner for Rookie of the Year, and we're talking about whether they finish with 11 wins Could they possibly get to 12? What does that look like? It's just a massive,
without a doubt,
massive organizational triumph. Jay Gruden's going to join us at the top of the hour next. I want to get his thoughts on what Dan Quinn had to say about the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, not being hurt. Is Jay buying that? Last time we talked to him, he said he doesn't think he looks the same. For Grant and Danny. As the Commanders build a foundation of success on and off the field, it's time for you to think about your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. The law firm Condori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We know from having traveled with them to a couple of road games, everything they do all the way, man.
First class.
Just a great tandem, those two guys working together, the entire group that we've spent time with. And they've taken care of me, my parents. I've sent my in-laws to them as well. I'm not doing that and telling you guys to do something else. Like, we do trust these guys, and they do a really good job. So hit them up and tell them we sent you if you want a discount.
They are fantastic. We'll take good care of you. Important stuff you got to do.
Guest hotline right now is where we find Jay Gruden for his weekly Monday appointment. A rare cameo from Jay after a weekend that didn't see the Commanders play.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for Life Lifetime Vehicle Coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, is Jay short for something? I guess I should know this. What's your actual name?
J-A-Y. J-A-Y are the letters of my name. That's a song, by the way.
Who sings it?
That's Rapper's Delight. Remember that verse?
I guess I don't. I should look that up. But you're
First rap song
J-A-Y?
of all time.
That's not
Sugar Hill Gang.
J-A-Y.
All right.
Yeah, exactly right.
I was thinking you were
Thanks, Danny.
Junior or something.
Nope, just Jay.
Jay Gruden.
All right, thanks for joining us. Okay.
Anyway, we'll talk to you next week.
See you later. See you guys later. Thanks for the
Well, big goal, huh? See you
Well,
later.
see you later.
Where were you yesterday? Were you at the house? Did you go out, get some chicken wings? What'd you do for the games?
Yesterday, I went to a place called Hurricanes, watching 1 o'clock games, a little outdoor place down here in Atlanta Beach. Then I drove to Daytona to see my brand new granddaughter, Addison Grace Gruden, and spent some time there this morning, and then came back this afternoon.
Congrats. That is so cool.
That's awesome. Family's growing. Well done, everybody. Congrats. All right, so let's start with the Commanders. Dan Quinn reiterated today. He wasn't even asked. He just kind of came right out and said it. He says that Jaden Daniels is not hurt. Do you believe him?
I believe he can play, and he's not hurt. I say if you can play, you're not hurt. So just buckle your chin strap and get in there and play. I don't want to hear about any lingering injuries, a big toe, or any of that stuff. But I do think it's affecting his game. I think it's affecting the play calling as well, and definitely affecting Jaden's aggressiveness towards running the ball down the field. That's just the way I see it. I could be dead wrong. I'm sure he's got some lingering soreness, but it doesn't affect him throwing the ball, so he's effective still in the pocket. But for him to be ultra successful and this offense to be where it needs to be to get to the playoffs and win games in the playoffs, he's got to be able to use his legs and be an effective runner.
All right, so I'm going to give
and he's not right now because his ribs are hurt.
I'm going to give you 4 pieces of pie to use, added up to 100% as to like why everything's slowing down offensively. And the 4 pieces of pie would be Jaden's health, then the quality of the opponents in these last 2 games. Then I'm going to call it the Kingsbury regression, where just about every single year as a head coach, his offenses in the second half get solved or figured out. And then the last thing I would say is Jaden regression, where he was everything was coming up him. It was 72 and sunny. And just naturally, that wasn't going to keep continuing. He hasn't played at the same level. So if you have those 4 pieces, how are you divvying up the pie?
I would say probably his injury is 20%. I would say I think the short week quality of opponent and short week. Yeah, put in a short week in there on the road at Philadelphia, division opponent, a team that Jaden's never seen. Short weeks are harder on younger players than they are for older players because of their, you got to be able to put some new plays in when you play a new opponent. They play different coverages and they have different blitzes. You got to be able to pick up their stuff. So I think that's part of it. And then I don't know about the Kingsbury thing. I've heard rumors about that. I think in Arizona they blame Kyler Murray because the video game came out and he didn't put any time in. That's why they regressed. So if they regress here, then we can all owe Kyler Murray an apology because it's Cliff's fault, right?
Yeah, or find that if Jay Daniels likes Call of Duty or something. Jay Gruden with us here on Grant and Danny. So, I want to go into what these last 2 teams, both really good defenses. Philadelphia is really starting to play well. We know Pittsburgh, obviously, defensively is really good. is there a blueprint there, or is it just you could give me the instructions to build a lunar module? I'm not getting it done no matter how much time you give me. I'm not a genius. Is it something that these teams can do that maybe other teams can't, or is there a good blueprint there that you've seen in terms of defending this offense?
Well, I think both teams can get aggressive with the fronts and try to keep Jaden in the pocket and play a lot of man-to-man single high. I was surprised at how much Philadelphia played single high and just ran with receivers. I think the biggest concern moving forward is who's going to get open in man-to-man situations other than Terry. And usually he'll draw the best corner, so that's not always a great matchup either. So who's that going to be? It's not Zach Ertz. Is it Noah Brown? Is it, who's it going to be? It's got to be Austin Eckler out of the backfield. So that's the biggest issue moving forward, in my opinion, when people load up the box, play tight man-to-man, and, force Jaden to throw it to somebody without getting separation. Somebody's got to get separation. I don't know who that's going to be.
So you mentioned Terry, and it leads me to my question. You probably already know what I'm going to ask. He lines up opposite Quinion Mitchell, and he didn't have any catches. I don't think he had maybe but a target. I don't even remember that target. We were at the game, and it was a throwaway or something. But no catches until the fourth quarter. Went 1 for 10 yards, and ho-hum, for most of the game, the offense kind of sputtered. What needed to be done there that wasn't?
Well, the difference was Washington has been really good on 3rd and 4th down for the first 8 or 9 games, and they were 3 for 12. And anytime you go 3 for 12 on 3rd down, it's hard to get plays called to your good players. It's impossible. So I think Cliff probably, if he had to do it all over again, might be a little bit more aggressive on 1st down to try to take some shots to get Terry more involved. But unfortunately, being 3 for 12 on 3rd down, that's hard to do.
The numbers bear out what you just said, which is if you look up like True Media or one of the sites, more man has been used against Washington in these last 2 games than at any point this season. Explain that to me, though, because it seems to me like you shouldn't want to or be able to play man against this team because Jaden will kill you when you turn your back to him. So why are teams willing to do that if they aren't sure that Jaden's staying in the pocket, or are they marrying that to spying him or something like that? Or are they doing it because he's not running and that's how they can get teams to run more zone? Like, help me with that.
I think, both teams have athletic linebackers. So they, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, so they can play cover 1 and they'll have a free safety deep and they'll have a middle linebacker. Usually that middle linebacker is trying to eliminate crossing routes or get in a passing window, and he's just going to try to help out and read the quarterback's eyes. But now when you play cover 1 plug, we call it with that free linebacker, he's just eyeballing Jaden and running where he goes. And if Jaden takes off, those guys are typically fast enough that to make a play on Jaden. So the matchup has been very good for both teams going against Washington the last 2 weeks. Hopefully that'll change next week when they play Dallas. So not everybody has that luxury of being able to play man-to-man with just one whole player covering Jaden.
How would you handle this mini bye week as coach? I mean, that was a grind. 2 of the best teams they're going to play on the schedule, 2 of the 5 or 6 best teams in the NFL, as you mentioned, within 5 days of each other. That's a lot physically. What would you be doing with these guys this week?
Yeah, I'm not too sure many teams would have gone 2-0 or 1-1 against that tough schedule Sunday, Thursday combination at Philadelphia. I'd get them out of my building Friday, Saturday, Sunday, make sure they get the proper treatment. I'll try to get their bodies right, see their kids, give their wives a hug, have a nice dinner, and then come back Monday refreshed and rejuvenated, have a good plan, have a really good bonus day of practice, give them off on Tuesday, then Wednesday we are locked and loaded. We're ready to go for a fresh back half of the season run. So I think sometimes these mini bye weeks are equally as important for the players just to get out of the building and for the coaches to get away for a day and then come back mentally refreshed. Because, like you said, it is a grind. And that Thursday night game, it takes a lot out of it. They probably got back at probably 2, 3 in the morning, and they're gassed up. So sleep in on Friday, come in and get your treatment. And coaches, let's get to work on a really good plan for Dallas.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So, Jay, me as a fan, and Grant and I, we have the luxury of thinking big picture long term. I know that's probably harder for coaches week to week, trying to figure out the best way to gain that like extra half of a yard to win a football game. But there's a part of me that's going, I'm actually glad some adversity struck here, right? In this first year. Again, I'm not thrilled to lose to Philadelphia or Pittsburgh. That's not what's fun. But big picture, I'm going, this is actually great for growth. If everything was super easy, then you may not have some of those learning experiences, teachable moments, et cetera, for some of your young players, thinking specifically Jaden Daniels, to kind of grow from. Just so now it's a 2-game losing streak, the first that they've experienced here this year. Kind of what would you say, and what do you think maybe they did say just to sort of get everybody back on track?
Well, first of all, if you look at the game they played against Pittsburgh, you see Pittsburgh's 8-2. They just beat the hell out of Baltimore. They didn't beat the hell out of them, but they just beat Baltimore. Everybody says the cream of the crop in the AFC. And we were an inch short from having a chance to kick a field goal and beat them. So it's not like Pittsburgh came in here and whooped the hell out of them, and then Philadelphia, it was close for a while. And then Saquon, we had a couple bad run fits. Saquon hit them and they pulled away late. So it's not like they were 45-0 games. It's not like the Jacksonville Jaguars getting beat 52-7. These are close games and competitive games until the very end. I'm happy with the way they played, and the effort has to continue. But we just got to figure out different ways. We got to be more sound on offense. Offensively, they took a step back, I think. Jaden obviously taking a little step back. The play calling's taking a little bit of step back. They just got to get more sound in what they're doing. Can't have guys in the same spot. And I think they'll be fine. And then get Jaden back on some zone reads and some quarterback design runs and get after the defenses that they play.
If Marshawn Lattimore debuts against Dallas, sounds like they're hoping he'll practice this week. In what ways is he going to make the biggest impact on this defense? And do you think it'll be very noticeable right away that they're better because of him?
Yeah, I don't know how much, if he's still playing up to the level that when I was coaching. I know when I was coaching, he's pretty damn good, and he's a guy that can match up against the number one receiver. He can play against CeeDee Lamb, and you can call single high safety and not worry about it. I mean, CeeDee will have a couple catches, but you're not worried about 65, 70 yarders. This guy's a veteran guy and covered the likes of the best receivers in the NFL for a long time and been very good at it. So, and then the other side, usually there's a number two receiver, and I think whoever you choose, whether it's St. Juice or Santa Strill or Sarah Strill, you go from there. So it just gives you the luxury of not having to, lose sleep and cloud the best receiver every time. You can play some single high, get chin down in the box, and really stop this running attacks of the good teams, the Philadelphias and these teams you're going to play that have really good backs. You got to be able to stop the run and force these guys to throw it.
What'd you see from this Washington O-line, really the last couple of weeks? Again, going up against good fronts, good defenses, but how have they held up?
They just look a little tired to me, and I think they are. I think they're just a little, they need some rest. This is a little bonus week is going to be good for them guys. Tyler and those guys up front. These guys have been battling their ass off and playing very physical. The rookies, took a little bit of a step back, but he's going to continue to get better. It's going to be good to get the right tackle back, and hopefully he's 100%. And Grady, he's doing a good job. So they just got to get back to healthy and get back in that frame of mind, that mindset of being physical, because when they were having their success, they were running the inside zones and doing some really good things of getting a lot of push on the line of scrimmage. It just looks like they've lost their legs a little bit, banged up a little bit, and they're not getting the same push. Of course, Jalen Carter had a lot to do with that, but still, I think they get healthy and they get refreshed, and I think they'll be good to go. Add some more 2 tight end sets and get Bates in there, get Snot in there, get Ertz in there, and let's pound some people.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. All right, let's extrapolate out the convo nationally across the NFL. Yesterday, the Broncos just absolutely bloodshedded the Falcons in Denver. In that game, Bo Nix was throwing against air. Just no pushback from that defense. But he was 28 of 33, 307, 4 touchdowns. He may win his second Rookie of the Month award out of 3, and that's named by the league. That's not the Rookie of the Week vote that the fans vote, where Jaden has won every week. There's no doubt that Daniels has been the best rookie this season at quarterback. I don't think anyone would dispute that. But is the gap closing in terms of Rookie of the Year when you start looking at some of the numbers with Bo Nix?
Oh, yeah. You can't just give out the Rookie of the Year week 7. This is an ongoing process. Somebody's going to get better, and somebody's not going to get better. That's just the way it is. And if they both continue to do well, I think Jaden will win no problem. But the way Bo's playing, Bo has a really good defense, too. They play with a lot of confidence over there on defense. But I think Jaden, with the schedule that Washington has come out, I don't think he'll have any trouble winning this thing. And if he gets back to being 100%, I know they say that he's 100%, but if he plays like he's 100%, he won't have any problem at all winning this thing.
It might be recency bias, but I just don't remember a rookie quarterback class I was this excited about. Watching Nix yesterday, and it came easily, but it's been several weeks of him playing like that. Drake May's 22, looks awesome on a terrible team. Sean McVay was singing his praises post-game. We haven't really seen McCarthy because of the injury or Penix, but Caleb Williams has flashed in moments. Daniels has been incredible. What do you make of this class in general? How much of the other guys have you watched?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, Caleb has been the most up and down. He's had some really good showings and some really godforsaken, awful showings. Bo Nix has been pretty consistent as far as not having any awful games. He's had a couple of rough throws here and there, but I really like what you just said. It's exactly right. I think those guys are playing extremely well. I think Drake May is the biggest surprise. I thought he'd take the longest to really come in and make an impact because, he was so up and down in North Carolina. He didn't have much protection. He was inaccurate at times. but he's come in and embraced it. He's a tough son of a gun. He'll use his legs. All three of them are very athletic and can really hurt you. I think that's the most important thing. When you're playing as a rookie, you got to have some athleticism. And Bo Nix, he's a great runner, a lot better runner than you think. And obviously Jaden and obviously Drake May is also very good. So all three of them are multi-dimensional.
Chiefs, Bills, what did we learn out of that one?
We learned that they're both very good teams. It's just the way it is. And, I don't know if anybody – I didn't think the Chiefs would be 9-0 at this time or 8-0, but, they just win a lot of close games. They control the ball, time of possession. They're number one on third down, and they win at the end because they have a great quarterback, a clutch quarterback. But not this time. I think the Bills show that they have a clutch quarterback and can win at the end, and that's going to be a head-to-head battle come playoff time eventually, I think. And whoever gets home field, it's going to be very difficult. But they're both great teams and great players.
What do you make of the Lions and how good they are offensively?
I think the Lions are special. I really do. I mean, this Jared Goff guy has more confidence throwing the ball. I could make a 10-play video of Jared Goff's throws this week that not any quarterbacks are going to throw. I mean, he's throwing dimes over these hook players' heads. It's unbelievable. Anticipation and accuracy he's throwing with. He threw 5 picks last week. Most guys, when they throw 5 picks, they're going to be like, I'm afraid to throw it. This guy just reared back and ripped everything yesterday. It was unbelievable. So, yeah, I don't know why he's not an MVP race. It should be Jared Goff, number 1, Josh Allen, 2, and Lamar, 3, in my opinion.
Who's going to win the NFC West?
That's a great one right there. I still think San Fran's going to come through. I think San Fran will come through and get it. They got a lot of head-to-head matchups coming up, but they got to play better.
Why haven't they just yet? I mean, I know they've been banged up, but still, they should have been. How are you losing to Seattle yesterday? I guess is kind of where I'm going with that.
You're right. I don't know. I don't know why I just keep saying San Fran because of Trent Purdy and Debo and the talent that they have and Christian McCaffrey, but they're underachieving. I know they've had injuries and they have the biggest pass ever. I had a bunch of injuries. Nobody gave a damn. I just got fired. They get a couple injuries and oh my God, I can't believe it. Geez, they got some injuries. That's why they're losing. But yeah, I think they're underachieving big time. Seattle's overachieving. I think McDonald's doing a great job over there. Obviously, Sean McVay, when they have Cooper Kupp and Puka available, they're dangerous because Stafford can still wing it. And then Arizona's my biggest shocking team. I thought Arizona, when Washington played Arizona, I thought Arizona was going to not win another game. And they came out, and Kyler Murray's playing his ass off, and Connor's one of the best backs in the NFL. Their defense has stepped up. So I still think the best team personnel-wise is probably San Fran, but I think the Rams or Arizona can do it. I don't think Seattle can do it this year.
Hey, I want to go back to something Danny and I were arguing about on the show a little bit earlier today. He thinks the Lions are running up the score on people. They had a 52-6 win yesterday. Do you see that at all? Like, do you think they should be taking their foot off the gas earlier than they do, or do you have any problem?
They can't. Their line is so good. And, quit throwing the ball. Let's hand it off to Montgomery and Gibbs some more. Gush. They just crush you. So, all right, okay. Quit giving it to those guys. Throw the ball. There's Amon-Ra St. Brown on a screen pass for 40. I don't know what you want them to call. These guys are so good up front.
You can explain.
My point's pretty simple. When you're up by 40, maybe don't hurry up to the line and have Goff zing it down the field to St. Brown for that 50-second point. There's a backup quarterback. There are other running backs. Hand it off and punt it. Jacksonville's made it academic. They're running it and punting, trying to get out of there. It's there's a classy way to do things. Then there's this, but nobody cares because we've sort of lost that in our society. So it's fine. I know I sound like the old man yelling at the sea, but to me, there's like a gentlemanly way to do things.
Get that feeling.
Me either. That's what I'm saying. I watched the game too. I'm with you.
I don't know. I think as a coach, as an offensive coach, when you have a 42-6 lead, I think you're concerned. You can call some bootlegs or maybe quick game, but you still want to get first downs. You just want to throw your defense back out there and punt. Defense, shoots. I don't know.
Jay, they had 35 points unclassy with 28 minutes to play, and they only scored 17 points the rest of the way. They could have scored 30 or 40.
They absolutely could have.
That's them taking their foot off the gas.
I don't know. I mean, it'd be nice if Jacksonville could tackle. Tackle Jacksonville, get off the field and make them punt. I mean, this is a pro football, for God's sakes. I mean, they had Trayvon Walker at end. They have, the other first-round pick at the other end. I mean, they have good players on defense there. I mean, tackle.
By the way, that is insane. I'm just looking at the numbers. 645 yards and 38 first downs.
It's insane.
In that game. But my point is that they basically had done the work with 40 minutes to play almost. Or, well, I guess I should say, 28 minutes to play. And so they kind of
like
did.
The old days when Oklahoma ran the wishbone and they'd be up like 63-3. and they just kept running a wishbone, and nobody could stop them. They'd win like 95. Remember that? I mean, there's nothing they can do. What do you want them to do? Drop back and pass?
Just kneel, I guess. Danny wants them to kneel on the ball.
I want people to like have some decorum and class, knowing that it might come back and bite you one day. Sometimes you eat the bear, sometimes the bear eats you. I mean, there's a reason when you're up by 10 runs in the ninth inning, you don't bunt for a base hit unless you want to get a fastball to the teeth.
But our point is,
let's flip
they
it.
didn't
Do you
bunt.
think Peterson, if Peterson was up 42-7 over the Lions, you think he would have shut it down, or do you think he would have let ETM and Brian Thomas Jr. get a few more touches and a few more big plays for their little stats and their
you're supposed again. This is like maybe it's a generational thing. Although Jay, you and I are around the same age. It's very easy. Put Craig Reynolds in, hand it off instead of sprinting to the line and doing a couple check with me's and then if you run it, trying to run out the clock and you end up scoring, that's the other team's fault.
They had dudes running the ball I've never heard of.
What's your fault? Not you, Jay. You didn't do anything wrong. You're very nice. You join us every week. What is your fault, Detroit, is hurry up offense, get to the line of scrimmage, check with me's, zip it to Amon-Ra St. Brown, because you're going for stats at the expense of someone else. And that's not what you're supposed to do. That's to me at least. Maybe I was raised
different. Herndon Hooker. They put in Hooker and
eventually
they put in Craig Reynolds there at the end. Yeah.
I think Hooker had a
Does that
couple
make you happy?
drives. Yeah, I think
it made me happier. Yeah.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Jay, great having you on the program as always. Next time, don't run up the score on us.
Hey, if I get a chance to score a couple more touchdowns, hey, everybody's happy, right?
Not Danny.
What if next week, when the Commanders are up 38-3 in the fourth quarter, they got a chance to put another one in to get 45-3? You want them to just kneel, or do you want them to just pound it in there one more time?
You can hand it off.
Stick it to the Cowboys.
Hand it off all afternoon. That no problem. When you're up by 35 in the fourth quarter, you can hand it off just fine, because you can't, as you guys know, you can't just take a knee with 10 minutes left. But you don't have to rush that line of scrimmage and get somebody their numbers in the passing game. You know, there's a way to do that. I learned that from Joe Gibbs. I guess he was wrong.
Yeah, you're right. I get you. I just thought when I was watching the game, they did take the foot off the gas. They put Hooker in there and they gave the ball to Reynolds a lot, but I missed the hurry up.
I don't know if it happened. I'll take Danny's word for it. I watching the game, I never once had that feeling like, oh man, they're really. I mean, here's the 4 drives before the end of the game: run. Now, by the way, they've gained 17 yards. Pass incomplete. There was a penalty on Jacksonville because they suck. They do
stink.
Another run, by the way. Another run.
Yeah.
A Goff now set.
I think Danny owes Detroit an apology right now.
Now, I will say that they did go for a 4th and 2 here from the Jacksonville 14.
Well, that's
probably could have kicked the field goal.
Actually, better. You don't want to kick a field goal, go up 55. You go for it.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, so they literally ran the whole drive until he threw to the touchdown pass. I don't know. I think the Jags are really bad, and sometimes
that is responsible for a lot of it.
So what do you want to do?
Again, not zip it to Amon-Ra St. Brown for 23 yards.
Okay. Jay, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
See you, buddy.
Good, bro. There's Jay Gruden every week on this show. He is a lot of fun to talk to.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Temperate Automotive Group, Temperate Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Temperate Chantilly Lincoln, Temperate Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Temperate for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at temperate.com.
Dan Quinn, very adamantly today, wasn't even asked, just came right out and said it. Jaden Daniels is not hurt. Want you to hear that audio, and we're going to react to it next. The Commanders got back to work in Ashburn today as they get ready for the Cowboys on Sunday. By the way, how lopsided is the prep for this game going to be? So Washington played Thursday and has been resting Friday, Saturday, feet up all day Sunday.
Had to go through it. Yep.
Back to work on Monday. The Cowboys play Monday Night Football.
Then have to travel.
You don't see that very much. I mean, that is the triple whammy. Like, one of the reasons this is a 9-point spread, in addition to the fact that the Cowboys are horrendous and the Commanders are pretty good, the Cowboys play Monday. If Washington played Sunday, that's a massive advantage. We've seen the data on that. Warren Sharp and others have done a great job breaking down the short week matchup for teams after Monday Night Football, especially if you have to travel. But to have to travel on a Monday after a team played a Thursday, and it's not like Washington played in L.A., by the way. They were in Philly. They jumped on a train, or I don't know, maybe they flew. They were home, 3 hours after they left the locker room, basically. They're back in their homes. So that was like a late Thursday night arrival. You wake up late on Friday. You're off for a few days, like a mini bye. Just a brutal situation in terms of travel and prep for Dallas. But don't care about them. They stink. Care about the Commanders and Dan Quinn. And this was what Dan Quinn said today. So he comes out, he makes his opening statement. Good to see you guys. We needed a day or two to reset. The team needed it. We went 11 straight weeks. We battled. He says it's to tell the truth Monday. We're back to doing that thing again. And then he's asked about why the offense has struggled. And he immediately takes the opportunity to right away come out and say, it's not because Jaden's hurt. I'll tell you that.
Jaden is not injured right now, but we did lose valuable practice time, John, with him and his teammates when he was injured. And that's hard on all the guys. It's a really, really important part of what we do. And we don't have banked reps in years. So we're very much looking forward to getting back onto a full week and regular practice sessions with the guys. So over the last few weeks, we've had to, put that together in small bits. So that's what I think into that space. And as we're heading into this week, we're looking forward to getting a full week of our practice and, work the things that we need to.
And because of that, where do you see that? Is it the rhythm of the pass game? Where do you see that affecting the pass game most?
I would say the rhythm and timing too, John, I think is a big piece of it too. You have to be able to run things full speed. Walkthroughs are good to help where you do a line and where do you target, but you need the practice. You need the full speed reps to really, let it rip and go. And so that's why that's such an important piece of what we do, the Wednesday, the Thursday, the Friday of the week. So we'll look forward to getting into some full weeks for sure, John.
So that is Dan Quinn today coming right out to say the offense has not struggled because Jaden Daniels is injured. He said he's not injured.
I couldn't help but be reminded. You could turn your ears off here for a second, GP. When Luke Skywalker knows the truth about his father, and Obi-Wan Kenobi comes to him on Dagobah and says, "What I told you was true from a certain point of view." And I guess technically you're correct, but the impetus of all this was an injury, however severe we want to, we're not necessarily going to say, or maybe we'll never know, maybe until the offseason, et cetera. And he's still getting treatment. They're not wrapping his midsection up for beauty or for some sort of like a prom photo. There's something amiss. And that led to the lack of practice time. And so I understand what he's saying is correct. Like, we're not struggling because we're hurt, but like that kickstarted this whole thing.
I don't know if he's saying he's not in pain or what, but he's not on the injury report anymore at all, which is to say he's not getting any treatment.
Right.
And that was the case last week. That's the thing that doesn't really make sense, is when he's talking about he lost practice time. Well, he lost practice time going into the Bears game. He was really good in the Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
He had his career high in passing yards, partially because of the Hail Mary, but I don't want to say really good. It wasn't like his early season Bengals standard. He played some amazing games. The Arizona game, that was better than the Bears, but it was certainly better than he's played against Pittsburgh and more recently in Philly. That was when he missed practice. The next week, he missed a little bit of practice time ramping up for the Giants. He went and scored 2 touchdowns without any picks and had a pretty good day against the Giants and ran around and made some plays. The worst performances where he struggled some, he's practiced more. That's what doesn't make sense about that explanation. Now, he's saying he missed practice time with the injury a few weeks ago, and I guess maybe that means that he didn't have as good a game against the Eagles because you're relying on that earlier practice because he didn't get to actually practice at full speed during the week. It was more mental reps. going into a Thursday game, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to connect the dots.
Yeah.
I struggle with that reasoning, but I do believe him, and I do think it's true that he is not injured, that he's not quote unquote hurt. They would not have played him in the Chicago game a month ago if he's still hurt enough now that it's hindering his play against Philly. They wouldn't have done it. They wouldn't have been running him on draws. They've done it in every game. They would have been running him on these quarterback design run powers, letting him take shots if he was hurt. But the flip side of that, as you just said, is if he was 100% normal, healthy, and nothing was amiss, then he wouldn't be getting wrapped up and bandaged on the sideline after every series, which tells me that that's preventative. They're trying to make sure he doesn't take shots. But why? If the rib is normal and fine, then why are we doing that at all?
Yeah, when there was a cut on his hand, they did something about it, right? It's so like if there's a cut on your hand, you don't do anything, that's really not bothering you. Like you're taking medical action. The reasoning could be a million different things. I don't know. Preventative. It could be just what it helps him feel good or keeps him warm so that area doesn't stiffen up. I have no idea. But there's medical treatment being handed out, so it's not nothing. It's not 0. It's not 100. If it's 100, he's not playing.
But it's also interesting that in that game, unless something happened where he takes a shot and he feels it again, he's writhing a little bit. He was not listed on the injury report last week, as far as I can tell. So if that's the case, he's literally not getting treatment. That's the point of the injury report. But he's getting treatment during the game. So I'm to believe that he didn't get in at the facility all last week, but we're doing it during the game on Thursday in Philly on the sideline when you're not in the offices. That is strange to me too. And maybe you've got to say that to save a little face if he's not on the injury report. But what would be the point of not putting him on the injury report? I don't think this is us being misled or nefarious. I really, truly believe he's not that bothered by it. I didn't think he was against the Bears or was against the Giants. I think they played better defenses. The hardest thing for me, though, to make sense of, and we should drill down on this next, and we should open up the phones, he does look different. I don't mean like playing at a different level. I mean the way he is playing. He is less aggressive as a runner. He's not scrambling as much. He's a little more timid when he runs, right? I mean, I think some of us can see the difference. Like, go back. Here's the homework assignment tonight. Watch the Cardinals game or just the Bucks game when he didn't throw it at all and just ran everywhere. He's playing a different level.
Yeah, trying to beat a defensive lineman to the edge, no problem 3 weeks ago, or maybe longer than 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
A little bit harder against Pittsburgh. Now, faster defensive lineman, but still.
What do you make of them saying there's no injury or pain here that he's dealing with? And do you buy that? And if that is the case, why is he playing so differently? Or do you disagree with that premise? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
with him and his teammates when he was injured. And that's hard on all the guys. It's a really, really important part of what we do. And we don't have banked reps in years. So we're very much looking forward to getting back onto a full week and regular practice sessions with the guys. So over the last few weeks, we've had to, put that together in small bits. So that's what I think into that space. And as we're heading into this week, we're looking forward to getting a full week of our practice and, work the things that we need to.
Dan Quinn speaking with the media today. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. He said the offensive woes have nothing to do with Jaden Daniels' health. Said that Jaden Daniels is not injured. This could be a classic case of semantics, injured versus hurt, right? Playing through pain or not. But he is not on the injury report anymore. You can't be less injured than what they've made it seem like. When they brought him back the first week they could, he didn't miss any games. They basically ran the exact same playbook. I think it was the second, maybe the third play. I'll have to look it up against the Bears. Design keeper around the edge. And I thought, well,
so much for that. Yeah.
I mean, they obviously think this guy can run everything. That was a month ago now. Think about it. I mean, they've treated him like he's fine since the first minute that he came back in, and it's been weeks since then. So I do believe them. I don't think he's hindered by the ribs that much. I think maybe mentally he's thinking about the ribs when he's playing, and that's why there's a little less aggressiveness. I think, you get walloped enough times, you start, like we talk about it from the pocket and the David Carr, like history of how many times do you get hit and sacked before you start seeing ghosts. Sam Howell last year. It might be the same way. He took some huge shots, and, he had the weird situation where he got tackled at the end of the run against the Panthers that leads to the rib injury. Maybe he is a little less likely or more hesitant to leave the pocket and scramble and run around. I get that. So I think it might be more mental than physical. But if you're asking me, does he look different than he did at the beginning of the year? The answer to me is yes.
Yeah, we also don't know exactly when and where and how it's bothering him, if it is at all, right? So it may not be on a run, or it may not be on a collision, but it may be when you extend and tighten up to throw, or maybe on shots that you take when you're exposed. I mean, think of his one of his best throws, the Terry McLaurin Cincinnati touchdown, right, where he gets walloped under the chin. Maybe he now is protecting the ribs subconsciously, consciously, whatever, and he's not really doing that. To me, the difference is manifesting itself in compensation style moments, right? I mean, the analogy that I use, just my own stupid career, but I got hit on the wrist once my senior year, right on the bone, and I missed a couple of games, and it hurt for a couple of weeks afterwards. I then went into a slump for about a month because I was doing things without even realizing it to compensate for the pain that I was feeling at various points. That's what it looks like to me. Not stepping into throws, spinning off stuff, fading away. It's not what he was doing a month ago.
Let's go to Marcus and Brandywine on Grant and Danny. What do you make of Dan Quinn saying Daniels is completely healthy and his rib has nothing to do with the offensive struggles last week?
Well, I mean, I got a couple points. First, on his presser, I mean, I could see how he can make that statement, with the explanation he gave as far as like walkthroughs. In a short week, you with walkthroughs, you can't really get it for full speed. But looking at the game, I didn't really see a lot of off-timing throws. I mean, I just saw a lot of bad throws. And the one that stuck out to me the most was the one for when he threw to Noah Brown. It wasn't an off-timing throw. It was just a horribly low ball. And it didn't make much sense to me. And I think it was another one on a dump off to maybe McNichols where it was just a bad ball. So I won't credit I won't put that on him, going through walkthroughs, missing full speed. Those are just bad throws.
I think that's a good point. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't know you had another point there. I want to add, though, one thing to this, which is to say that there's a little bit of double talk here, and I don't mean Quinn specifically, but just generally, with the prep for Daniels. Because if you remember, one of the big selling points about him being able to play against the Bears when he missed the whole week of practice until Friday in the bubble, which is basically a walkthrough because they don't do real practices in the bubble necessarily. He doesn't necessarily need to practice because he's got the VR thing. Remember that whole narrative? Yeah. Like he could just put his goggles on or whatever he uses, like he's a kid playing video games, and he could see the entire field and the entire formation. He can go through the entire game and get all those mental reps. And that was a big storyline we talked about here on Grant and Danny on the Fan for that entire week leading up to the Bears game.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, we didn't get the physical reps, and he wasn't able to be out on the field the whole week going into the Eagles game, so that's why we're a little bit off. But we're not just talking about the Eagles game. We're talking about the Pittsburgh game. We're talking about 23 rushing yards total over 2 weeks for a guy that never had fewer than 70-plus rushing yards in a 2-week span. And why does it look that different at this point?
Like, he also just doesn't look the same, especially running. Now,
I think as a passer, he looks the exact same. I don't think anything's different passing.
I don't, but I want to get into that
What's
in a second.
different?
The falling away, the spinning off, the not
okay,
driving
that's
throws.
Mechanics. I mean the actual delivery of the football.
Okay, yeah, I was talking
I
about
don't
that.
think like he has any issues throwing. Yes, his mechanics look way worse, and he's falling away a lot more. But he's doing that when no one's around him too. That's not just when people are coming.
Which is what makes me think it's a bad habit that he's developed, kind of compensating.
It's possible.
But running the ball, and listen, he's always had this glide to him. So, like, where other guys aren't as fast, he doesn't have that, like, I don't know, that Isaiah Pacheco, Tyreek Hill, super fast leg thing going because he's got those long gliding strides.
Right.
He just hasn't looked as fast to me
Well,
over the last couple
here's
of
my
weeks.
guess. My guess is he balls out against the Cowboys in the offense.
And that's the end of all this?
Game,
yeah.
And everyone stops talking about it. I think it's a lot of things, right? I think he was playing in cold weather games, the likes of which he's never as a pro and barely ever in college. We looked this up the other day on Friday. Any comparable weather games collegiately were a bit of a struggle. He's a California kid who's played in Arizona and in Louisiana, right? I think he was playing the two best defenses he's played all year.
Sure.
I think one of them was a short week from a prep standpoint. I think they leveled up in competition, and the entire team around him didn't quite handle it the same way. They've struggled a little more at left tackle than they have all season long. Offensive front and pass protection. So a lot of the things that were made a little easier on him haven't been, and now you're playing these great defenses. And I think all of that is reasonable to say those are factors.
Yes.
I don't think it's one thing. Everyone wants it to be this one thing.
Agreed there,
And it's just
100%.
not. Is the rib possibly part of it? Sure. But why wasn't it part of it against the Giants and the Bears? I'll bet you they score 30-plus against the Cowboys. I'll bet you he plays really well, and we have a different conversation next week. Now, if he doesn't, that's a big, big problem.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't offensively, that's a big problem. Not to say the Cowboys are some defensive pushover, but they have all year long offensively feasted on teams like Dallas. And if it's not happening now that they're getting back to the junior varsity schedule, I think that would be pretty significant. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us. Do you see a difference in Jaden Daniels and how he's playing? Do you think it's a physical thing with the rib? And what do you make of Quinn, without even being questioned about it today, coming right out to say he is not injured, that has nothing to do with the offensive struggles? G&D on the Fan. As Washington continues to build a foundation of success, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. Our sponsor, the law firm Kondori and Murad, will help you update your last will and testament and set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. A gigantic hunk of metal just fell from the top of the Cowboys stadium down onto the field.
I shouldn't be laughing.
Now,
because no one was hurt.
Nobody
so it's
died.
Okay.
Can you imagine if that was the old FedEx?
Yeah.
I mean, that would just never not be the topic. But this big piece of metal, they opened the roof of the stadium.
For the first time in 2 years.
Is that really true?
Yeah. Look,
wow.
Because remember the whole thing about like, we know where the sun is and where it's going to be. Yeah, we need to adjust. And it's his stupid idea that they have light coming into the stadium because he's a horse's ass. So they've opened the roof for whatever reason. There's some sort of response to the response about doing some kind of bit to counteract that, even though it's a night game, which makes no difference. So they opened it up for the first time in 2 years, and a giant, looks like an airplane wing, fell from the ceiling.
Yeah, respectfully, I don't think them opening the roof has anything to do with the sun thing because they're playing a primetime game tonight under the lights. Having said that, they opened the roof, and this giant thing fell on the ground, and it's kind of funny. Symbolic of the embarrassment of a season that the Cowboys are having. It must stink to have a stadium that's falling apart. Couldn't be me. Not my stadium.
Not mine.
Not after my owners put a fresh coat of paint and some carpets down. Now my stadium's looking like $1 million.
How much sewage has fallen on anybody this year? None. How many railings have fallen on Jalen Hurts this year? None. None.
I'm reminded of the line from Breakfast Club. Screws fall out all the time.
It's an imperfect world, sir.
The world is an imperfect place. Things fall from the roof onto the field at Jerry World all the time. The world is an imperfect place. What a bad football team they are. I can't wait to go home, and I hope that the Houston Texans whoop up on them. Wouldn't that be fun?
Take every one of those players one by one. Help them. You're going all the way to the back, to that woodshed. And I need you to demonstrate every single one of those power tools. You show them what's going on. I want to see it.
I love
Just
it.
Please destroy them.
The question at hand for you guys is Dan Quinn's on record again saying Jaden Daniels is not hurt. There is no injury. He's not playing through anything. And that any kind of a rib situation has nothing to do with why the offense is struggling. There's a couple people who have suggested on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, and in the chat that actually makes them feel worse. Because they can tell themselves at least Jaden's not quite right.
Oh, interesting.
That's
Yeah.
why he's been struggling. That's why the offense is slowing down a little bit. But if the coach is coming out and telling you, no, Jaden's fine and the health is not the issue, then you're going, well, there is an issue. So what is it? Why isn't he playing at the same level? Why isn't their offense operating at the same level?
I hadn't thought of that perspective, but it actually makes a lot of sense to me, right? If you want to ascribe some blame, and I think you said this very well, and I've said this in addition to that, over these last handful of weeks, as the offense has slowed down from its unbelievable, ridiculous pace of scoring mid-30s a game to a more pedestrian group that's still pretty good. It's not just one thing. The answer is yes to a bunch of stuff, right? Tape on Daniels. Yes. Tape on Kingsbury in the offense. Not having quite enough playmakers or dynamic folks on the outside. Yes. Missing Brian Robinson at times. Yes. A beat up offensive line. Yes. Leveling up an opponent. Yes. It's all part of the dish. This big stew of ingredients as to why they've dropped a couple of games. And it's also, again, they're not getting Jacksonville, as Jay Gruden put it very well with us about an hour ago. It's not as if they got the doors blown off by these teams. They, as you pointed out rightly, they had leads. Now, we all know they weren't playing the same way as well as they had for the first part of the season. And again, part of that is all the different reasons that I just mentioned. So it would be much easier if you go, yeah, he's not playing as well because he's hurt. Like that's simplifies things. It doesn't force you to confront anything else. And so I get that. I get that can be kind of unnerving.
800-636-1067. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Lance in Occoquan. What's up, Lance? How are you?
Hey, doing great, guys. Love the show. So I watched the game. He's not playing the way he was earlier in the season. And if we're going to believe the coach, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, he's a straight shooter. The only thing I can come up with something that you have brought up, which is temperature. The man's got fine fingers. Maybe it's just holding on, grasping that ball when your hands are cold, it's a totally different thing. Which is disturbing, right? Because he's going to be playing in cold weather, and maybe we'll know the next time he's playing inside if he, runs and tiptoes on the sideline like we saw him earlier in the season, and he does those superhuman plays where you're like, whoa, he just missed him, because that's not what we're seeing right now.
Thank you, Lance. Much appreciated. So I looked up, with the help of a couple listeners at our live show that we were doing in Silver Spring on Friday, the coldest games that he played in college. And all of them were similar to the weather in Philadelphia. Mid-40s, upper 40s, like Oregon in the fall, Washington in the winter. And they were all pretty similarly not great outings. That doesn't equal anything. Some of them go as far back to when he was like a baby freshman, right? Some of them were more recently. But it's not the craziest thing in the world. Like, quarterbacks have gone on record and said, I don't like playing in the cold. I think the sample size is too small. And I also would add, I think playing in the cold against Pittsburgh is less fun than, say, playing in the cold if you had Carolina this week. If they played the Panthers on Thursday Night Football in Charlotte in 47-degree weather instead of the Eagles, I'll bet you the cold wouldn't have bothered him that much. And he would have been Elsa running around. The cold never bothered him anyway.
Cold never bothered me anyway, yeah.
I think that the weather, while maybe a pain in the butt to deal with for a guy from California, Arizona, LSU, whatever, I think the weather sucked because of who he was playing. That's my guess.
Right. Like, I bet you'd feel comfortable against Cleveland if it was cold. But I see your point. And it's also that it may be a thing for now, but it may not be a thing in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I mean, there are plenty of California quarterbacks that have gone through it. Like Carson Palmer, for example, I remember was I don't know if he's originally from California, but he went to USC. Gets stuck in Cincinnati. It's freezing cold. He's miserable, but then it just becomes, that's where you live. You get used to it, right? You get used to seasons. So I don't know. I mean, it's all the data points right now are relevant to me until we have a definitive. And I don't know if we're ever going to get one.
Wouldn't it be okay to just get on the air today and to say they played the Steelers, who are great defensively, they played the Eagles, who are awesome defensively, and the guy who hadn't struggled yet in basically 10 weeks of NFL football had a couple of down games in the span of 5 days? That's allowed, and it does happen. Does it have to be that much more complicated? Now, I know that our job is then to figure out why. We're looking for context and nuance, and we are hunting not the what. Like, what happened is he struggled against the good defenses. We, analytically, I think, as a show, try to go next level a little bit and provide a smart, thought-provoking show. And so we're trying to answer how. And we should. And we're trying to answer why, right? Not what happened, but why and how. It could just be that there doesn't have to be that great of a reason. Lamar Jackson might be on his way to a third straight MVP, and the Steelers pummeled Lamar and the Ravens yesterday. Lamar looked awful.
Yeah.
Went into the game leading the NFL in passing yards. He was 13 of 30 before their final drive. 13 of 30, dude. They make quarterbacks look worse than they are all the time. It happens. Philly, by the way, is the hottest defense in the league. Number 1 in the league over the last 6 weeks. They had him flummoxed. He was confused. Didn't know where to go with the ball. When he did know where to go, the pass was off a little bit. Why can't it just be that the Eagles defensively had a great game? And they got the better of you. It's football.
It can be.
Man, mano a mano. Sometimes you get sometimes you come in second.
And so that's, by the way, I think probably the largest data point. But then I go back to the Chicago game where he was 21 out of 38. And I thought he looked physically fine, but wasn't quite maybe as crisp. And that's credit to Chicago, too. That defense is pretty decent. And it wasn't like he blew the doors off in the Giants game. To me, this is about how he looks. And it may be chicken or the egg. And maybe like when the stats are good, I remember everything more fondly. But I'm just talking about like the way he's moving around does not look the same to me. That's what I keep coming back to.
Well, why is he moving less in the pocket? That's the thing when I rewatch the game again this weekend that screams into a megaphone at me. The pocket movement to create and buy a little bit more time. The slide to your left, the step up, the little navigation of the pocket that he was doing that was 300 level quarterback play stuff early in the year where I went, damn, this kid's got something in terms of like that feel. That's gone away a little bit. He's just standing there and then after a throw, you're going, oh, he had to get rid of it. The rusher, the defender got in his face. Well, yeah, because he didn't go anywhere. Like 6 weeks ago, he moves to his right. That guy flies past him, and now he has the ability in the lane to throw.
And part of that may be, again, good defenses, rush lanes, scouting reports, etc. But I guess I'm trying to offer some examples. Go back to the Cleveland game. 2 different dudes are both grabbing on him, and they have him sandwiched, and he's dead to rights. He somehow spins out of it, hits Terry McLaurin for 60 yards. There's a free blitzer that no one accounts for. He made that guy look like he was in slow motion quicksand being grabbed by the Hulk. It just zips around him for dozens of yards. I don't think he could do that right now. And that's kind of my point, is he doesn't look like that player to me right now this minute. So I'm going, well, why? Part of it, yes, really good defenses. I'm just talking about the physical look of it, where a great play is defended better than it would have been by one of these lesser teams. I'm just mean the physical moving around, how natural and the how effortless he was making stuff look. He now looks a little bit slower, not as explosive. Is that wear and tear? Is that nagging injury? I don't know, but to me, I'm trying to like just putting a magnify or a microphone glass. But a microphone glass on Jaden Daniels, regardless of opponent, almost like blocking out that side of the field, and he doesn't look the same to me.
Your
Microphone glass.
Thank you, Chris.
Blot out the sun. I'm trying to think about. So, do you agree though that when you watched the Giants game, you didn't think that? Yay or nay? He went
in terms of explosion.
Yeah, he went 15 of 22 for 210 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. And in that game, he ran for, I think, 40 or so yards. I can pull it up here.
Yeah, no, those are about the numbers.
His rushing against the Giants was
8 for 35, I think.
Yes, 8 for 35, November 3rd.
Which is just over 4 yards a pop. So, I don't know.
That game, I think he was a little less explosive as a runner, but I don't remember watching that game and thinking there was a problem. Same with Chicago. This is a 2-game thing in a 5-day span against 2 elite defenses. By the way, he's been sacked 3 times in both of those games. He's only been sacked more than that once all year, and you got to go back. Like,
was it the first Giants game?
Yes, the 5 sacks, and he had 4 in the first half. He was kind of a deer in the headlights. That was before the second half when he turned his whole season around. So I think the Bucs game, the first half, the Giants, was like a different guy than what we saw from second half, the Giants, Bengals, Cardinals, Browns, Ravens, Panthers, different guy. And then the Panthers crunch, he's out for 3 quarters, comes back against the Bears, played very well. Nobody had a problem with 21 of 38 for 326. I think his accuracy was a little bit off in that game. There are a couple drops in there too. But I think we're talking about a 2-game sample in 5 days. I just need more sample before I go, something's not right or something's way off. Other than to say, yes, he did not play at the same level against the best
against 2 really good defenses. Yeah.
By the way, what's Lamar going to do in the 2 games against the Steelers? Like most guys, Bo Nix, we're saying all of a sudden is a Rookie of the Year candidate. Bo Nix's numbers are awesome when he plays crap teams, and they're terrible when he plays good teams, mostly.
Almost like there's some correlation there.
Yeah, like yesterday he played the Falcons, who couldn't stop you, me, Ryan Darris, Metal Chris, Vic, Linnell, and 4 other people. And he threw for 4 touchdowns and lit it up. Jaden gets to play the Falcons in a few weeks. Bet he's going to go for 225 yards because we don't really do the 300-yard thing that often around here. But they run the ball too much for that. But he'll go for 225 and 2 touchdowns. I keep waiting for the big 3-4 touchdown game because still on the season he's got 10. I mean, Bo Nix had 4 yesterday. But it's just a different thing. Washington's busy running the ball in the red zone. Let's go to Mike in Reston. How are you, Mike?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, Mike?
I agree with both of you in that there are a lot of variables in this, but I don't know how anyone could have watched that Philly game and thought there was not something wrong with him. He could not drive the football at all. How many times have you seen him leave the ball short? Multiple times over the middle. A couple of those times with a clean pocket. There was nothing outside the numbers except for that one comeback route to Terry on the sideline. That's where he's been most successful throwing the ball is outside the numbers. Like Danny said, the first few weeks of the season, everything was smooth. It was fluid. It was almost effortless. He was just gliding. Everything now is just slow and labored, and it just looks more difficult. Yes, it's difficult to play those 2 games in that 4-day span, but I think with 7 days, he's been able to get his ribs to a point to where he's okay enough to play. But with only a 3-4 day turnaround, I think it was apparent that something was wrong there.
Why couldn't he just be confused and flummoxed by a defense that's done that to everybody?
So I wholeheartedly agree with that in that is contributing to the play, but attempting nothing outside the numbers, nothing to the wide receivers for the most part, everything.
Yeah, he did that in Tampa. Was he hurt against Tampa? I mean, it's not the first time that's kind of like maybe it's not going well. Panic, like default setting is not to look outside the numbers. I don't know. I mean, that's what he did beautifully at LSU, by the way. Yeah, I don't have a good example or a good explanation rather, but it's not like it was the first time we've seen it. And I don't know that I would say he didn't. It's just when he did throw to Noah Brown as an example, who he found outside the numbers, he threw it at his feet. Michael, Smith Mountain Lake, what's good?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
Just really quickly, my point is this. I hear everything that everybody's saying. There's clearly there's something wrong. My take is this. We're way ahead of schedule, right? This is supposed to be our recalibration year. We haven't had a break since training camp. The O-line, right, in Philly, how banged up is our O-line?
Well, the guys that played, I mean, Wiley was able to go, so he might have been a little bit banged up, but otherwise they were fine.
Well, doesn't the center have 3 different injuries?
Well, sure. I mean, he's been playing. Was he banged up when he played his butt off for the last 3 weeks before that?
I mean, my whole thing is once we have this 10-day bye and that full bye 2 weeks later, I think we're going to see that team that we saw at the beginning of the year. I just think our team is completely worn down physically and mentally.
I do too.
Something to that, yeah.
And I think it's because they're going to play a bad team again. Like that is the factor here. He just said with Biotish, so when Biotish has a game like the Eagles game, and I didn't think he was terrible, but just as
going up against really good opponent,
right now the injuries have caught up to him. You know what I'm saying? But if he went out and dominated the Jaguars, well, the injuries haven't caught up to him. And maybe the answer is yes. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe it's like, well, when he doesn't play as well and he's not 100% healthy, dude, it's week 12 in the NFL. Nobody's healthy. Everyone's banged up. Everyone's coming off the field. Everyone's getting treatment for the most part. Are you hurt or not? If you can play, you got to go play. And if Dan Quinn is screaming that the guy's healthy and the coordinator's calling draws and calling plays like he did in week 3, I don't see a real difference at all. I don't know what to say. I take their word for it. If they didn't run him, if there were 0 design runs in the last month,
then you'd go, okay, we're sniffing something out here.
Exactly. If the ball was out immediately, if they never ran nakeds or boots or anything, if the play calling was clearly to protect him, I would 100% say we've got our evidence. Doesn't matter what they say. I always say this. Don't listen to them. What they say doesn't matter. What they do does. What they're doing every step of the way is treating him like he's healthy. Everything they've done has been to treat him like he's healthy.
Yeah, in terms of play calling and deploying him and everything else, I think that stands to reason. So do you not agree with me then about just how he looks to the naked eye, regardless of who's on the other side? Just in terms of him moving around?
No, I totally agree.
You do?
He looks different.
So I
think it's mental. In other words, I think he got hurt and he's a little bit hesitant,
a little bit gun shy
to run and get hit. I think he's a little bit hesitant when people are rushing to navigate.
Because I think that's where it's really manifesting.
I think the falling away stuff when people are around is that he doesn't want the rib to get hit again. If someone's working on my rib every single time I come to the sideline to prevent me,
that follow through might not be full.
It's probably in my mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Do I think, by the way, that he never feels it? No. But in the Chicago game, there were a couple times I remember where he got whacked, and CBS would show remember the zoomed in 5K where you could see in the face mask?
Yeah.
And he was clearly there was something afoot there.
Uh-huh.
Is that still happening? I've seen no evidence of that. Maybe. But if to convict him of not being 100% all we need is that he looks different, well, then he's convicted. He is not right. And then his ribs hurt because he looks different. I think a lot of things could be the reason why you look different. You look different because you're unsure. You look different because the Eagles have you guessing. You look different because that's TJ Mother Bleeping Watt right there. There's a lot of reasons to look different, I think.
Without a doubt. I mean, and what's so hard, again, you said this very well earlier, we're working back from a result that we weren't used to here for the first, 6, 7, 8 games of the season, where we're just like, this is a dream. Everything is coming up. Even when he's wrong, he's right. Even when there's an unblocked guy, it's a 34-yard gain for them. They get 11 for 11 on 4th down. Well, now they're like, for the last 2. It's not panic inducing. You're still like the best percentage in the league, even now that you've even quote unquote missed your last couple. So some of this is regression. There's a million different factors, and all we're working back from is why isn't the magical ride still going? What happened to that?
Let's go rapid fire here. I want to squeeze a couple of you in. Let's be quick and succinct, little lightning round here. Dave's in Laurel. What's up, Dave?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? The rib has to still be bothering him. He's just not sharp in the same way. He's throwing behind guys. He's throwing at receivers' feet. And I don't remember any deep shots in the Philly game. And that's not to mention how he is in the field. He's not running the ball the same way. He's not sliding in the pocket. The rib has to be bothering him, and I don't think the cold's a factor at all. You're acting like 40 degrees is 10 below. The cold is not the factor. And they put that compress on his ribs when he comes to the sideline.
But the weather he played in is on par with the coldest games he's played in. And it wasn't like it was 60 when I was sitting in it in a heavy-ass coat. It was cold. Let's go to Gabe in Woodbridge. What's up, Gabe?
Hey, I just want to hit on what Danny was saying. Like, and I don't know if you guys remember this play. You might have already mentioned it. Like when he was backed up in our end zone and he had a scramble and he went to like his right.
Yep.
And he had like one guy to beat. And like,
N'Kobe Dean.
It was startling.
He
like,
has made that guy miss all year. Year.
And the thing is, it's like, I equate it to like, when you're like BSing and like in the woods or something and you get mud on the bottom of your shoes and you just can't just grip. Like he just looked like he was plodding along. And that's what really confuses me though. Cause if his rib is jacked up, like why was he running? Like, why was he running like that? I just agree with what Danny's saying. He just looks a little different.
Yeah, he definitely does. Alarming is too strong, but that play in the open field that Dean made on him, it's fair to say that play has not been made against him all year.
No, and he gets there and he's like, I got to move. It's not a great move. I'll just kind of let myself get, instead of, he could either outrun him, you could shake him. I mean, he's putting guys on skates a month ago. And now all of a sudden, now Dean is a great player and he was right there and made an awesome play. But give me Jaden Daniels in that matchup 99 times out of 100. And I'm going, uh-oh. So that one's a great example of that. Doesn't quite look right.
All right, last word, Tyler in Richmond. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey guys, first off, the Cuthbert, Basinger thing last week was cracking me up. That was grade A radio.
Is it Cuthbert or
is it Cuthbert?
What are you deciding on?
I have no idea. I'm just gonna go with whatever you guys said. But the thing that I wanted to say here was, Danny, I kind of hear what you're saying about subconsciously doing something different after being injured.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in addition to the possibility of the weather, in addition to the 2 great defenses he's faced the last 2 weeks, I mean, let's not forget he's a rookie. Yep. I think success may be getting to him in some way. Like he's heard the praise in the media. He's starting to hear it around the league. I think he may be second guessing things. He may be trying to outsmart defenses, but thanks for taking the call.
I bet you we're singing a different tune come next week. That's my hope. He plays well. The offense plays well. And nothing solves the conversation like a gem and a win.
Little winning over a division rival at home.
Speaking of a win, hopefully the Caps get one tonight. Let's get your power play. Alex Ovechkin's coming off a hat trick last night. He has 11 goals in his last 10 games. He's tied for the NHL lead with 13 goals. Caps have played 17 times.
They're playing Utah. Give me 2. Second game of back-to-back. Not the easiest thing to do in the world. Utah, not very good at scoring goals. Hopefully that can continue. I think they're 25th in the NHL in scoring. And they've I think, lost 2 of their last 3 games coming into this one. So it'd be nice for the Capitals to do this little Mississippi 3-piece and come on back on a plane.
If you missed any part of today's show, go to thefandc.com and podcast our segments, including our conversation with Jay Gruden. Tomorrow, Tuesday G&D, Commanders Survivor. Show and fun starts right at 2 o'clock. Linnell's got overtime next. Keep it right here as we're live and local into the evening. The Caps late tonight. Lynn overtime in moments on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.